Chapter 12, of Training and Romance. Naruto clapped his hands together, as he looked at the 3 Junin who were with him at Training Ground 7. He had spoken with Tsunade and their sensei Ebisu, and had managed to get their permission to train these 3 for the Chunin Exam's finals. Standing in front of him were Konohamaru, Moigi, and Udon. It was his plan to train these 3 during the 1-month hiatus. While he had seen that these 3 were decent for Junin, Naruto knew they would need to be better. Especially when they ended up fighting the Kiri Junin, who from what he had seen, were much better than any of the other Junin in the exams. "Alright," Naruto said as he looked between the 3 Junin, "I'm sure you all know why you are here. I plan on training you for this month before the Chunin exams. I'll be training you guys in all facets of the ninja way." Naruto paused for a second as the 3 Junin looked absolutely ecstatic. "However, before we get started on your training, I want to see how well you 3 perform. While I've seen how the 3 of you fight during the preliminaries, I've always been of the belief that you never truly know what others are capable of, unless you battle them yourselves." Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out 2 bells, attaching them to his pants as he turned to the 3 Junin. "Your jobs will be to get these 2 bells from me using everything trick you can think of." "Don't worry," Naruto said as he saw Moigi open her mouth to speak, "you don't have to worry about actually getting a bell. I will be training all of you regardless of whether any of you get a bell. I merely wish to see what you're capable of." Also, a smirk quirked at the corner of Naruto's lips as he stared at the 3, "You 3 will need to come at me with the intent to kill, if you want any hopes of even laying a scratch on me." The 3 Junin's eyes widened, causing Naruto's smirk to increase. For a moment everyone in the clearing was silent, until Naruto decided to get the fun started. "Well, what are waiting for? The test starts now." With that the 3 Junin took off, moving to hide into the trees. Naruto chuckled as his enhanced senses were able to find their locations easily enough. While they were decent for Junin and may give Chunin a good while to detect, they were no match for someone who made a hobby of hiding from the Onbu in his youth. The blonde shinobi reached into his pouch, activating one of the many containment seals in it. There was a poof of smoke as Naruto pulled out an apple. Taking an exaggerated bite out the juicy fruit, Naruto concentrated on the chakra signatures of the 3 Junin who were hiding just a little to his left in the tree line. Several minutes later Konohamaru burst out of the trees, tossing kunai and shuriken at Naruto in an effort to distract him. Naruto used the hand that was not eating an apple to catch all of the projectiles, before putting them in his pouch. As he turned his attention to the spiky-haired Junin, Naruto felt foreign chakra invading his coils and smirked. He discreetly released the genjutsu Moigi tried to cast on him, making Konohamaru shimmer before his position changed. The young Sarutobi heir was unaware of this as he continued his charge, jumping into the air and launching a kick at Naruto. Said blonde merely disappeared the moment Konohamaru's kick would have connected, making the Junin stumble to the ground and look around before freezing as a voice spoke up behind him. "You know you should never let your enemies get behind you," Naruto spoke up with his hands held in the tiger sign. Konohagakur Hidan Taijutsu Ogi, Senin Goroshi. Hidden Leaf Village Secret Technique, 1000 Years of Pain. Before Konohamaru could even turn his head, Naruto sent his chakra-induced fingers up, giving the young Junin what amounted to a glorified ass poke. "Ah!" Konohamaru flew nearly 40 feet into the air, holding his hands to his ass before splashing into the river. Naruto chuckled as he stood back up. He had always wanted to do that after his Junin test. Looking in the water where Konohamaru splashed down, Naruto smirked. Now all he had to do was wait and see what the 3 would do next. Naruto grinned as he looked at the 3 Junin, all of whom were tied to one of the posts for not getting a bell. He knew it did not really matter if they got one or not, but it was still fun to have someone besides himself getting tied to them. They had actually been pretty decent for Junin. While they had not been able to even touch him, Naruto knew that many of their strategies could have taken out a Chunin and given a few of the village's Jonin a run for their money. "Well, despite not getting a bell, I have to admit you 3 did pretty good," Naruto complimented them, getting a smile from the tied-up Junin. "Now that I have a clear understanding of your skills and a basis to work with, we'll begin training." 3 Kage Bushins appeared behind the Junin and cut them from their bindings. "Now then, this is going to be our schedule for this month. In the morning we're going to do physical exercises and sparring. Afternoons will be for chakra control, tactics, jutsu and anything else I feel you may need." Naruto looked up at the sun. "Since we still have a little bit of time before lunch, we're going to do some physical exercise." Naruto turned to the 3 Junin and gave them a grin that sent shivers down their spines. "Alright you 3. I want you 3 to start off with 20 laps around the training field, then do 50 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, 50 pull-ups, 50 squats, 100 log punches with each arm and 100 log kicks with each leg." The Konohamaru Corps looked at him with wide eyes. while their minds tried to comprehend what Naruto was telling them to do. Naruto saw this and got a tick mark on his head. "Didn't you hear me? Get moving." That seemed to shock the Junon into action as they jumped up and got started, beginning with the laps around the training ground. Naruto grinned as he watched the three work. He had not told them, but this was about half of what he had done when he started training seriously under Uro-sensei. He had thought about making them do the full routine, but in the end decided against it. After all, they did not have a demonic fox sealed in their gut, so they could not heal muscles' tears like he could. It took about 4 hours for the three to finish. When they did, Konohamaru, Moigi and Udon were all lying on the ground, looking like they might die of exhaustion. "Not bad, you guys," Naruto complimented the Junon, who were too tired to even cast him a glare, though not for lack of trying. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a scroll, unrolling it on the floor and unsealing its content with a puff of smoke. When the smoke dispersed, it revealed what could only be considered a picnic buffet. On top of a blanket were a cacophony of different kinds of foods. "Before we get started on the next part of training, I want you guys to eat up and get your energy back," Naruto said, blinking as the previously exhausted Junon suddenly appeared right next to him and began eating. Naruto let them get their food before getting some for himself. He ignored the Junon who were stuffing their face as he ate, letting his mind wander over to the three's performance, both during the preliminaries and the spar. He looked back and waited for them to finish stuffing themselves before speaking about their training. "Glad to see you three are full." Naruto reached into his pouch again and this time pulled out 3 slips of paper, handing one to each of the now confused Junon. "I want you three to channel some chakra into that paper," Naruto explained as he saw their confused expressions. "This will tell you what your elemental affinity is. If it's fire, it burns, wind, it will cut, water, it will soak, earth, it will turn to dust, and lightning will crinkle. By knowing what your affinity is, we will be able to find out which elemental jutsu you are most suited for." Eager to see what their affinity was for, the 3 Junon channeled chakra into their paper. Moigi's became soaking wet, showing she had a fairly strong affinity for water. Udon's surprisingly became crinkled, showing he had a lightning affinity. However, the most surprising to Naruto was Konohamaru's, which had one side get lit on fire and the other turn to dust. "It looks like each of you have different elements," Naruto said with a nod to himself as he thought up how best to train them. Resealing the picnic basket and blanket, Naruto stood up and made 2 kage bushins. One of them went over to Moigi and the other went over to Udon. "I want each of you to follow one of us and we'll teach you how to use your affinity." As Udon and Moigi followed their clone, Naruto turned to look at Konohamaru. "Before we get started on your elemental training, I want to know how you're doing with that jutsu I gave you before I left." Not good, Oyabun, boss," Konohamaru admitted as he rubbed the back of his neck, and gained a sheepish expression. "It's just so hard. I have no clue how to do it, I haven't even gotten past the first step." Naruto nodded. "I expected that much, it's a pretty hard jutsu. Thankfully now that I'm back in Konoha I can help you get it down, we're also going to work on that as well as your element." Naruto paused for a moment as he chose what they would focus on first. Making his decision, Naruto gestured for Konohamaru to follow him. The blonde walked up to one of the many trees, and using a bit of wind manipulation cut off several leaves and made them float into his hand. Turning to Konohamaru, he handed him the leaves. Said Junon merely blinked before looking up at him with a "what the hell" expression. Naruto chuckled as he began to explain, "The key to the exercise we are going to be doing is using your chakra to light these leaves on fire. Now then, fire is a very wild element and to use it you must." Clone Naruto and Moigi stopped walking as they came to a small river. Turning to the orange-haired girl, Naruto began to explain what they would be doing. "The first thing you have to understand about water is that water always has a flow, or a rhythm, even when supposedly still. Water is also one of the most versatile elements you can use, and while it does not have the raging power of, say, fire, it is still very strong in its own right. Now most water techniques are defensive or supplemental in nature, such as the Sujin Heki, or the Baku Suishoha. Because of this, the more offensive jutsu normally require a longer string of hand signs, since water was not naturally designed to hurt others." Naruto paused to look at Moigi. Seeing the girl hang off every word he had said so far, Naruto plunged on. "However, by training in the use of your element, it is possible to cut back not only the number of hand seals a jutsu uses, but also the amount of chakra required for a jutsu. This comes from understanding the basics of how your element works, in this case how water flows, so to speak. Now to do this, I want you to use your chakra and create a whirlpool effect in the river." As soon as Naruto and Udon got out of sight from the other 2 Junon, Naruto turned around to the runny-nosed preteen and began speaking. Before we begin, I want you to know that the lightning element is not only one of the most destructive, but also one of the most dangerous. While fire, if used incorrectly, can get you burned, and wind can get you cut, lightning, if not channeled properly, can quite literally fry your nervous system and organs. Udon paled slightly at the knowledge, but still looked determined to learn. Naruto nodded his approval before continuing, that being said, lightning is also, in my opinion, at least the second strongest offensive element. What's the first strongest, sensei? Asked Udon. Wind, Naruto answered quickly. Wind, because of its almost pure offensive nature and versatility in combat, makes it the most powerful offensive nature manipulation type. This is because wind can be used to slice through all kinds of matter, without regards to how strong or durable something is, or be used for blunt force trauma. And while fire can beat wind due to their opposing natures, a skilled wind user can beat just about any other ninjutsu specialist out there. Naruto shook his head. Anyway, we're getting off topic. Now the thing about lightning is it is not just an offensive or even defensive element, like fire and wind. There are many Raiden jutsus that are supplemental in nature. The best example I can give you, the Raiden no Yoroi, lightning armor, that is used by the Yondaime Raikage, which increases not only one's physical strength, but also increases speed and reflexes by speeding up the neural synapses, increasing their overall physical performance by a factor of 4. Naruto smirked as Udon had a look of awe on his face. There are many jutsu that can do things similar to this. However, all of these are more advanced than the other jutsu and require an innate understanding, if not total mastery over lightning. Naruto used wind manipulation to cut some leaves off of the branches and handed them over to Udon. Taking one of them, the blonde twirled it in his finger. To start learning how to utilize this chakra, I want you to make these leaves crumple, much like you did when you channeled chakra into the paper. Giving an example, Naruto channeled some lightning chakra into the leaf in his hand, making the entire thing crumple, making it look similar to a candy wrapper. To do this, you will have to learn to channel enough lightning chakra to make static electricity. To do this, it's best to think about what happens when you rub a balloon on your head. For the first week, this was how Naruto would train the three Chunin. Every morning they would get up and do their physical workout, which Naruto had made harder by adding weights to them. Afterwards, he would have them spar against each other and himself, making sure to point out their flaws and correct them. Naruto also gave Moegi and Udon a different fighting style, or to be more accurate, helped them make their own style, since all they used was the Academy style, or as Naruto called it, the cookie cutter taijutsu style. Moegi's was a variation of what Naruto knew on the style Shizune used, which was a medical ninja style that relied on the usage of the chakra mesu, chakra scalpel, to cut tendons and muscles. Naruto had given Moegi the scroll for that jutsu, but rather than cut tendons and muscles, he made her go after tendons, muscles and the 8 vital spots in the human body. With Udon, he had him mix the standard Academy taijutsu with jujitsu, which relied on grappling and using an opponent's weight against them. Naruto also taught Udon how to use chakra strings, allowing him to apply the basic chakra control exercise to the taijutsu style. This way he could trip or tie up his opponents temporarily to give him an edge. Neither style was complete and would not likely be for years to come, but he was sure they could make it good enough within the next month to properly use them. Thankfully, Konohamaru used the Sarutobi or Saru, monkey, style taijutsu, so all Naruto had to do with him was spar and help point out his flaws. After lunch they would then work on individual exercises. For the first 2 hours Naruto would have them work on their element, doing the exercises he had instructed. None of them had gotten even close to mastering them, though Konohamaru could produce smoke and slight burns on the leaf. But that was to be expected since this was Jonin level training, and only Konohamaru used elemental jutsu. Afterwards he would then work on strategy, mainly by playing shogi and go with them. As well as chakra control, this was something Naruto had been pretty strict on. Technically they were capable of water walking, but Naruto believed that these exercises were not mastered, unless you could fight while using them. To help with this, Naruto would have them spar for at least 1 hour, either on a vertical surface or on the water, though the latter was much more tiring since it required them to constantly pump out chakra and increase or decrease the amount according to how the water reacted to their presence. This, however, led to a decent increase in their reserves. While it was nothing truly significant, they had managed to gain a 15% increase in their reserves. Naruto looked at the three Chunin as they entered the clearing. Walking up to him, they gave a greeting of Ohoya sensei before awaiting their instructions. "I'm pleased to say that you three have made remarkable progress so far," Naruto said, causing pleased smiles to spread across their faces. "Therefore I have decided to not only increase the weights, but also double our morning workouts." All throughout Konoha, wails of despair could be heard for the rest of the day. Mei sighed in both frustration and relief at having finally finished the paperwork, which sometimes never seemed to end. and frustration at the sheer amount of paperwork she had to finish, something that made her begin to regret taking the Kage position. It was even worse since her Naruto was not here to give her those absolutely Kami-like messages. Thinking of the blonde-haired man who had come into her life brought a smile to her face. Because of the Chunin exams they had not been able to see each other for a while. However, she had sent a team to participate, a team that she was sure would make it to the final rounds. Especially since they were trained by herself, Ao and Chojuro in the shinobi arts. If they pass, that means I'll be able to visit Konoha in order to watch the Chunin exams, maybe I can even get there a bit early. Her thoughts were derailed when a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," she called out. The door opened to reveal Ao, who walked in and gave her a bow. "Mizukage-sama, we have just received word that all 3 of our Jinan who are participating in the Chunin exam passed the second test." Mei felt a grin spread across her face. Standing up, she walked towards the door. "Thank you for informing me. I would like you to inform the council of this and tell them I will be going to see how our Jinan fare." She had just made it to the door when Ao mumbled behind her. "I think you're really just going to visit Naruto-san. I swear back in my day when 2 people liked each other they would just get married and be done with it." Mei's hand halted on the doorknob as she turned with one of her chillingly pleasant smiles, the one she used when about to inflict great pain on someone. "Ow. Shut up. Or I'll kill you." Ao's eyes widened at the threat and he realized he had said that out loud. He soon began trying to talk his way out of it, which has always only made the situation worse. The second week was nearing its end, and Naruto had once again upped the training of the 3 Jinan. Increasing their weights, physical routine, and the difficulty of the chakra control exercises, and had started to actually teach them jutsu for their elements. While they had not gotten close to even managing to do more than base manipulation of their element, he felt that they should have a few that could be used for the Chunin exams. They were only in the C rank, but even a C rank jutsu in the right hands could have devastating effects. Naruto smiled as he sat on his father's head, a place he had often come to when he wanted to be alone. Today was the day he had given his students to relax, since he knew full well that without resting their muscles would never repair themselves and grow stronger. He looked back down at what was in his hand, his smile growing ever so slightly. He had been searching through the desk his parents had used when creating their seals. He had been looking for the seal that his father had come up with as a replacement for the bird-caged seal. While searching, he had come across a small leather-bound book. At first he had thought it would be some kind of book with notes on sealing techniques. Opening it, he had found out that it was not a book on sealing, or anything even remotely shinobi related. Instead, what he had found was a journal, his father's journal to be precise. It seemed to date back from the time his father had first learned to write, which was obvious by the messy scrawl at the beginning of the journal. And went into the third great shinobi war that his old man had been a part of, telling of his experience as a sensei and his desire to create a jutsu to end the war. Unfortunately for Naruto, it seemed to stop after that, mainly because it was completely full. Also, unfortunately, there was not much about his mother in this journal, only a little where his father talked about her beauty and a few experiences he had with her, like when she had been kidnapped by Kumo ninja and left her hair as a trail that her father followed. The blonde clan had assumed that his father had another journal somewhere, however, despite searching, had not found it. This also brought up something he had hoped to find. Naturally, he assumed that since his father had a journal, then his mother would have one as well. Naruto had searched the entire jutsu library for any trace of something like that, however his search had been in vain. He had not been able to find any trace of a journal or diary from his mother. He had not even managed to find the letter Jiraiya said she had left. This led to the assumption that it had most likely been in the actual house during the Kyuubi attack and had probably been destroyed. Naruto was snapped out of his reverie when he felt a spike in chakra, signaling the use of a sushin near his location. Naruto turned his head just as a male Onbu in a Nico mask appeared. "Namikaze-san, Tsunade-sama has requested your presence," he said in the typical monotone voice of an Onbu. Naruto sighed as he stood up and stretched. "Very well, I'll head there right now." The Onbu nodded before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. Naruto followed suit, only using water instead as he went to find out what Tsunade wanted him for. Tsunade stared at the red-headed beauty with an incredulous expression, trying to comprehend just how this conversation took this peculiar turn. It had started out ordinarily enough. She and the woman who Tsunade knew was the Mizukage of Kiri had started off swapping the basic pleasantries that all foreign dignitaries do. Doing basic standard political maneuvering to find out what kind of person the other was, by talking about mundane everyday topics. Tsunade, despite having been surprised by her early arrival, had not allowed it to get to her as they spoke, and had in fact found the conversation mildly pleasant, especially since it allowed her a break from her paperwork. She was also pleased to know that there was another woman besides her who had become a Kage. It kind of made the busty blonde feel like she was setting a trend. However, the conversation had taken an awkward, at least for Tsunade, turn. Tell me. The blonde Hokage spoke slowly as she gave the woman a mild glare. Why are you requesting to spend the upcoming exams at the estate of one of my more prominent clan heads? Tsunade had already paid for the Mizukage's stay in Konoha at one of the 5-star hotels they had, along with extra places for her 2 guards. Of course, she had an idea that had formed in her head the moment the red-haired woman made this request, but was holding off her judgment until she was proven right. However, if Tsunade was right, then someone was going to have some serious hell to pay. Mei just gave the woman a smile as she carefully hid the hand that held her ring. She knew Naruto had not informed anybody about their relationship yet. So while it was big news in Kiri, it would not reach the other elemental nations, due to her country's terrain that isolated it from the rest of the world. I think it would be best if perhaps we had someone fetch Naruto, that way we could give you a proper explanation. She could of course just tell Tsunade herself. Hell, she did not even need to mention she was going to sleep at the blonde's place and just gone over after being shown to her hotel. However, due to Naruto's influence, Mei had developed a small devious side. Well, the devious side had always been there, but it was normally reserved for her and Naruto's bedtime activities. Tsunade just sighed before lifting up her hand, making one of the Anbu who were hiding in the room shimmer into existence. You go find me Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The Anbu bowed before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. About 10 minutes later, Naruto himself appeared within a swirl of water. Yo Ba-chan, you wanted to see me? Not now, Gaki, Tsunade said as she pinched the bridge of her nose, trying to rid herself of the headache she had gained. In case you haven't noticed, we have guests. Naruto would have responded, but was stopped when a pair of slender arms wrapped around his neck and an impressive bust pressed into his back. You know, I'm disappointed that you did not even notice me in the room, Narukoi, Mei said as she whispered into Naruto's ear. That's not only disappointing, but I feel rather hurt too. Before she could say any more, Naruto puffed out of existence, causing the red-haired beauty to stumble forward. A pair of arms wrapped around her waist before she could get far, pulling her into an embrace, an impressive set of muscled abs and pectorals. I apologize, Mayheim. I assure you it was not my intention to disappoint. I was only hoping to surprise you. Mei grinned and repressed a shiver of pleasure as she spoke. You must be getting rusty. I was feeling rather hurt that you would ignore me. Well then, why don't you allow me to make it up to you, Naruto said before gently nibbling on her earlobe, causing the Mizukage to let out a soft moan. Tsunade, despite having figured that this was in fact one of the 4 women Naruto spoke of at his first council meeting, was for lack of a better word shocked. In fact, she was so shocked that she did not even stop the pair as they continued their rather blatant sexual banter. She had of course known that Naruto knew the Mizukage and that they were at least friends. The blonde's abilities to make friends with people he barely knew was unmatched. And given the outstanding report Mei had given her on Naruto's performance in the Kiri Civil War, it was obvious they had to at least be close. However, when Mei had appeared before her and rather bluntly asked her to point her to Naruto's estate, well, she had an inkling as to what it was about. However, like most things, hearing about it and seeing it were 2 different things. She quickly got her bearings, however, and coughed into her hand. Naruto, she said, getting the pair's attention, though the blonde had yet to actually take his arms off the redhead. You have a lot of explaining to do. I suggest you start doing it. Hey, Naruto gulped a bit, knowing that look Tsunade was giving. He had seen it on her often enough when Jiraiya pissed the woman off to know what it meant. Well, I guess the first thing I should tell you is that she is one of the women I have fallen in love with, and I'm already engaged too. Naruto stopped his explanation as he and everyone else turned towards the door, which had just slammed shut. Looking around, Naruto blinked as he noticed that Chojuro was missing, most likely the one who had just left. Looks like I crushed any hope he had of being with you, huh? Naruto asked. Mei just sighed as she closed her eyes. She had of course knew of Chojuro's crush on her. Hell, all of Kiri knew of it. The poor boy could not get within 2 feet of her without turning red, and whenever he spoke with her his stuttering would get 10 times worse. However, she also knew that he knew of her relationship with Naruto. It would be impossible for him not to when he had walked in on the 2 of them making out on her desk. She would have thought that he had gotten over it by now, but she guessed that he had probably held out hope that what she and Naruto had was just a fling. Ow, could you please find Chojuro and then the 2 of you can either explore, or go to the hotel, Mei commanded in her soft yet firm voice. Ow just bowed, at once Mizukage-sama, with a shake of his head the blue-haired man left to find his wayward partner. Now, Tsunade said, why don't you 2 explain to me just why you thought it was a good idea to keep this from me? Naruto shook off the slight fear at her subtle or not so subtle threat. Well, it's subtle for her since she did not threaten me with bodily harm. Shaking the thoughts off, Naruto released Mei from his arms. Walking over, he took a seat in one of the chairs and gestured for Mei to sit in the other. However, the beautiful redhead seemed to have other ideas, as she walked over and plopped herself right on Naruto's lap. Tsunade's eyebrow twitched violently, but she repressed the urge to threaten the two, and instead sighed as she gestured for them to begin. Naruto cleared his throat as he and Mei began their story, telling Tsunade how they met and found comfort in each other during the Kiri Civil War. Chojuro growled in frustration as he stomped around Konoha, unconsciously releasing his killing intent, making several civilians back away. He just could not understand it. How was it that that damn blonde managed to worm his way into his Mizukage's heart, when he and everyone else around her had not? Was it because of the blonde's confidence? The commanding aura he had? That flirty attitude that was similar to Mei's own? Or something else entirely? Chojuro was not sure, but he did not feel that boy deserved someone as beautiful and amazing as Mei. He had known Mei for far longer than that boy. He should be the one that was with her. He was so wrapped up in his anger and inner rant that he failed to notice the other person turning the corner until it was too late. Isaribi cursed as she ran through the streets of Konoha, using the many side alleys and back roads to get to the Hokage Tower. She had been requested to take a later shift at the Hokage Tower and was now running late, having been held up at her second job. Isaribi had been working 2 jobs for the past 2 weeks now, having been hired to work at the Ichiraku's ramen bar. Of course, she did not need the second job. The one had the Hokage Tower gave her enough money to live off of. However, there were other reasons for her wanting to get the job, like being closer to a certain blonde shinobi. She had found out early on during her time in Konoha that Naruto would often frequent the by now famous Ichiraku ramen stand. And so, hoping that she would be able to run into him at places other than the Hokage Tower, she had gotten herself a job there. However, while she got to see a lot more of Naruto, the young woman was unsure if he saw her, at least in the way she wanted him to. The young clan head was not rude, of course. Quite the contrary. If she was not busy taking orders, Naruto would talk with her, oftentimes staying even after he finished eating to continue a conversation. And yet he did not seem to notice the subtle hints and advances she gave him, or perhaps he chose not to notice. She was beginning to think it was the latter, since Naruto treated her the same way he did A-Tame, like a sister. The thought made her sigh. Perhaps it would be better if she found someone else? She had gotten a few advances, but had not really thought about going out with anyone other than Naruto. Perhaps she should talk to him, at least ask him what he thought of her before going for one of the men who asked her on a date. While it would hurt if he did not have any romantic feelings, it's not like it would be the end of the world. She was so focused on her thoughts and running, that she completely missed the other person as she turned the corner. Oof. Isaribi thumped against a hard body of solid mass and fell backwards. Her eyes were slightly closed as she waited to fall on the ground. She opened her eyes when, instead of feeling herself hitting hard ground, she felt a pair of arms wrapping around her frame to prevent her from falling. "Are you all right, miss?" "Ah." Isaribi opened her eyes and blushed in embarrassment as she found herself staring into a pair of black eyes. She quickly shook it off as she spoke. "Yes, I'm fine." When the man let go of her, she dusted herself off a bit before turning to her savior. The man was of an average height, maybe a few inches taller than her. With black eyes, blue hair and oddly sharp, almost shark-like teeth. Though he is kind of cute. She shook her head of the thought as she looked at him. "I'm sorry for bumping into you. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going." Chojuro merely waved her apology off. "It's all right, I should have been more aware of my surroundings." Isaribi tilted her head to the side. "So are you new to Konoha?" "Oh no, I'm not from Konoha," Chojuro replied as he pointed to his Hideo 8, which was located securely on his chest. "I'm from Kiri. I'm here with the Mizukage as her bodyguard for the Chunin exams." "I see." Isaribi looked at the ground for a moment before looking back up. "Anyway, I'm sorry for bumping into you. I was on my way to my second job." Chojuro was about to wave her apology off again when Isaribi began speaking. "I know. Why don't you allow me to make it up to you?" Chojuro blinked in surprise and was about to tell her she really did not have to, when Isaribi spoke up again. "I know. How about after I get off work I'll give you a tour?" she suggested. "It's the least I can do for running into you." The young swordsman tried to tell her it was perfectly all right, but was once again interrupted. "Oh no. I almost forgot I have to get to my job." Isaribi looked at him. "So I'll meet you here at 5 p.m. and then take you on that tour, okay?" She did not give him a chance to respond as she ran off. Chojuro blinked as he watched the girl run towards the place he just left, wondering what that was all about and if he should do what she suggested. In the end he decided, since she had pretty much told him she would be here, that it would be rude not to accept her invitation. And it's not like she wasn't cute. He blushed a bit at that thought. Maybe he should see if they could do something other than just a tour. After all, it's not like he was going to be getting with Mei now. I wonder if this could be considered a date. Naruto did not even bother holding in a grin as he watched Mei shovel his food into her mouth, eating as if she had not been fed in weeks. Enjoying the meal, are we? The blonde asked in an amused tone. Mei blushed as she realized what she was doing. She had been so overjoyed at getting to eat some of Naruto's food that she completely forgot her manners. This was almost as embarrassing as the first time he had cooked for her, which had pretty much been her doing the same thing. However, she had just missed his cooking so much that she had forgotten herself, and Naruto's cooking was far better than eating out like she did when he was not with her. It was only known to Naruto, but Mei could not cook. In fact, it would be accurate to say that she was downright awful at it. She had only tried to cook once. It had been the first time she had used the Hiraishin kunai to summon Naruto. Mei had wanted to show her appreciation for all he had done for her, and felt there was no better way to do that than cook him a good meal. She had remembered reading something about the best way to get to a man's heart was through his stomach, something she discovered while reading in one of the magazines she had on marriage. And so she had set about to try and make Naruto a good meal, the key word being tried. What she had managed to do instead was create a kitchen catastrophe of epic proportions. First, she had somehow managed to burn the water. How water could possibly burn was beyond her, but it had happened. Then she had started a fire in the oven. She had of course used a water jutsu to put it out, but the oven had been ruined. Finally, when she thought she had been getting the hang of things, she somehow managed to blow up her whole kitchen. The explosion had sent all of her shark Onbu and Kiri rushing to her mansion, thinking it was some kind of terrorist or ninja attack. It had only been, thanks to Naruto taking the blame for the cooking accident, that she had been able to save face in front of her ninja forces. Of course, that had not stopped the utter humiliation that the disaster caused, since Naruto himself had lain witness to it. Of course, he had merely laughed at her, before telling her that he did not care if she could cook or not and that his feelings would never change. She had been so happy that she had proceeded to kiss him senseless. That night had also been the night they had made love for the first time, turning what had been one of her worst experiences to one of the best nights of her life. "Shut up," she mumbled as she looked away from him, her face forming a pout. "It's not my fault your cooking is so damn good. No one else can make such incredible food," she admitted. Naruto's grin merely widened. "Well, that's good to know, and after all I wouldn't want someone taking away my job." Mei looked at him and quirked an eyebrow in amusement. "Job, huh?" Naruto grinned. "That's right, my job is to be Mei Terumi's perfect husband." Mei blushed as a smile slowly formed on her face. "And what does this job entail other than making amazing food?" Naruto merely smiled as he stood up and walked towards her. A puff of smoke signaled the creation of 2 Kage Bushins as Naruto grabbed Mei's hand, while the clones took their plates away and washed them in the sink. Naruto led Mei over to the couch. Sitting down, the blonde pulled Mei with him and situated her in between his legs. His hands soon began to gently massage her shoulders, getting a soft moan from the redhead as she felt the tension in her muscles start to leave her. Naruto leaned his head down and planted a kiss on her neck. "Rather than tell you that, why don't I show you?" Naruto whispered against her neck. Mei shivered as the blonde's hot breath hit her neck, before letting out a small gasp as Naruto nibbled on her neck. "That would be nice," Mei said as she tilted her head to let Naruto have better access to her tender flesh. Naruto grinned, and while his mouth lavished attention on her slender neck, his hands traveled down to her lower back and began to massage there. Mei's moans and whimpers began to increase in volume, so much so that she did not hear the telltale poof of a Kage Bushin being formed. It was only when she felt 2 extra set of hands on her body, particularly her breasts, that she opened her eyes and found herself staring at another Naruto. However, her eyes closed a second later and her back arched, as the blonde in front of her began to gently massage and knead her breasts through the fabric of her dress. The clone Naruto leaned in and captured the woman's lips, nibbling on her lower lip until he was granted access to her mouth. Mei grinned into the kiss as her hands trailed up to the zipper on the front of her dress, unzipping her garment so that the 2 Narutos could take it off. She knew that they were not getting any sleep tonight. 98, 99, 100. A was sitting behind his desk doing what he always did when he was on the job, neglecting his paperwork to focus on his training. Something that was a common occurrence since he had taken the Raikage title. He was just about to start doing reps with his other hand when a knock at the door interrupted him. "Enter." The Raikage called out as he dropped his weight to the floor with a smash. The door opened to reveal one of his messenger ninja with a scroll in hand. The ninja walked up and bowed before presenting him the scroll. I grabbed the scroll and unfurled it before reading its contents. As he did, a grin crept onto his face. Apparently 3 of his shinobi had made it to the finals. This would be the perfect opportunity to check out the caliber of the other nation's shinobi. As he thought of that, another thought entered his mind. One that made his smile widen even more. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze had been reported to have arrived at Konoha about 1 or 2 months ago, and had taken up his clan name. No doubt Yugito would love to see the young man again. He looked up at the messenger before speaking. "Get me B and Yugito," I said as he stood up. They were heading to Konoha. Mei had a large and content smile on her face as she and Naruto walked through the streets of Konoha. After a hearty breakfast, Naruto had decided to take Mei out on a tour, showing her the many sights the village had to offer. She had to smile at the different places he had taken her. Each one seemed to have a rather funny story to it. Most of the places he had shown her revolved around one of the many pranks he had pulled when he was a child. Her favorite story had been when he had taken her through the clan district of Konoha, and shown her the Hyuga estate. He had given her the story of how he had snuck into the estate during the night, and he had managed to dye all of their underwear a bright pink color, and hang them up around the village. She dutifully ignored the stares of jealousy and envy she was receiving from the various females they had passed. Mei figured that Naruto would be popular given his good looks and clan status, so while it was annoying, she could deal with it. She also had to admit that it was rather amusing that these girls thought they had a chance with Naruto. Mei could proudly claim that she was one of the few people who truly knew the young blonde clan head, so she knew that he would never consider getting with some fangirl. As the two walked around, Mei took Naruto to several clothing stores, trying on different outfits to tease her blonde fiancé with. She even went so far as to come out wearing nothing but a bikini, though that ended up causing a bit of a problem when Naruto smashed his fist into the face of a man who had given Mei a cat call. Other than that, they merely walked around discussing various topics that interested them. They made sure to avoid anything even remotely ninja or cage related. Eventually Naruto stopped them when the two found themselves standing in front of the Ichiraku's ramen bar. The place had gotten a lot more crowded than it used to be. A combination of Naruto's newfound fame and the Ichiraku's new menu managed to give the place new life. After the blonde had returned from his training trip and visited the ramen stand for the first time, he had suggested that they expand their menu to make more than just ramen. Naruto had even given the stand owner and his daughter a few recipes from his mother's cookbooks. Now the place had become so popular that they had actually needed to make an outdoor area for guests to eat there, as well as hire more help to keep them from being overwhelmed. "Come on, Mei-chan," Naruto said as he gently tugged on her hand and entered the stand. When he did, many of the people eating there stopped and stared, something that had been happening quite often nowadays and never ceased to both amuse and annoy the blonde shinobi. Several of the men there were giving Mei looks of lust and looked like they might start giving her cat calls. However, Naruto turned an icy glare on them, causing whatever they were going to say to die in their throats. Once the people there began to start conversation again, Naruto made his way to the front of the stand. As always, the seat that was specifically reserved for him was open. Naruto smiled as he sat down and pulled Mei with him. As he secured his arms around the redhead, Naruto looked over at Tucci, who was cooking some food over a stove. "Oi! Tucci Oji-san, how about some ramen for your favorite customer?" Old man Tucci turned around when he heard the familiar voice. "Ah, Naruto-kun, it's good too." He trailed off as he saw the beautiful woman sitting in the blonde's lap. A sly grin crossed the old man's face as he looked at the two. "Who is this lovely young lady you're with, Naruto? Your girlfriend?" Naruto grinned at the man who had been one of the few people to ever treat him like a human being when he was younger. "Close, Oji-san, very close." Naruto cleared his throat as he introduced the two to each other. "Mei-chan, this is Tucci Oji-san, owner of the best ramen stand in the entire Elemental Nations. Oji-san, this is Mei Terumi, one of my most precious people and someone I hope to spend the rest of my life with." While Mei blushed at the rather bold proclamation, Tucci just blinked for a moment as he looked the two over. As he did, he noticed the two's interlocked hands, or more specifically the ring on Mei's left hand. The old man chuckled for a bit before speaking. "So what kind of ramen can I get you and your lady friend?" Naruto grinned. "Start me off with 3 bowls of miso and we'll make our way from there." "And I'll have some shrimp ramen with a side of dorayaki." "One," Mei said as she looked over the menu. While ramen was not her favorite food, she had to admit that it was good on occasion, and if Naruto's bragging was anything to go by, the ramen would be even better here. Tucci nodded as he turned his head to the back. "Oi, A-Tame. Why don't you help me make some miso for our favorite customer?" "Hang on." A-Tame called out as she came out of the back with a box of supplies, blocking her view of Naruto. Grunting with exertion, she put the box down and turned to Naruto with a smile. So 3. Miso. Men. She trailed off as she noticed that Naruto was not alone, and was in fact cuddled up to a woman with red hair, and if A-Tame were honest with herself she would admit to being jealous of the woman's beauty. For a second A-Tame felt an intense surge of jealousy. While the young man had always been a younger brother to her, his recent change had made it hard to see him as such. She knew he saw her as a sister, as evidenced by the way he still called her Nei-chan. She tried to respond in kind, but it was still hard seeing him with another woman. "Who is this?" A-Tame asked with slightly narrowed eyes. Despite seeing the narrowing of the younger woman's eyes, Mei merely smiled, knowing she was just being protective of Naruto. Naruto, in an effort to defuse the situation, decided to introduce the two of them. "A-Tame Nei-chan, this is Mei Terumi, one of my most precious people." "Mei-chan, this is A-Tame Nei-chan." Mei untangled one of her hands from Naruto's and offered it to the brown-haired ramen waitress. "It's a pleasure to meet you, A-Tame-san. Narukoi has often talked about you whenever he visits me." A-Tame blinked as her mind registered the affectionate suffix the woman used. Looking at Mei's hand, she slowly took it, deciding to treat her nicely, if for no other reason than Naruto would want her to. "It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mei-san. I take it you're not from around here?" A-Tame asked, trying to be pleasant as she started to make their ramen. "That's right," Mei said as she raised her voice a bit so A-Tame could hear her despite the new distance. "I'm actually from Kiri. I came here because we have an entire team that passed this year, and I felt I could use it as an excuse to see Narukoi." "So how did you two meet?" A-Tame asked as she brought them their first bowl. Naruto and Mei smiled as they began to retell the story of how they met, leaving out a few details that they did not want getting out to the public yet. The two stayed there for a while as they continued to speak with the ramen waitress, whenever she was not taking other orders. After 3 bowls for Mei and 23 bowls for Naruto, the two headed out and continued their walk around Konoha. As the two walked arm in arm around the village, Naruto noticed that the sun was starting to set. "Hey Mei-chan, why don't we go back home and I'll cook you some dinner," Naruto said. Mei nodded as she leaned her head on his shoulder while they walked. "That sounds good, Koi." "Where are you taking me, Narukoi?" Mei asked as he led her up a hill. Not that she could actually see that, since Naruto had blindfolded her. They had just gotten finished having dinner a little while ago, and Naruto had said he wanted to show her something. Of course, he also said it was a surprise, hence the blindfold. All she knew for certain was that they were walking up a hill. "If I told you it would ruin the surprise, Mei-chan," Naruto said in a slightly teasing voice. "Just be patient, I guarantee you'll love what I have to show you." Mei gave a pout as she lifted her hand to the blindfold, only for Naruto's hands to grab hers. Mei-chan, come on now, you don't want to ruin the surprise, do you?" Mei sighed as she decided to relent as she was led to wherever Naruto was taking her. They continued making their way up the slope, Naruto behind Mei and gently pushing her forward. The woman stumbled a few times since she could not see where she was going. Thankfully Naruto was right behind her and made sure she would not fall to the ground. Eventually Mei began to hear the sound of running water, piquing her curiosity and making her wish she had her hands free, so she could take her blindfold off. As the sound of running water became clearer, they stopped. Naruto reached up and undid the Mei's blindfold. When the blindfold was removed, Mei found herself gasping at the scene before her. They standing in a small clearing that had a slope to it, yet somehow it was still able to maintain the water from the small lake in the middle. Said lake was where the noise was coming from. To the pair's right was a decent-sized waterfall. The water of the lake was a crystal clear blue. It was so clear that Mei could actually see the bottom even out in the middle from where she was standing. All around the lake were various forms of flora and fauna, decorating the entire area in different colors. Many of the flowers she did not recognize, but that only made the clearing that much more breathtaking. "It's beautiful," Mei breathed out in awe at the sight. "Thank you," Naruto said from behind her. "It took me a while to build. I actually had to have someone I know help me grow the plants faster." He had found out through various means that the Onbu with the Nico mask was named Tenzo, and had found out through accident that he somehow had the ability to use Makuten Jutsu. The blonde had managed to get the man's help when he had been assigned guard duty for Tsunade, and had overheard Naruto discussing his idea to make this place. And so Tenzo had helped him create the trees, the lake and the waterfall. Naruto had planted the flowers and plants he wanted to have there. Afterwards he had used a large seal to cast a powerful genjutsu over the entire field, so that only he or the few people he wanted to let in here could even see it. "You made this?" Mei asked in shock. She knew that one of Naruto's hobbies was gardening, but she did not think he would ever take it this far. Naruto nodded as he walked a little ways in front of her. Well, not all of it, I had some help. Naruto then proceeded to take off his shirt, tossing it to the side before making to remove the other articles of clothing he had on. Naruto looked back over at Mei, who was staring at him, or to be more precise, drooling over his form. Naruto grinned, I know you like staring at me, but you should probably start taking off your own clothes if you want to go for a swim with me. Mei blinked a few times as his words registered. As they did, she gave Naruto a grin. I would love to get these infernal clothes off, but the zipper's in the back and I can't reach it. She gave Naruto a pouty expression. Perhaps you could help take it off me. Naruto chuckled as he stood up in nothing but his boxers, walking behind the beautiful redhead. Grabbing her zipper, Naruto moved it down, loosening the dress she was in. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder afterwards and began to slide the dress off of her. His hands caressed her sides as her dress fell to the floor, pooling at her feet. Naruto whistled as he stared at Mei, who was now surprisingly completely nude. Now how did I miss that? The blonde asked rhetorically. Mei turned her head to give him a sultry smile. Wouldn't you like to know? Now, she turned around to face him. Grabbing the hem of his boxers, the woman's smile increased. This won't do at all. With that, she slid his boxers off of him, moving back up and allowing her hands to ghost over him, before she wrapped her arms around his neck and gave him a kiss, pressing her body against his and sensually rubbing her breasts up and down his chest. Both of them moaned as they felt each other's skin rub against them, sending small jolts of pleasure through them. Mei broke away and grabbed his hand, before leading him towards the water. Now I believe you said something about swimming. Yugito tried not to pay attention to Mei as he began to rap to the guards he had given their passports to, which she would have normally kicked him for. Instead, the blonde Kumo Kunoichi was looking out over the village they were at. Konoha was vastly different than what she had been expecting. All of the buildings were made out of a mixture of wood and brick. They were square and fairly standard looking. All around the village were trees, a lot of trees in various shapes and sizes. While she had seen villages that were very similar to Konoha, it was still something she had not expected, given that this was a ninja village. The atmosphere was also very different than what one would expect from a ninja village. The place had a very peaceful air to it. There was none of the paranoia and militaristic feel that her own village produced. As the three made their way into the village, she also noticed the difference in the population. In Kumo, more than 90% of the population was made out of ninja, with the other 10% being civilians such as merchants and the like. Here it looked like more than 50% were civilians, which became quite obvious from the way they were blatantly gawking at them as they passed. However, she knew that this did not mean that Konoha was in any way weak. Some of the best shinobi in the world were produced here, including Naruto, who was one of the most powerful shinobi she knew. Yugito turned her head as she sensed that they already had a tail trailing them. If not for her enhanced senses, there would be no way she would have found them. She shook her head and decided to ignore the ninja trailing them. They did not give off any intent to harm, so they were most likely just watching them to make sure they did not cause trouble. Likewise, she ignored the gaping civilians. They were probably not used to seeing Kumo shinobi, much less the Raikage, in their village. They walked over to the large red tower in the middle with the kanji for fire over the door, obviously the Hokage tower. Walking inside, they took a set of stairs to the third floor, where they spotted a black-haired female looking through some files on her desk. The three went up to the girl and tapped on the desk. Excuse me. The girl looked up and felt her eyes widen as she recognized the cage robes A was wearing. I am A, the Raikage of Kumo. With me are my bodyguards Yugito, Ni and Kirabai. Yo, young one, I'm the master when it comes to fun. I float like a butterfly and sting like a bee. That's because I'm the killer bee, began his introduction, only to be interrupted when he was kicked in the face by Yugito. Before the Catwoman could begin yelling, I turned to the girl and spoke. I believe the Hokage is expecting us. Isaribi nodded as she walked over to the door that led to the Hokage's office. She knocked on it a few times before opening it and sticking her head in. Hokage-sama, Raikage Dono and his escorts are here, she informed the busty blonde, who was for once actually doing her work. Tsunade looked up. Very well, send them in. Isaribi nodded before opening the door for the three Kumo ninja to enter. As they did, Tsunade stood up and walked over to them in greeting. Raikage Dono, it is a pleasure to see you here. She stuck out her hand, which the Raikage took. I trust your trip went well? Tsunade asked as she went through the customary pleasantries. As well as could be expected, I replied. Unfortunately, I was not able to find the time to lift my weights, but some sacrifices must be made. Tsunade blinked for a moment and was glad that she had received a report from Jiraiya about the man's eccentric and very guy-like attitude towards training. That is good to hear, Tsunade said as she went back to her seat. You are a week earlier than expected. Thankfully we have already reserved your hotel rooms for you. The Raikage scratched the back of his head. Yes, well, we were also hoping to see Naruto-san sometime before the tournament began. That's right. That's right, B said in an enthusiastic voice. Our kitty here was hoping that her blonde fox was near. Tsunade blinked at the odd and rather terrible rapping. She opened her mouth to say something when B's head was suddenly implanted in her wall. Damn it, B, Yugito yelled, an angry and embarrassed blush on her face. Why can't you ever stop rapping? This entire journey, that's all you've done. And worse, adding me into them. B merely pulled his head out of the wall. Now come on, kitten, you know you shouldn't be hitting. Tsunade's brow twitched as she watched the duo. A part of her was impressed at her fellow blonde's strength. However, another part was rather upset that she would need to get her wall repaired. Deciding to intervene before the blonde Kumo Kunoichi did that again, she spoke up. Excuse me. The three turned their attention to her. What did you mean when you said? Well, whatever it was you just said? Tsunade asked, since she was not quite sure what to call his bad rap. Before B could rap again, A spoke up. What he meant was that our little Yugito here, the Raikage pointed to a now embarrassed Yugito, has a, how shall we put this, a very close relationship to Naruto-san, so we came early to allow her to spend time with him. Tsunade scrutinized the young blonde before her, making the Nibi Jinchuriki blush and squirm under the older woman's gaze. Finally Tsunade looked at the blonde Kumo Kunoichi's hands. Sure enough, proudly displayed on her right ring finger was a ring. One that looked very similar to the one another woman who had come in a few days ago wore. That little brat. Tsunade mentally ground out. Finding out that Naruto was engaged to the Mizukage was shocking enough. Now Naruto, she finds out, he's also engaged to a Kumo Kunoichi and a known Jinchuriki no less. What was next? A daimyo. In the middle of a council meeting in Haru no Kuni, Koyuki gave a loud sneeze. It seems someone is talking about you, daimyo-sama, one of the delegates said. Koyuki wiped her nose with a tissue her aide gave her. Seems so. I hope it's Naruto. Before her mental rant could go any further, another thought came to mind. I suppose you would like to know where Naruto lives, right, Yugito-san? Asked Tsunade with a smirk. This will show him what happens when he does not tell me such important information. Yugito blushed a bright red. Yes. Tsunade nodded as she grabbed a scroll and wrote down the instructions, giving them to the girl, who thanked her before running out of the door. This will be his punishment, thought the busty blonde Hokage as she turned to the Raikage and began their conversation again. Mei sighed as she sat on one of the couches in the living room. It had only been a few hours, but she was already missing Naruto. The blonde shinobi had gone out to train Konohamaru and his team, having felt that he was neglecting them by sending Kage Bushins every day since Mei had gotten here. She knew that she was feeling spoiled by being here, getting to see him every morning, getting kissed awake every morning. Among other things. She grinned as she thought of all the enjoyable times they had had this week, and there's even more enjoyable times on the way. She looked over at the clock and saw that it was nearing 5 o'clock, meaning Naruto would be getting back soon for their date tonight. That brought up a thought. She still needed to get dressed. Of course she already knew what she was going to wear. She had Naruto unknowingly buy it for her during their first day together in Konoha. Still, it would take a while to put on, so she best get started now. She stood up and was about to go upstairs when the bell for the gate rang. Mei grunted in both annoyance and curiosity. Moving towards the door, she wondered who could be coming over, since no one had ever bothered to come here before. The beautiful redhead walked outside and up to the gate, placing her hands on the two small circles and channeling her chakra like Naruto told her to. The seals that Naruto had placed all over the gate soon began to retract, curling in on themselves as they moved towards the circles. When they stopped, there was a click signaling the gate was unlocked. Mei opened it and was about to tell whoever it was that Naruto was not here, only to stop when she spotted a woman she had met only once before. Yugito-san. Naruto entered the gate to his house after his training session with Konohamaru, Moigi, and Udon. The blonde was quite pleased with their progress. They had advanced far within the past 3 weeks. Naruto could honestly say that any one of the three could take on the average Chunin and win, though they still had a long way to go to defeat higher-ranked ninja. Still, he was sure that if given time they would get there. He was also sure that they would become Chunin after these exams were over. Unlocking the door to his house, Naruto walked in, looking around as he shut the door. He frowned when he did not see Mei. For the past week that she had been living with him, the woman had always greeted him at the door. Maybe she's just getting ready for our date, Naruto thought to himself as he walked farther in the house. He shrugged the thought off as he walked upstairs to his room to get ready for their date. Mei was a Kage-level ninja, so he knew that she was not in any danger. However, before he could get too far along the stairs, a noise behind him made the blonde stop, or rather two voices made him stop. "Hello Naruto-Naruto-kun." Naruto turned around in surprise, his eyes soon found a familiar face he had not expected to see so soon. "Yugi-chan." Naruto repressed the small shiver of fear that ran up his spine. He looked at the two women, both of whom were attached to one of his arms. Naruto had decided that rather than just him and Mei going on the date, it would be him, Mei and Yugito who had shown up just today apparently. Of course he had been forced to change the reservations to 3 instead of 2, but that would not be too much of a problem. The only issue would be the increased cost, and Naruto was rich enough that it would not even put a dent in his account. Though even if it did, he would have still taken them out anyway. However, there was a slight problem that Naruto noticed, and that was the tension he felt between the two women he was with. They were not at each other's throats or anything, but he did notice a definite rift between them. That they had also taken to throwing the occasional glare only served to confirm this. The blonde male was not blind to this, nor to the reasons behind it. Unlike most men, Naruto could proudly say that while he did not know exactly how females thought, he was probably the closest living male to have an inkling of their thought process. This was due to Naruto's use of the Orochi no Jutsu that he had made when he was a kid, which had been used on several missions he had undertaken with Jiraiya during his training trip. There had been several slave trade rings that he and his perverted sensei had broken up. Say what you will about the Toad Senin's perverseness, but the man did respect women, in his own way of course. This had been used as a part of Naruto's training. It had been his job to infiltrate their base of operations somehow. Naruto had decided to use the Orochi no Jutsu to disguise himself as a female. After that he had gotten captured by the bandits who would then take him to be processed before being sold on the black market. His time as a female had given Naruto a look into a female's mindset, allowing him to understand the fairer sex better than most. Naruto knew that he was the main reason for the tension Mei and Yugito felt between each other. There was not really anything else that could cause it. Both of them were extremely strong females, which meant that they were unused to having to share things. It made worse that Yugito had never been in love before this, so she did not really know how to handle it. While Mei was a cage with a flirtatious attitude and a strong desire to get married, she was used to being the center of attention and not just his. So having someone who he loved as much as her with them, and who could compete with her in beauty, was a possible recipe for disaster. Naruto looked at the two of them again. They had both taken the time to dress up in clothes that showed off just how beautiful the two were. Like always, Mei was in a blue dress, however this one differed from the one she usually wore. The dress was strapless and had a low V cut in the back, showing off her slender yet toned shoulders and back. They front seemed a little tight and pushed up her already rather ample bosom, and Naruto could tell she was not wearing a bra. The dress stopped halfway above the knees, allowing Naruto to see her mile-long legs. She also had her hair done up in a traditional Japanese bun. Even the 4 bangs were out of her eyes, allowing Naruto to see both of her emerald green eyes. There were a few strands of hair that had gotten loose and framed her face, however that only added to her beauty as far as Naruto was concerned. Yugito was also dressed up nicely, having taken to wearing the same dress she had on for their first date, bringing a smile to Naruto's face at the fond memory. Her hair was also done up today, rather than let down like she usually had it when they went on their dates. The blonde woman was also wearing makeup, red lipstick and purple eyeliner with a hint of blush. Naruto knew that Yugito only knew the basics of how to put on makeup. Hell, even Naruto knew more about makeup than she did. Naruto could easily recognize her makeup as the handiwork of Mei. In an effort to get them stop throwing each other glares and condescending looks, Naruto disengaged them from his arms before wrapping an arm around the two's waists. "You two look beautiful," Naruto complimented, as he pulled them close enough so that their heads were leaning on one of his shoulders. Both girls blushed at hearing the compliment, only to notice the other was blushing and ended up glaring at each other again. Unfortunately for Naruto, he had not noticed the glare, though he could feel the increased tension. Thankfully they arrived at the restaurant without any incident. The three entered the rather opulent entrance to the restaurant, a new one that had opened up just last year called Bukamono's. As they entered, Naruto had to hold in a whistle. This place could easily be mistaken for some kind of palace. Grand columns and tapestries with the Konoha leaf symbol and Hai no Kuni national flower on them were strung up on the walls. The center of the room was empty at the moment, and rather than soft carpet, the floor was made of varnished wood. There was a light music being played by a band on a stage on one side of the room. Naruto was able to deduce from this that center floor was for dancing. Along the walls and large and comfortable looking booths, with deep red colored cushioning and curved in a quarter circle. Located throughout the restaurant were large aquariums filled with different species of fish, each one filled with species from a different region of the elementals. Naruto walked up to the front desk where a waitress was standing. Tapping it on the desk, he got the young woman's attention. Said waitress looked up and blushed at seeing the by now very well-known handsome blonde. "How can I help you, Namikaze-sama?" she asked before noticing the two women on his arm and glared. Naruto kept himself from sighing as he spoke. "I believe that I have a reservation here for 3, it would be under Uzumaki Namikaze." The young waitress stopped glaring at Mei and Yugito, looking down as she leafed through the reservations book. "Let's see. Ah. Here it is." The woman grabbed 3 menus before gesturing for them to follow her. Naruto tightened his hold around Mei and Yugito's waists as he followed the waitress, stopping at the table they were granted. Naruto slid in as Mei and Yugito each got on one side of him, making sure that they were as close as possible without being uncomfortable in the booth. "Now here are your menus, your waiter will be here shortly, so if there is anything you need do not be afraid to ask him." With that, the young woman gave Naruto's 2 dates one last glare, before walking back to the front desk. As they sat, Naruto decided to talk in order to dispel the still growing tension between the two women. "So Yugi-chan, how have A and B been doing?" Yugito looked up at him and smiled. "They're doing well. A is the same as always, though he has been complaining more recently, something about not getting any challenging fights." Naruto chuckled at hearing that, but did not say anything as Yugito continued. "As for Kirabai, well, he's Kirabai. He's still doing his terrible raps, and is still getting on my nerves." "Well, it's good to hear that some things never change," Naruto said with a smile, making the blonde woman smile as well. "So you're close to the Raikage, Yugito-san?" asked Mei as she tried to get the conversation towards her. Yugito nodded. "Yes, they may be annoying and eccentric, but they have always been the closest thing I've ever had to family." "That must be nice being so close to the Raikage like that," Mei commented. "I hear he is quite powerful." Naruto could instantly see where this was going and made to stop it before any argument could break out. "He is fairly powerful, and I would often spar with him when I was in Kumo, so I can tell you firsthand that if I was not a Jin quirky he would kick my ass 6 ways to Sunday. By the way, how has Kiri been? I hear you made a trade agreement with Nami recently?" Mei gave the blonde shinobi a grin. "We have, thanks to you." Her grin turned somewhat seductive as she leaned into him. "All it took was your recommendation and they were practically walking over themselves to give us a trade agreement." "That's great," Naruto said in an enthusiastic voice as he continued conversing with the two. As the conversation continued, Naruto found out very quickly that he could not stay on any one topic for too long. If he did, then either Mei or Yugito would attempt to make a subtly scathing comment about the other, thus Naruto would change topics whenever one of them began to look like they would make a condescending remark. The waiter came a little while later. After the 3 had ordered their food, Naruto decided it may be a good idea to excuse himself for a moment. With how territorial he guessed was an appropriate word, with how territorial the two were acting, the blonde figured it would be best if he were removed from the equation for a while. Hopefully it would give them some time to talk to each other more civilly. As Naruto walked off, Mei turned to Yugito and offered the Nibi Jinchuriki a small smirk. "I heard from Narukoi that you're quite the powerful kunoichi." Yugito smirked as well. If this woman wanted to talk ninja, she could do that with the best of them. "I am. In Kumo I am considered the second strongest jonin." Mei smiled as if she had won a victory. "That is most impressive, being such a powerful jonin," Mei finished as she placed an emphasis on jonin, letting the blonde woman know who had the higher status. Yugito frowned as she spoke. "It is nice, I suppose. I get to travel and see new sights." Yugito's frown turned into a small smirk as she continued. "Plus I don't have to deal with any paperwork other than the standard mission papers." Mei pursed her lips before smiling. "That does sound nice. Though paperwork is not as bad as many people make it up to be, especially when you have someone like Narukoi giving you a message while you work." Yugito's mouth turned into a thin line. "He does give amazing messages, especially the full body messages he usually gives me when we go to the hot springs." Mei narrowed her eyes a bit at that, however she soon gave Yugito a grin. "When Narukoi and I go to the hot springs we prefer to do other activities." Yugito could not hold her glare in this time. "Yes, well, some of us have enough decency not to be so blatant about our sex life in public." "Don't try to act like you're better than me with this," Mei said as she narrowed her eyes at Yugito. "I think you know that you are no better than me. And at least I am not afraid to admit it." Yugito hissed at the girl and the two soon began to trade more and more insults, with each one becoming more vicious and degrading than the last. The waiter who had come with their food, left rather quickly after setting it down in order to avoid the increasing killing intent coming from the two. Eventually their argument came to where the two were actually about to trade blows. Mei ended up slapping the blonde Kumo Kunoichi. In retaliation, Yugito hit Mei hard enough to knock her onto the table. Unfortunately for them, Mei also ended up creating enough kinetic force to send their food flying. The two stopped fighting as they watched their food fly into the air, before landing right on top of the whole reason for their argument. Naruto sighed as he got out of the bathroom, hoping that the two had been able to solve their problem. He walked over towards where they were sitting, and blinked in surprise when he saw Mei getting punched in the face. Because of his surprise, Naruto was unable to notice the food that had been sent sailing, food which landed right on top of him. Soon the blonde shinobi found himself covered in noodles, sushi, rice, chicken and some kind of garlic-smelling broth. Without really thinking, Naruto took off his jacket and wiped away what he could of the food and sauce, while walking over to the two now ashamed-looking women. Naruto did not pay any attention to their expressions, or those of the other customers who were whispering. Gently grabbing the two girls by the hand, he led them to the front desk, where he paid for the meal and left. During the walk home, Naruto had still not spoken as his mind tried to process what happened. He could not understand how the two could actually lose their cool like that, becoming angry enough at each other that they would actually start to fight. Both Mei and Yugito had always been able to keep their emotions under control. They would not be such amazing kunoichi if they couldn't. His body stayed on autopilot as the three entered the gate to Naruto's house. Opening the door, Naruto let the two girls in first. He led the two over to one of the couches and sat them down in one, while he took another. For a moment he just looked at them, making the two bow their heads as they began to feel like a child who had been caught doing something they should not. Finally Naruto decided to speak. So, what exactly happened back there? I mean, it's not like you two to lose your cool over something, unless it was serious. Both Mei and Yugito looked up as they began to corroborate their story, occasionally trying to interrupt each other and almost getting into another fight. However, Naruto made sure to break it up before anything could happen. Eventually Naruto began to get an idea of what happened. A part of him had been afraid this would have happened. After all, if he had to share either of them with another man, you can be sure he would not stand for it. A part of him had hoped they would not fight, and that they would at least remain civil until they got to really know each other. Still, he could not blame them for it. After all, it was his fault they were fighting over something like this. It had always been on his mind when he had first been told he would need to marry multiple women by Jiraiya due to his clan. How would they feel about being forced to share him with not just one, but three other women? It was something that he had continuously felt bad about, making him feel like he was denying them a chance to find someone who would be able to spend all of their time with just them. Naruto sighed as he closed his eyes. I'm sorry, you two. The two women looked at him in surprise. However, Naruto did not see their expressions as she spoke. This is my fault. I doubt you two would have fought if it were not for having to share me. I'm sorry I am not able to give you girls what you deserve, someone who can spend all their time with you and treat you right. The girls felt their jaws hang open as Naruto spoke. How could he even say that? He had always taken time out of his schedule to visit them, despite it getting even fuller due to his clan status being active and all the council meetings he's had to go to. Naruto stood up, bringing their attention to him. I'm going to go take shower, Naruto said in response to their looks. Perhaps you girls could talk, maybe see if this being with me is what you really want. With that, Naruto left, walking upstairs to take a shower. Both girls put their heads back down as they cursed themselves for getting into a foolish argument. Both knew what happened to clans, especially ones that had Kage Genkai. Due to the war in Kiri, Mei had been forced to order 6 bloodline clans that were on the verge of extinction because of the war Kiri had gotten out of, to practice polygamy. In fact, due to her bloodline, she would be forced to produce a male heir who could take multiple wives as well. So she knew this would happen. She had told Naruto that she was okay with it. Yet she had still gotten in a fight with one of the other women he was going to marry. Likewise, Yugito knew of at least 3 bloodline clans in Kumo that had been placed under the clan breeding program. Hell, they had been going to use the kidnapped Hyuga heiress for breeding, had the kidnappers not been caught. Yet even knowing this, she had still been rude to Mei, who, if she were honest with herself, she respected a great deal. The two looked at each other. I'm sorry / I apologize. They both blinked as they spoke at the same time. Mei gestured for Yugito to go first. I'm sorry, Yugito said, I did not mean to say any of those things to you. None of them were true. In truth, I actually respect you for being able to make Kage. Mei smiled. I would like to apologize as well. I did not mean say anything that would hurt you, especially with insults that were false. So, Yugito squirmed a bit, feeling unsure how to proceed. Mei decided to help her and stuck her hand out, Friends? Yugito smiled and gave a nod as she took Mei's hand. Thanks, Yugito said. She looked over at the stairs and sighed. We really messed up, huh? Yeah, we did, Mei said as she too turned her eyes to the stairs. She thought for a moment before a smile crept onto her face. However, I know of a way we can make it up to Naruto. The reed head began to explain her plan to Yugito. The next day Naruto had a large smile on his face as he and Yugito walked down the street, dutifully ignoring the stares they received. They had been receiving them all day. Naruto was unsure whether it was from them seeing him with someone other than Mei, whom he had been seen around Konoha with for the past week. Or whether it was the ridiculously large smile he was sporting. Of course he felt he had a damn good reason to smile. This morning he had woken up to not just Mei but also Yugito. Both of them had been flushed up against him, cuddled onto his chest. It was the first time he had ever slept with more than one of the important women in his life. He had to admit that it felt good. After he had given them both a wake-up to remember, they had all taken a shower together, having a little fun there before getting clean. The three had then had a large breakfast of pancakes, bacon, eggs, hash browns and orange juice, which had been prepared by a Naruto clone. Afterwards Mei had left, saying something about it probably being a good idea if she actually met the Junon team she had sent, which she had not done the entire time she had been in Konoha. This had given Naruto and Yugito the entire day to themselves. And so they had planned out the day. Naruto had first taken Yugito on a tour, similar to the one had given Mei. Around noon Naruto and Yugito had made their way to the ramen bar, although that had not been as good an idea as he had thought at first. When A-Tame saw Naruto walking in with another woman besides Mei, she had been pissed. It was the first time the blonde shinobi had ever seen his Nei-chan so angry at him. She had ranted his ear off about being faithful for nearly 15 minutes. It was really only thanks to Yugito that he had gotten off easy, helping him explain that he was subjected to the CRA, telling her what it was and that she was perfectly okay with knowing that she would not be the only woman marrying Naruto. Though this might have been the wrong thing to say in public, many of the women who had heard had looked at him with a glint in their eyes. He was sure that were it not for Yugito they would have tried to rape him. Once they had gotten their food and talked with A-Tame and Tuchi, Naruto and Yugito had gone over to one of the lakes in Konoha, deciding to have a picnic together before cuddling up under one of the trees. Now the two were walking around Konoha and checking stores that Yugito saw items of interest in. Unlike Mei, who had an insatiable desire to shop, Yugito only had one area of interest when shopping: shinobi-related equipment. The woman, despite coming into her more feminine side with Naruto, was still at heart a ninja and seemed to have an obsession for high-quality ninja gear in a way that could rival Tenten's weapon fetish. This store Naru-kun, Yugito said, using her new pet name for him as she dragged the blonde to what Naruto recognized as the Higurashi weapons store. Naruto smiled as he and Yugito entered the shop. He laughed when he saw his fellow blonde stop in her tracks and stare wide-eyed at all of the merchandise. Naruto noticed there was even drool dribbling down her chin. "You're drooling, Yugi-chan," Naruto said as he wiped the small trail of saliva away with a finger. Yugito blushed as Naruto gave her a grin. He was about to make another comment when someone behind him spoke. "Excuse me, but if you're not ninja, I'm afraid you can't come in here." Naruto turned around to see Tenten standing behind them. "Aw, Tenten, I thought I was a ninja." Tenten blinked as Naruto turned around. "Oh. Naruto, I didn't realize it was you. You look different in civilian clothes." Naruto shrugged. "I suppose, though I thought my hair would be enough of a giveaway to figure out who I was." Tenten held back an embarrassed blush. Naruto laced his hand with Yugito's as he pulled her forward. "Yugito, I would like you to meet Tenten, Konoha's foremost weapons expert. Tenten, I would like you to meet Yugi-chan, a woman I plan on spending the rest of my life with." Both of the girls blinked at Naruto's introduction. Yugito blushed while Tenten held in a sigh of disappointment. While she was not a fangirl like Ino and Sakura had been in their younger days, where they would try to get with anyone who was hot and from a powerful clan, she would not deny that Naruto was by far the most physically attractive man she had ever met. Tenten looked at him with an odd expression as she remembered something. "Wait, I thought you were with that red-haired woman." The weapon mistress's eyes narrowed. "If you're cheating on her, I'm sweat Kami." Naruto groaned. "What is it with you people and cheating? If you looked up the laws in the Konoha clan charter regarding any member who is the last of their clan, it states that they are eligible for the CRA and must wed at least 4 women by the time of their 18th birthday, otherwise the council gets to choose wives for them." Tenten bowed her head for a second. She had not realized that, though in her defense she did not know much about the clan charter seeing as how she was not in a clan. "I'm sorry," Tenten said in a small voice. "No, it's all right," Naruto replied as he heaved a sigh. "Sorry for snapping at you." This has happened several times, so I'm a little snappy when it comes to that subject. Naruto turned his head and smiled at Yugito as she began to rub his back in a soothing circle pattern. Thanks Yugi-chan, Naruto said as he leaned in and gave her a soft kiss on the lips. Tenten blushed as the two kissed, so if you're in the CRA then. I already have 4 women I plan on marrying, Naruto interrupted. While he would admit Tenten was cute, he had no romantic interest in her. Tenten sighed a bit before perking up. She did not know him that well, so it was only a minor disappointment. It just would have been nice to see if anything could have happened between them. Besides, they could still be friends. So what can I get for you today? Tenten asked as she changed the subject. Oh, we're just looking around, Naruto replied with an offhand air. Tenten nodded as she turned to Yugito, so I don't think I've ever seen you in the store before. That's because I'm not from here, Yugito replied as she looked around the store. I'm from Kumo. Tenten's eyes widened. I see. So how do you know Naruto? Yugito looked over at her as she spoke. I met him when he and Jiraiya had come to Kumo. Yugi-chan here is a Jinchuriki like me, Naruto said, surprising Tenten. Thanks to his announcement she knew what he was, but she had not known there were others like him aside from Gaara. She helped me with my training to use the fuzzball's chakra, Naruto continued with a grin, and he could have sworn he heard a grumble of insolent Ningen in his mind, though I'm still not as good with my Baiju's chakra as she is. I see, Tenten said as she did not know what else to say. Well, you might not want to tell Neji about. I wouldn't worry, Naruto reassured her. That was the Sandaime Raikage, the Yondaime has no interest in the Hyuga clan. Naruto and Yugito spent some time talking with Tenten. When they decided to leave, Naruto ended up buying several kunai that could channel elemental chakra and several exploding tags. After they left, Naruto looked up at the sky and noticed the sun was starting to set. Hey Yugi-chan, Naruto said, getting the young woman's attention. Naruto wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her close. There's something I want to show you. He didn't even give her a chance to respond as he disappeared within a sushin, reappearing on top of the Hokage monument. Yugito was about to ask Naruto what that was about when she turned and saw the village from atop their perch. Oh wow! The entire village looked like it was on fire, the reds, yellows, oranges and purples mixing together, forming one of the most amazing sunsets she had seen. I know, right? Naruto said with a grin, gently grabbing Yugito's hand as he led her over to one of the spikes from his father's hair. Sitting down, the blonde shinobi pulled Yugito in between his legs, wrapping his arm securely around her waist. Yugito leaned into his back, letting her head rest against his as he set his on her shoulder. For several minutes they stayed like his, letting each other bask in the comforting presence of the other. After a while Naruto spoke up. I always used to come here when I was kid, whether it was to think or just get away from the villagers. This has always been one of my favorite spots. It's kind of funny really, all this time I had come up here and sat on my father's head and never knew it. Perhaps you knew instinctually that he was your father, Yugito said as she turned her head and kissed Naruto's cheek. Maybe. Naruto replied with a grin. What about your mother? Yugito asked. She had always been curious about his parents. She of course knew of his father but had never really heard much about his mom. She only knew her last name was Uzumaki. My mother's name was Kushina Uzumaki, who was a kunoichi from Uzushio no Sato. The rest of their time on the Hokage monument was spent with Naruto telling Yugito what he knew of his mother. Omake, Repercussions of an Author Part 3. Naruto sighed as he finally managed to slip his way past the last horde of fangirls and reach his destination. He grinned at how he had finally been able to get rid of, or at least avoid the nuisances that were fangirls. It had taken a while, but Naruto had found a book specifically designed to avoid them. It was called Fangirl 101, How to Identify and Avoid Fangirls. The book was an absolute godsend for the blonde. Odd thing about the book though was the writer. It was apparently written by Itachi Uchiha. Naruto had to laugh at that. One of his biggest problems for the future had just given him the solution to one of his largest issues right now. He would have to thank the man before they fought. Naruto entered the place he had spent an hour trying to get to with a large smile on his face. Walking over to the front desk, Naruto tapped on it to get the attention of the young woman manning it. Said woman looked up and felt heat spread to her cheeks as she recognized him. Thankfully she realized the need to be professional while on the job and greeted him properly, albeit she was still blushing. How can I help you today? She asked. I'd like to spend the day in one of your onsens, Naruto replied as he unsealed Gama-chan. Very well Namikaze-sama. The young girl looked at their standing price for the day. Your total comes to 10,000.00 yen. Naruto nodded as he handed the girl the appropriate amount, sealing the wallet up again. Naruto began to make his way over to the male changing rooms when the woman stopped him. Wait. Naruto turned around to see the young woman holding up his book. Can you sign this please? Naruto looked at the girl before sighing. Grabbing the book, he unsealed one of the fuinjutsu brushes he always kept on hand. What's your name? Naruto asked as he signed. Miari, the girl answered with a light blush staining her cheeks. All right, Naruto said as he finished signing and handed the book back. Thank you so much, Miari squealed as she began to cuddle the book to her chest. Naruto just smiled and walked out. Miari continued cuddling the book to her breast, however she blinked a few seconds as she felt she was forgetting something. Finally a gasp escaped her as she remembered. Oh no. I forgot to tell him today was mixed bathing. Naruto finished taking off his clothes. Folding them up, he put them in one of the baskets. Almost as soon as he opened the door, he knew something was wrong. Opening it all the way, Naruto saw that there were females in the hot spring. Lots and lots of females. As the group of girls, which seemed to be at least in the number of about 50, stared at him, Naruto began to sweat. Hello, he said weakly. As if by some signal, all the girls stood up. It's Namikaze-sama. Let's get him. Naruto paled as the girls rushed him. He could not get away in time as they grabbed him. All of them yelling about how amazing he was and asking if they could have his children, all the while grabbing onto parts that only belonged to 4 women. Naruto cried anime tears, knowing that this was the end. He was so scared he never even thought of using Kuriwimi or Hiraishin to escape. In a tree overlooking the hot spring, Jiraiya of the Sennin was furiously scribbling down in his notepad. Damn, that Gaki's an absolute gold mine. Jiraiya listened to Naruto's screams for help and to not touch his meat stick. I'm so glad I let slip he was going to the hot springs today, the white-haired Sennin smirked. Serves him right for all the times he and his women beat on me. For the next few hours Jiraiya watched and wrote as Naruto struggled furiously to keep the rabid, mouth-foaming fangirls away from his family goods. Chapter 13, The Third Stage. It was the day of the third and final stage of the Chunin exams, and it seemed as if the entirety of Konoha had managed to get tickets. The stadium was filled to the brim with people from all over the elemental nations, many of who had come to see this generation's lineup of ninja. People from all stations in life, from daimyos to paupers, had come for what many were sure would be an exciting set of matches. Of course, it also helped that everyone finally got to see the newest and possibly one of the famous or infamous, depending on whom you asked, ninja. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze was standing with the Junin who had made it to the finals, in the center of the stadium where everyone could see them. He looked out at the crowd, and noticed that many of the people there were pointing to him as they spoke. The blonde shinobi was really beginning to rethink his position on whether or not being so well known was a good thing. When he had been younger he would have killed for this kind of attention. Now I just want some peace and quiet. He shook himself out of his thoughts and looked up at the cage booth, to see the 4 cages who were in attendance this year being seated with their bodyguards. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade looked out over the crowd that this year had turned up. It was exactly what she had expected the turnout to be this year. The blonde Hokage had sent several personal letters to daimyos and anybody who she deemed as important to let them know that she had a special attraction for them at the Chunin exams this year. Hokage Dono. Tsunade turned around to see Mei Terumi greeting her with a smile, walking up to her with her 2 bodyguards on either side. Mizukage Dono, Tsunade greeted as the woman took a seat on the blonde's left. You know, this is the first Chunin exam I've actually been to as a Kage, Mei said as she looked down at the stadium, smiling as she saw Naruto. It's rather exciting. It is a rather interesting things to see from this perspective. The 2 women and their bodyguards turned to see Gaara and his 2 siblings walking up to them. I myself had the same feeling the first time I watched the Chunin exams as a Kage. Kazekage Dono, it's a pleasure to see you again, Tsunade greeted. How was the trip here? Gaara took off his Kage hat as he sat down on the left-hand side of Mei. It was fine, there was nothing very eventful that happened. Gaara turned to Mei. You are the new Mizukage, correct? He asked. I am, Mei said as she held out a hand, which Gaara accepted after a bit. I have heard many things about you from Narukoi. Gaara cocked an eyebrow at the suffix. He absently wondered if the Mizukage and Naruto had a relationship outside of just what he did for her during the Civil War. When Naruto had visited Suna he had not mentioned being close to Kiri's new leader. Then again Gaara had gotten the feeling that there were a lot of things his blonde friend had not mentioned back then. He has spoken of me? Gaara inquired. Mei smiled. Quite often, he told me about the similarities you 2 have with your past. While Gaara's siblings were slightly shocked, the red-haired Kage merely nodded in understanding. Looks like everyone else is already here. The three Kages turned their head to the voice, to find A, B and Yugito walking up to them. It looks like this year has gained quite the crowd. I don't think I've seen so many people at one exam. We have gotten a pretty big turnout this year, Tsunade agreed as the Raikage took the seat on her right. Though it may be that some of the people here are really just coming to see one of Konoha's more infamous shinobi. The Raikage laughed. Yes, that would not surprise me. People always seem to have something of a fandom for certain powerful figures in the shinobi world. And I must admit few seem to fill that requirement as well as Naruto-san does. Kankuro leaned into Tamari's ear as he whispered, it seems that Naruto has really gotten around. He could not believe that the little pipsqueak who had only worn orange and screamed Dadabio at the top of his lungs was so famous. Not only famous but apparently had some kind of intimate relationship with the Mizukage, who in his humble opinion was a complete babe. I know what you mean, Tamari whispered back, he seems to know just about every Kage in the elementals. In fact the only one he does not seem to be friends with is the Tsuchikage, and that's just because Iwa hates his father. Yugito-chan, Mei greeted the younger woman with a smile, are you looking forward to seeing the kids Narukoi trained in action? Yugito looked at the red-haired woman and offered her own smile. Despite their rocky start the two had ended up becoming friends. I am, knowing Naru-kun they should be able to put up quite the fight. As the two women talked the other ninja in the booth looked at them, most wondering how the two knew each other. None of the other Kages or their bodyguards besides Tsunade knew that Mei and Yugito had both been staying at the Namikaze estate. Tsunade had made Naruto tell her his relationship with all of the girls he planned on marrying. The only female she did not know he was dating was Konan. Even then Naruto had forced her to come to his estate before he told her anything, making sure that he told her in the most secure location he could think of so that the information was away from prying eyes. Most people would assume that the young man was being paranoid, but Tsunade knew that with all of the enemies he had in and outside of the village, paranoia was a good thing. Tsunade looked out at the crowd, specifically the daimyo's booth in an effort to make sure that all the dignitaries who had come for the exams were present. Nodding to herself the blonde Hokage stood up from her seat and walked to the ledge, she raised her hands in a grandiose gesture as she began her speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome all of you to the Chunin exams. A roar of approval came up from the crowd. Tsunade waited for it to die down before she continued. This year we have 9 contestants who have proven their worth, showing skills beyond their status. Today you will get to see these talented young ninja in action. Let the Chunin exams begin. You seem quite good at riling up the crowd, Hokage Dono, Mei complimented as Tsunade returned to her seat. Mei herself had never been all that good at speeches, even short ones, at least not to the masses. She could do it of course, no Kage worth their weight would be unable to give a good rallying speech, but it had never been her forte. Thanks I guess, I honestly hate speeches, Tsunade said, getting a trickle of laughter to run through the Kage booth. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Before we begin this exam there are a few new additions to this exam that I have added, Naruto said as the tournament started. First we have the same rule as the one in the prelims, you listen to what I say, when I say it. Failure to do this will result in your immediate termination from the exams. Next, to make this exam a little more challenging and entertaining, I have placed several traps all throughout this arena. Many of the Junin felt a sheen of sweat on their skin at seeing the sadistic leer on Naruto's face. There may be other surprises in store as well, problems that will arise and force you to think on your feet. I hope all of you have prepared well this past month. Now, Naruto began, let's get to the first battle, Juka Karate vs Hanabi Hyuga. Everyone else please leave the arena floor and go up to the fighter's booth. As the other 7 Junin left the arena floor, Hanabi and Juka stayed, moving to opposite sides of the arena. Hanabi got into a classic Jukan stance and flared her Byakugan, making the veins around her temples bulge. Juka got into the standard Suna Academy stance. Neither spoke yet as they waited for the signal to start. Are both fighters ready? Naruto asked and received a nod from both of them. Bringing up his hand Naruto made a downward slashing motion, then Hajime. The blonde shinobi jumped back as the battle started. You should give up, Hanabi stated in her emotionless voice, using her Hyuga face to maximize effect. You cannot win against me. Juka snorted, less talk, more action little girl. Hanabi glared at her opponent and rushed towards Juka, hoping to get in close so she could use her Jukan taijutsu style. As the Hyuga heiress ran, Juka began going through hand seals, stopping on the tori, bird, seal as he called out his jutsu. Fu Uten, Daitapa. Wind release, great breakthrough. A large gust of wind hit Hanabi, attempting to lift her into the air. The young pale-eyed Junon channeled chakra into the bottom of her feet, sticking to the ground as she let the gust pass her. When it did, she kicked off again. Closing the distance, she aimed a strike at one of the tenketsu on Juka's abdomen. However, the Suna Junon jumped back, pulling out several kunai and wrapping exploding tags around them. He channeled some chakra into them and threw them at Hanabi. The Hyuga Junon saw the kunai coming and began to spin. Hakushu Kaiden. Heavenly Divination Rotation. A blue shield of chakra surrounded the Hyuga heiress, deflecting the kunai and making them bounce off her shield. However, that did not stop the notes from exploding. The blue energy sphere was blown back a ways, dissipating to reveal a slightly burnt Hanabi. Said girl shook the cobwebs out of her head and began another charge. Juka began going through more hand seals as he continuously backpedaled, only to trip a wire and force both Hanabi and he to dodge as several kunai and shuriken came flying at them. Before Hanabi could recover, Juka redid his hand seals and called out his jutsu. Fu Uten, Repushu. Juka thrust out his hand with his palm facing out. A blast of wind shot from his hand and towards Hanabi. Being able to see the chakra, Hanabi dodged the wind attack and managed to close the distance. In that instant it was over as the Hyuga Kunoichi closed off Juka's tenketsu points, knocking the Suna Junon unconscious. Winner by knockout, Hanabi Hyuga. Naruto announced. The crowd cheered for Hanabi as she left the arena floor. Several medics came out with a stretcher, placing Juka on it before heading to the medical wing. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Your Junon is quite talented, Hokage-sama, Gaara said as the fight ended. Though she was quite reckless, Mei spoke up before Tsunade could say anything. Had it been a real battle and she charged a wind user with more powerful techniques, she would have died. Tsunade nodded. I have to agree with you, Mizukage Dono, and she has good techniques but needs to work on her strategy. Still, at least she's got spirit. The Raikage said, that's always a plus in my books. The other Kages looked at him oddly for a moment, but nodded in agreement. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Next match, Konohamaru Sarutobi and Renji Ibari. Could you two please come down to the arena floor? Naruto called out over the noise of the crowd. While Renji walked down the stairs, Konohamaru in his typical fashion jumped out of the fighter's box, using chakra to lessen the impact of his fall. Konohamaru moved to one side of the stadium while Renji took the other. Knowing he would need to use something other than a kunai for this battle, the young Sarutobi heir unsealed his bow staff, twirling it around before getting into his stance. In response to the younger Junon bringing out his weapon, Renji unsheathed his sword and got into a standard kenjutsu stance. I hope you're ready for me to kick your ass, Konohamaru shouted in an enthusiastic and cocky voice. Renji's sweat dropped. This kid is like a miniature version of Ichigo with that attitude. Out loud he said, I think you're a little too cocky for your own good, kid. I'll enjoy taking you down a few pegs. Naruto looked at both fighters. Are you two ready? Receiving a nod he shouted, then. Hajime. The two shinobi rushed each other, clashing their respective weapons together in an attempt to hit the other. Renji came at with a diagonal slash that was blocked by Konohamaru, who used his staff's double-sidedness to counterattack. The Konoha Junon staff managed to clip Renji's side. Spinning with the blow, the Kiri shinobi spun around and aimed a slash at Konohamaru's midsection. Konohamaru parried the blow and began to spin his staff in increasingly complex maneuvers. Renji jumped back so as not to get hit. Timing his attack, Renji thrust his blade in the complex weaving of the bow staff, stopping it in its tracks. Renji pushed against the staff and tried to skewer Konohamaru, who leaned back and twisted his body out of the way, spinning his staff at the same time to knock Renji's sword off course and give the young Sarutobi an opening. Planting his staff in the ground, Konohamaru used it to increase the force of his kick as he smashed a foot into Renji's face. Renji went flying back but managed to flip in midair and land on his feet. Kaden, Gokyaku no Jutsu. The redhead looked up and cursed as a giant fireball came barreling towards him. Renji put on a burst of speed as he jumped out of the way. Seeing Renji dodge, Konohamaru went through more hand seals and slammed them into the ground. Doten, Doryudan. Earth release, Earth Dragon Missile. A dragon head rose out of the ground and began to fire powerful mud balls at Renji, forcing the Kiri Junon to dodge. Konohamaru pulled out several kunai and shuriken from his pouch, throwing them at Renji. Seeing the kunai coming, Renji used his sword to deflect the ones that came near him. The barrage stopped and the pineapple head tried to rush Konohamaru, with said Junon doing the same. Neither saw the seals on the ground until it was almost too late. When they did, their eyes went wide and they were forced to kuriwimi as the ground under them exploded, sending fire and heat into the sky as well as tearing huge gouts in the field. They both appeared on opposite ends of the field. Looking at each other, they kicked off the ground and tried to move in close range, albeit much more cautiously than last time. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Well, this is turning out to be quite the fight, A said as he watched the two Junon enter a close combat battle again. I have to admit to being impressed. They are getting pretty good, Mei said as she studied the battle, though they could think more tactically. Still, I think they might both be Chunin material, but we'll have to see more before deciding that, Tsunade said. Their combat level is definitely Chunin though, Yugito tilted her head. They have both been trained very well. Most Chunin don't actually learn all it means to be a Chunin until after they earn the rank anyway. The kitten is right, yo, that means they gotta gain experience to know, B agreed as a tick mark formed on Yugito's head. Damn it, B, shut up with your rapping. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto watched as the two Junon went at it. Their battle was impressive for Junon. While it would not compare with Seiya's battles with Akatsuki or Yagura, they were displaying quite a bit of skill. Naruto was glad he had taken to training Konohamaru for the month hiatus. Had he not received the blonde's harsh training, there would be no way the younger Junon would be able to keep up with Renji. As it was, the two were evenly matched. Renji was faster, but Konohamaru could use both sides of his weapon, negating Renji's advantage. Renji came at Konohamaru with a slash. Leaning back, Konohamaru let the blow pass over him and attached an exploding tag to the flat side the Kiri Junon's blade. He jumped away just as the tag exploded. Konohamaru was breathing heavily as he waited for the smoke to clear. When it did, he saw that Renji was on the ground, his sword several feet away. Konohamaru gave Renji no time to recover as he made a single Kage Bushin and held out his hand. The clone came up and began to help Konohamaru with the manipulation for his jutsu. Soon enough, a familiar spinning ball of chakra formed in the palm of the young Junon's hand. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto taught him the Rasengan, Tsunade shouted as she stood up from her seat. As she stared at the infamous ball of chakra, she could feel several different emotions running through her. The first was pride at the fact that Naruto could teach someone an A-rank technique within a month, as well as the fact that Konohamaru was able to learn such a powerful jutsu. And anger at the fact that Naruto taught such a powerful technique to a Junon. She would be having a word with the blonde when this was over. I suspected Narukoi would do something like this, Mei said as Tsunade sat back down. I have to admit I am impressed that a Junon was able to learn such a powerful technique within a month. It does speak well of the boy's skills, the Raikage said, as well as that of the teacher. However, the fact that he is using such a technique when he doesn't need it also shows he needs more restraint, Yugito interrupted. Right now the boy is just showing off. The others in the booth nodded in agreement. XXXXXXXXXX. Konohamaru ran right at the red-haired Kiri shinobi, smashing the Rasengan right into Renji's stomach. The red head was thrown back from the power of the technique and hit the ground. When Renji did not get back up, Naruto nodded to himself as he announced the winner. Winner by knockout is Konohamaru Sarutobi. Alright. Yes. Konohamaru jumped up and down in the air as the crowd cheered for him. Meanwhile, Renji was placed on a stretcher and taken to the medical wing. XXXXXXXXXXXX. These matches are quite entertaining, the Raikage said as the others turned to him. Watching all of these battles makes me wish I was down there fighting right now. It was quite impressive, though Konohamaru needs to learn when to use such powerful techniques, Tsunade said. Still, they both showed a decent amount of skill. Your ninja is quite impressive with a sword, the busty blonde turned to Mei. Thank you, Hokage Dono, Mei said in gratitude. He is one of the people I am hoping will revive the Kiri no Shinobi Katana Nanin Shu. Well, he is pretty talented, Yugito said. With some more time, training and experience, the goal is quite possible. Who is his trainer? Raiga Kurasuki, Mei answered, surprising the other three Kages and their bodyguards. I thought Raiga became a missing ninja several years ago? Tsunade questioned the busty redhead. He did, Mei answered. Narukoi fought him about a year ago. Rather than kill him, he brought Raiga to me. I had offered the man a position in the village again. He accepted on a few conditions and had a hand in training the people I am trying to make into the new swordsman. Mei shivered a bit when she had mentioned his conditions. Aside from keeping Ranmaru with him at all times, the man had demanded that he be allowed to give his enemies funerals. She had been tempted to just kill him after that, but with her village in desperate need of powerful shinobi, she had not been able to afford to do that. The others noticed her shiver but ignored it as they went back to the battles, though a few of the people there continued to wonder how close she was to Naruto to use a nickname like that. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Will Raiden and Ichigo Kurosaki come down? Naruto called out the next names to battle. Ichigo appeared a little ways away, his sword out at the ready. Raiden walked out of the entrance, moving to the opposite side of the orange-haired Junon. Ichigo grinned as he got into a wide two-handed stance, his sword in front of him running parallel to the ground. Raiden in turn got into a taijutsu stance, presenting his profile view with his left foot in front and his right behind him, ready to push the balls of his feet. I hope you're ready to lose, Ichigo replied in his typical cocksure tone, a smirk on his face. I believe you should wait until after the battle is finished to gloat, Raiden replied, lest you end up eating your words. Are both fighters ready? Naruto asked. He received a nod from Raiden. You bet I am, Ichigo said as he grinned, let's do this. Naruto nodded, then Hajime. Ichigo disappeared in a burst of speed, reappearing right next to Raiden swinging his sword. Raiden ducked under the sword and came up after it passed over his head, aiming a punch at Ichigo who jumped back. Raiden went through several hand seals, slamming his hands on the ground. He called out his jutsu. Raiden, Ikazuchi Hakai. A large bolt of lightning tore through the landscape, heading towards Ichigo who jumped into the air to avoid it. Raiden jumped in the air to meet him, taking out a kunai and piercing him through the stomach. Only for Ichigo to burst into water. A large blue and ethereal-looking wave came barreling up from the ground. Raiden used a kuriwimi to escape the attack. Appearing near a tree on the other side of the arena, he tried to think up a plan but had no time as a sizzling noise reached his ear. Turning his head, he cursed to find several exploding tags. He jumped out of the tree just as it exploded. As he landed on the ground, Ichigo appeared right in front of him. Raiden ducked under the swing sent his way, getting down on his hands and pushing out with a kick. Ichigo used the flat end of his blade to block. Skidding back from the force, he looked up to see Raiden going through more hand signs. Raiden, Reikyu. A ball of lightning the size of a cannonball shot out of Raiden's mouth. In return, Ichigo channeled some chakra into his sword. As soon as the lightning ball came close enough to him, the orange-haired shinobi sliced it in half. A blade of blue chakra was launched from the end of Ichigo's sword and flew towards Raiden. The Kumo shinobi was forced to jump out of the way. However, Ichigo appeared right next to him and the young man was not fast enough to dodge the kick to his face. Raiden flew back and into the air from the kick, flipping around so he landed on his feet. He grabbed his bleeding nose and set it back in place with a crunch, looking up to see that Ichigo was gone. He looked around only for instincts to kick in and make him roll to the left. A good thing he had too. As soon as he did, a large blue blade on chakra slashed into the spot he had been standing on, destroying the area and leaving a crater. The young man stared at the spot he had previously been, giving Ichigo the distraction needed to come in behind Raiden and smash the butt end of his sword into the back of the Kumo Jinon's neck. As Raiden crumbled to the ground, Naruto announced the winner. Winner by knockout is Ichigo Kurosaki. Ichigo raised his hand as the crowd cheered, walking back into the entrance to the fighter's booth. Meanwhile, a medic team had placed Raiden on a stretcher, standing up to take him to the medical ward. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. I have to admit that boy is impressive to defeat Raiden, I said as the fight ended. He is one of my better Jinon. Well, Ichigo has a lot of raw power to throw around, Mei replied. To be honest, were it not for that, I doubt he would have won. The boy lacks finesse. That reminds me of how Naruto used to be, Tsunade said, remembering how the blonde had been before his training trip. Mei looked over at the busty blonde woman with a smirk. Oh? Do tell. Tsunade gave her own smirk as she began to tell stories of how the young blonde used to be before his training, much to the amusement of the others in the box. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto felt a shiver run down his spine. I get the feeling someone's talking about me and it's not in a good way. He shook his head of the thought before focusing on the task at hand. Will Udon and A-Tame Shinji please come to the arena floor? Naruto called out, resisting the urge to sigh. At first, being a proctor actually sounded kind of fun, but now it was just boring. All I'm doing is saying the same thing over again, the blonde teen thought as he watched Udon and A-Tame come down and stand on opposite sides of the arena. Are both fighters ready? Naruto asked as he looked at the two. He received a nod from each and decided to get this started, then Hajime. The two Jinon instantly jumped away from each other, Udon going through hand signs while A-Tame threw several shuriken enhanced with his wind chakra. As the kunai came in, Udon spread his hands in front of him in what looked like a defensive gesture. Raiden, Meganakiku Gyakuten. Lightning release, magnetic reversal. The air around Udon became saturated with static electricity. It was unnoticeable to all except those with Dujutsu and those who could sense lightning chakra. When the kunai came into the field, they stopped instantaneously, turned around and headed right back to a surprised A-Tame. Said Tsunajinan was able to only just get out of the way, though it was not without injury, as the 2 slashes that now ran across his left arm indicated. XXXXXXXXXXXX. It looks like you've got a Raiden user, said as he looked at the boy with the bowl cut and glasses. And that technique, simple but extremely effective. I take it that Naruto-san has been teaching him as well? Yes, Tsunade said as she looked over at the Raikage. How did you know? The Raikage laughed. It's quite simply, really, he used that same jutsu on me during our first spar. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Udon did not give A-Tame any time to react to the unexpected attack from his own weapons. Charging straight at the Tsunajinan, Udon pulled several kunai from his pouch and tossed them at A-Tame. The older Jinan made to dodge, jumping up and to the left. In response, Udon manipulated his fingers, which had chakra strings attaching them to the kunai, and changed their direction back towards A-Tame. The Tsunajinan was impaled through the arms and legs. Seconds later he burst into smoke before a log appeared in the man's place. Fuuten, Kazeterite. Wind release, wind cutter. A fierce wind with several large wind blades smashed into Udon. At least it smashed into where Udon was, as the Jinan soon disappeared in a puff of smoke, a log replacing where he had been. A-Tame jumped out from the tree he had been hiding in, looking around to see if he could spot Udon. His eyes widened a bit as he rolled to the left when Udon appeared right next to him, aiming a slash for the Tsunajinan's neck. A-Tame pushed himself up onto his feet as he turned to face Udon, going through several hand seals. Fuuten, Repashu. A gust of wind hit Udon before he could react, sending him flying towards a tree. He was able to flip himself around and land on the trunk, however he froze as a seal appeared under him, paralyzing him for several precious seconds. Seconds which A-Tame used to chuck several shuriken at the now frozen Konoha Jinan. Thankfully the seal disrupted in time for Udon to do a quick kuriwimi. Appearing on a tree several meters away. Reaching into his kunai pouch, Udon pulled out several shuriken and flung them at A-Tame. Said Tsunajinan turned around just in time to see them and began going through several hand seals. Fuuten, Daitapa. A gust of wind knocked the shuriken off course, but the distraction was all Udon needed to get close. Sending punch to A-Tame's chest, it was swatted away by the Jinan's other hand but had served its purpose. When Udon jumped away, A-Tame looked down and felt his eyes widen as he saw the exploding tag on his shirt, the slight sizzle showing the tag was active. The sizzle ended and the tag exploded, however A-Tame was able to rip his shirt off in time, revealing his white undershirt. Frowning, Udon threw several kunai at him. A-Tame saw this and used a kawirimi, appearing behind a tree. He sighed as he tried to come up with a plan. Looking out from behind the tree, he frowned when he saw Udon was no longer there. That was when everything went black as he felt the butt end of a kunai smash into the back of his neck. Naruto saw Udon come out from behind a tree, dragging an unconscious A-Tame. A-Tame is unable to continue the battle, therefore the winner is Udon. Naruto announced. As Udon made his way to the stand and A-Tame was taken out by a medical team, Naruto called the next match. Will Rukia Kuchiki and Onaoi Teiteno please come down to the arena floor? The two Jinan walked down to the floor and stood on opposite sides of each other. Rukia had a hand on the hilt of her blade, but had not unsheathed it as she took a Batujutsu stance. Onaoi meanwhile had taken out 2 serrated kunai, with small traces of lightning coming out of the blades. Are both fighters ready? Asked Naruto, receiving a sharp nod from both of them. Then, Hajime. Once the word Hajime left Naruto's mouth, Rukia disappeared in a burst of speed. Reappearing right in front of Onaoi, Rukia's sword came out and attempted to bisect the Jinan. However, Onaoi had been able to see her movement and blocked the attack with his kunai. Rukia was forced to jump back as a lightning coursed from Onaoi's blades and through hers. Rukia shook her head to clear it after receiving the shock, however Onaoi was not going to let her get any rest as he came after her. Rukia was forced to duck, dodge and weave her way around the 2 kunai, knowing that she would be in serious trouble if she got hit by those. Knowing that she could not use her sword in this instance, Rukia jumped back and went through a series of one-handed seals. Suten, Teppadama. Several cannon-sized globs of water shot from the Kiri Kunoichi's mouth, forcing Onaoi to jump back and dodge as the water balls smashed into the ground. Doing so left the young man open to attack. Appearing in front of the boy, Rukia managed to kick the kunai out of the Kumo Jinan's hands. Unfortunately for her, Onaoi did not need kunai to channel lightning chakra. He grabbed onto Rukia's extended leg, channeling lightning through his hands and into the leg. Rukia let out a muffled scream of pain as she bit her lip. Onaoi began to spin around, using his and Rukia's combined weight to fling her into the air. He began to go through several hand seals. Raiden, Bakufu. Lightning release, blast. A bolt of lightning shot out of Onaoi's extended hand. The lightning hit the still airborne Rukia, sending electricity coursing through the Hiraishin's body. Only for said body to turn into water. Ninpa, Kirigakure no Jutsu. Ninja art, hidden mist jutsu. A thick mist began to spread out around the arena. Since there was not a very large water source nearby, it was only enough to hamper visibility rather than render everything invisible. Onaoi went on guard as he peered through the mist. It was not enough that he could not see through it. However, it would certainly affect his vision and skew it enough that it could prove costly. That was when his instincts started screaming at him to move. He followed them just as Rukia dropped from the sky, slashing at where he had been. Thus began the game of cat and mouse as Rukia would appear and try to take Onaoi out, and then disappear 1 second later. Worse, because the Jinan's vision was skewered by the mist, he could not accurately predict how close Rukia actually was. It often looked like she was farther away than she really was. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. This is turning out to be quite the exciting battle, the Raikage said as he tried to peer into the mist. Your Jinan is good. To be able to fight so well despite being handicapped by facing against someone with an opposing affinity. Thank you Raikage Dono, Mei replied. To be honest, she is one of my better strategists among the Jinan. It was why I placed her on this team. She paused in thought for a moment, that and she's the only one her other 2 teammates are actually afraid of among the Jinan. So she keeps them in line, Yugito said with a smirk. Mei grinned, of course, you know how men are. The women in the booth smirked at that comment, all of them knowing of the trouble men cause and how much of a handful they can be. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Onaoi dodged another attack from Rukia as he tried to come up with a plan. He knew of a jutsu he could use, but it required more chakra than he had. As he dodged a slash that came at him from the right, he reached his hand into his pouch and pulled out 2 soldier pills. This would leave him exhausted afterwards, but he felt it would be his best chance to win. Swallowing them, he felt a burst of chakra and began going through several hand seals. Raiden, Raiko Nami. Lightning release, lightning wave. Lightning burst from A-Tame's body as he spread his arms wide, sending what looked like a wave of lightning in all directions. There was a shout of pain from somewhere within the mist as it began to clear. A-Tame dropped onto his knees with his breathing heavy. When the mist cleared, it showed Rukia on her knees with electricity sparking off of her, though she was still conscious. Mate grunted as he stood up and made his way over to the black-haired girl. When he got next to her, he put a kunai to her neck. Only for his eyes to widen in shock as Rukia turned into a puddle of water. He had no time to react as a blade touched his throat. Surrender, Rukia commanded. Onaoi sighed as he realized he had no chakra left to get out of this. I surrender. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. That girl is quite impressive, Tsunade said. She has excellent strategies. Thank you, I taught her about tactical combat myself, Mei replied with pride in her voice. I have to admit your Jinan has amazing talent, I said. While Onaoi was not his most powerful shinobi, he was decent and the Kiri Jinan had a disadvantage in element. Thank you Raikage Dono, Mei replied. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Winner by forfeit is Rukia Kuchiki, Naruto shouted out to the crowd. As the crowd cheered, the 2 Jinan left. Naruto sighed as the first half of the Chunin Exam finals was over. He looked up at the stadium as he began to speak again. The first half of the Chunin exams are now over. We will be having a short 15-minute break for all guests to grab a bite and stretch their legs before moving on to the second round. As the spectators began to rise from their seats, Naruto turned his attention to the cage booth. Grinning, he disappeared in a gentle breeze. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade along with the other cages stood up in their chairs to stretch legs a bit, letting themselves get some of the feeling back. Despite being forced to sit at a chair all day due to their jobs, none of them actually got used to it, and the chairs they were in now were less comfortable than their cage chairs. Those were some exciting matches, the Raikage said with a grin. I can't wait to see the rest. Tsunade chuckled. Yes, they were pretty good. We'll have to discuss who among them deserves to be Chunin since there are many potential candidates. There are a few who can make it to Chunin, Mei agreed, but I think it would be wise for us to wait until we see what else they are capable of, especially since the battles will get harder the more they fight, forcing them to think with a level head. You're pretty smart, yo. A pretty little thing like you knows how things go, Kirabai said in his rap. This time he was not just smacked by Yugito, but also by Mei, who was looking at B with a creepy smile that spoke of him feeling immense pain if he said the wrong thing. B, stop rapping. Yugito growled. Especially about me. In that context. Do so again and I'll melt you, Mei replied in that sweet and creepy voice. The men around her shivered at the tone, though Ao was glad that for once it was not directed at him. B actually paled at the threat. Having Yugito kick him was fine, he would usually be upright after since they only hurt when she was really pissed. But having a Kage say she was going to melt you, and knowing that she actually had the capability to do it with her Yotan Jutsu was an entirely different kettle of fish. Thankfully, before Issei could say anything that would likely get him melted, a voice spoke up behind them. Now that isn't nice, Mei-chan. Everyone turned to see Naruto looking at them with a grin. I don't even think he can help his rapping. Though. Naruto looked at B and the man felt a small shiver run through him. I would suggest that you not make any crude comments about her. Narukoi/kun. Yugito and Mei greeted the blonde as they walked up to him. Naruto gave the two a smile as he pulled the two into an embrace, letting one of them each rest their head on his shoulder as they returned his hug. As this happened, everyone who did not know about his relationship with two women, meaning everyone except Tsunade, was looking at Naruto in shock. While the men were looking on in a mixture of shock and envy, Kankuro was even muttering about lucky blonde bastards, and Gaara's face actually looked to be the same color as his hair. Tamari, however, was glaring at the two girls. Sure, she did not know Naruto that well, and when they first met she thought he was a brat, but even she could not help but feel jealous seeing those two girls with him now. Naruto chuckled as he wrapped his own arms around Mei and Yugito. How are you two doing up here? Not too boring, I hope. Not at all. Mei grinned as she lifted her head up and gave him a rather heated kiss, one that caused Kankuro to get a slight nosebleed from just watching. Breaking the kiss, she leaned her head back on his shoulder. The blonde shinobi barely had any time to react after Mei's rather passionate lip lock as Yugito claimed his lips next, moaning a bit as she sucked on his bottom lip. Pulling back, she gave Naruto her own smile. But it's much better now that you're here, the blonde woman finished for Mei as she too put her head back on Naruto's shoulder. That was something the two had started doing recently. Whenever one of them would speak, the other would finish it. Every time they did that, it sent pleasurable shivers down the blonde shinobi's spine. Naruto was sure that the two were doing it on purpose. He suspected that it was Mei's idea. Yugito, while she had her moments, she was never one to as outgoing or experimental as the red-haired Kage. That and they have been hanging out together after that restaurant incident when I've been training Konohamaru, Moigi, and Udon. Naruto gave a soft chuckle that the girls felt as a slight rumble in his chest. You know, you two are becoming insatiable, you know that? Only 'cause you spoiled us this week, Mei replied as she looked at him with a grin. I suppose so, Naruto said with a small smirk. I'm going to have to be careful around you girls. As the three continued their banter, the others looked at the pair in shock. Kankuro leaned over into his brother's ear and whispered, did you know Naruto was getting play like this from two hot women? Gaara shook his head, no. I wonder how he does it? Kankuro blinked for a moment as the words registered in his ear. When they did, he turned around and looked at his little brother in shock. Is Gaara actually thinking about girls? Kankuro wondered to himself. Gaara had become quite popular with the ladies of Suna, though Kankuro knew it was unintentional since his little brother knew nothing about woman. To hear his little brother ask something like that was shocking. Yo big bro, what's going on with those three, do you know? Killer Bee asked as he tried to turn away from the sight of the three, yet somehow found himself staring. I just shook his head, unable to come up with an answer as he too stared at the trio. It is too bad Jiraiya-sama is not here. I'm sure this would be great material to help him write his books. It was several minutes later when Naruto was forced to go back down to the arena floor, much to the girls' protest. However, he promised to make it up to them later, giving them a knowing look before leaving for the arena again. XXXXXXXXXXXX. You know, I don't think I'll ever get tired of your cooking, Narukoi, Mei said as she took another bite of the food Naruto had prepared, moaning in delight as the food melted on her taste buds. On the other side of him, Yugito was nodding her head in agreement as she ate her food. It had only been a few hours since the Chunin exams ended. Each stage had gotten harder from the next, with Naruto occasionally making Kage Bushin, forcing the Junon to team up with each other, to creating storms with his unparalleled control of the elements. The final contestants had actually fought in a three-way battle. Akira, Ichigo and Konohamaru had been the three to make it into the final round, with the big surprise winner being Akira. Though maybe Naruto should have not been so surprised by the outcome, The Kumo Kunoichi had played it smart, merely let Ichigo and Konohamaru beat the crap out of each other, and when they had been sufficiently weakened she had knocked the two out. Out of the 9 Junon who had participated in the exams, only Rukia, Akira and Udon had made it to Chunin. Some of the others had the skills of a Chunin, but did not know when to make a tactical withdrawal, the best 2 examples of this being Ichigo and Konohamaru. Still, that only seemed to get the 2 even more determined to do better next time. Of course the 2 also vowed to defeat the other, having formed a rivalry during their 3-way battle royal. "I'm glad to hear that," Naruto replied as he took a bite of the food he had made for himself. Swallowing his bite before speaking again, "I would be awfully disappointed if my food was no longer satisfactory to you." Currently he, Yugito and Mei were in the small paradisiacal lake Naruto and Mei had gone swimming in 2 weeks prior, having a picnic. The 3 were sitting under one of the many trees, a blanket was laid out under them and there was an assortment of food on top of it. It was their last night together, the 2 women would be leaving now that the exams were over, and so Naruto had made them all a large dinner. Yugito grinned as she swallowed another piece of sushi. She had to admit, while Naruto's food was not as good as the sushi she got at Kenshi's, it was still quite delicious. "Then it's a good thing you don't have to worry about that, though even if your food wasn't good, I'm sure we'd still love you." "You know that sentence doesn't inspire that much confidence," Naruto said with a mock pout on his face. "You make it sound like you might not feel the same way if my cooking was not as good as it was." Mei gave the blonde shinobi a teasing grin. "Well, I didn't want to say anything but." For the rest of their time there the 3 talked and teased each other. Naruto gave an internal smile as the 2 women spoke like they had been good friends for years. He was glad they were no longer fighting. When everyone had had their fill of the food, Naruto resealed the picnic basket and blanket in a scroll. Standing up he grinned at the 2 before taking off his shirt and throwing it at the 2 women. "So do you girls want to go for a swim?" His answer came in the form of Mei and Yugito throwing their own close at his head, right before they tackled him into the lake. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Sitting at her desk in the Hokage tower, Tsunade was finishing up her report on the Chunin exams and the paperwork for Udon's promotion. She looked up at the clock and sighed as she realized how late it was. "And I still have to do the regular paperwork after this," Tsunade groaned. What she wouldn't give for a cup or bottle of sake, or 10. Unfortunately Shizune had come in once again and gotten rid of her secret stash. Again. Sighing in annoyance she worked harder to finish the paperwork so she could go home and get a drink. As she continued working a knock sounded at her door. "Come in," she called without looking up. The door opened and 3 people walked in and stood in front of her desk. "Tsunade-sama," a voice she recognized instantly sounded. Tsunade's eye twitched as she looked up to see Danzo Shimura, Homura, and Koharu, 3 people she did not want to see. "What do you 3 want?" Tsunade asked without bothering to do any of the customary greetings. "In case you haven't noticed, I have a lot of work to do." The 3 elders frowned at her disrespectful voice, but knowing what they came here for decided to let it go. Danzo stepped forward to speak. "We are merely here as concerned citizens, Tsunade-sama." "Oh?" Tsunade asked, stopping her work as she looked at the 3 with a raised eyebrow. "And what is there that could concern you 3? Homura coughed into his hand as he spoke. "We have been hearing many rumors about this Akatsuki that Jiraiya-sama has been spying on. We are concerned about the effects this could have on Konoha, especially when they come after Namikaze-san." Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she figured where this was going. She knew that the 3 would not leave their issue with Naruto alone. The only question was, what were they planning? "And why would you be concerned about Namikaze-san? You do know that he is an S-rank ninja, yes? One whom I am sure may even be more powerful than me." "We know very well how powerful Namikaze-san is," Koharu retorted. "However, we feel it would be beneficial to give him some added protection. After all, with all the enemies he is now, leaving him without adequate protection would be foolhardy." So that's what they want, Tsunade thought as she now understood what they were after. They wanted to have one of Danzo's men to keep an eye on Naruto, someone who could find some kind of weakness they could exploit to bend him to their will. To be honest, she was surprised they were being so transparent. Normally she would have to look under what they were saying to find out what they really wanted. Though perhaps that could be accredited to the fact that they were getting desperate. Naruto had outplayed them in every game they had so far. They knew they were running out of options. "And you think you have someone who is strong enough to protect Naruto?" Tsunade asked incredulously, stalling for time. "I don't know of any shinobi besides myself and Jiraiya who are able to fight S-rank ninja in combat, unless there is something you 3 are not telling me." To their credit, the 3 did not show any outward reaction to her threat. "I can have one of my best security personnel accompany him on missions," Danzo said. They knew he had to be careful with this. Tsunade knew that Danzo's root operation was not disbanded as it was supposed to be. Tsunade's lips became a thin line as she listened to the man. She knew what his security personnel really was. The blonde knew he was actually referring to his supposed disbanded root Onbu division. However, she also knew she could not prove it. Danzo was easily the most paranoid man she had ever met. He had covered his tracks so well that not even Jiraiya's spy network had been able to get more than a small glimmer of information. It was part of the reason neither she nor Sarutobi before her were ever able to try Danzo for treason. As she was thinking of what to do with their request, another thought came to her. Danzo wanted one of his root members to keep an eye on Naruto, however it could easily be used to get the reversed effect. If she could have Naruto get close to one of his men, they would be able to spy and possibly locate Danzo's base of operations. At the very least they could gain some useful information. From what Jiraiya had told her, Naruto was an expert in information gathering, stealth and espionage. Aside from that, the young man also had the uncanny ability to make friends out of people, even enemies, something that could and had proven useful on many occasions. That decided Tsunade put on her poker face as she spoke. I suppose what you say has some merit. Very well, I will allow one of Danzo's personal security guards onto a team with Naruto. Though he may not always be teamed up with him, he will go on any missions of importance. While Homura and Koharu were nodding their heads in a pleased fashion, Danzo narrowed his eyes at the woman. She had relented far easier than he had expected. The old war hawk was not naive enough to believe that Tsunade would just let one of his men on Naruto's squad just like that. While Tsunade could not prove it, Danzo knew that she knew of his root Onbu. This led him to wonder what she was planning. He shook the thought off. Even if she had some kind plan, it won't matter in the end. He would still get what he wants. I'm glad to see we came to an agreement, Hokage-sama, Danzo said. I will have my chosen man here tomorrow morning. Tsunade nodded. Very well. As the three elders left her room, Tsunade turned her chair to look out at the village. She was taking a risk by allowing one of Danzo's men to get close to Naruto, someone who could potentially harm or even assassinate the Uzumaki Namikaze heir. However, she had faith in the blonde's abilities to get through most situations, and she knew that Danzo would not be bold enough to try that. Not yet, at least. She could only hope that this would work out in the end. Turning back to her desk, Tsunade picked up the first sheet on the stack of paperwork. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto let out a soft grunt as he rolled himself over Yugito, now lying down in the center of the bed. Mei rolled over as she wrapped one arm around his chest, throwing her leg over him and pulling herself close enough that Naruto could feel her still hardened nipples as they rubbed against him. On his other side, a tired and sweaty Yugito did the same thing, lightly purring as she nuzzled into his neck. Naruto smiled as he wrapped an arm around their waists, pulling them flushed up against him so that there was no room in between their bodies. Both girls let out a low moan and then a sigh of content as Naruto began to rub his hands up and down their backs. I'm gonna miss this feeling, Yugito murmured as Naruto's natural warmth began to lull her to sleep. Mei did not say anything, merely hummed in agreement, already falling prey to the natural warmth the blonde shinobi emitted, her stamina nowhere near Yugito's due to her not being a Jinchuriki. Naruto kissed both Yugito and Mei on the forehead. So will I, but it's not like we won't see each other. I know, Yugito sighed as she kissed Naruto's shoulder. Doesn't mean I'm not gonna miss getting spoiled. Naruto let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry, eventually I'll be able to spoil you girls like this every day. Naruto kissed her head again. Now let's follow Mei's example and get some rest. Yugito smiled as she did as asked, letting sleep take her. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. You called Danzo-sama? Danzo looked at the figure kneeling before him, a young man who was wearing a bird mask that could not be any older than 17. Yet he was also one of Danzo's most valuable assets, having been trained at an early age when the War Hawk was unable to get Naruto into his root program. I have a new mission for you, Danzo said without preamble. You are to watch Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Find out everything you can about him, strengths, weaknesses and any people he is close to. Do you understand your mission? Hi Danzo-sama, the young boy spoke in an emotionless tone. Good, take off your mask, you will not need it for this mission, Danzo ordered. The young man took off his mask revealing coal-black eyes, black hair and pale skin. Still kneeling, the youth set the mask on the floor, keeping his head bowed down for his leader. Danzo gave a small smile to himself. This boy would complete his mission, the bandaged man had made sure of that. For this mission your name will be Sai. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto looked into his bowl of steaming ramen with a sigh, Twirling the noodles on his chopsticks, he brought it to his mouth and began eating. It had only been a day since Mei and Yugito left and he was already missing the two women. He had gotten used to waking up with the two next to him and spending the time he was not using to train himself or others with them. Shaking his head, he finished eating his ramen, drinking the broth straight from the bowl before unsealing his frog wallet and taking out the necessary money where he put it on the table. "Thanks for the food, Tucci-san." Naruto called out to the ramen chef who was in the back. "Give my regards to A-Tame Ne-chan when she gets here." "All right. See you later, Naruto." Tucci called as his head popped out from the back. Naruto tossed a wave over his shoulder as he lifted the flaps on the restaurant and left. The blonde shinobi waved to several people as he walked by, recognizing them as the ones who respected him for his burden. As he made his way home, Naruto spotted Kuji, Shikamaru and Ino walking out of a shinobi store. Changing direction, the blonde made his way over to them. "Hey guys," Naruto greeted as he stopped next to them. "What's up, Naruto?" Kuji asked as he hefted his new halberd on his shoulder. "Not much," Naruto replied. "Now that the Chunin exams are over, things have gotten pretty quiet." "Yeah, it's also been a lot less troublesome now," Shikamaru said. Personally, he was glad those troublesome exams were over with. Now he could get back to his cloud watching. "Everything is always troublesome for you, Shikamaru," Ino scolded him. "Nah, just anything that actually requires me to work," the lazy Jonin replied. Ino scowled before turning her attention to Naruto. "So what's this I've been hearing about you spending time with two foreign women?" Being a gossip queen, Ino was quite curious to learn more about this. It had been the talk of nearly every girl in Konoha, first claiming that Naruto had been seen with a red-haired woman with rumors of it being the new Mizukage. Then there was the rumor of him spending time with a blonde woman, a Kunoichi at that, which then turned into him spending time with the two of them. Ino had been able to confirm those rumors when she had seen Naruto with the two women in question on his arm during the breaks in the Chunin exams, but wanted more information. She also would not deny to being jealous. Ino had tried multiple times to flirt with Naruto. After the young blonde's first council meeting as a clan head, her father Inoiki had let slip that Naruto had been placed under the CRA and would have to take multiple wives. As clan heir, it was necessary that Ino know about clan laws, so she knew about this almost as soon as Naruto's heritage had been revealed, but having her dad confirm it made her that much more determined to make the blonde shinobi hers. It hadn't worked out the way she had wanted. Naruto, while not being rude, had either turned down or redirected any attempts at her asking him for a date or any time she had tried to flirt with him. It had been a vexing experience for the blonde Kunoichi, who was used to using her beauty on men in the village to get what she wanted. She had eventually stopped trying to get him and instead just focused on being his friend, though that did not mean that she did not feel jealousy towards those who had. Naruto blinked at the question before shrugging. He had known the moment those two appeared on his doorstep that word would get out, and with Ino being such a gossip, her need to know would be insatiable. The red-haired woman was Mei Terumi, the Godime Mizukage. And the blonde was Yugito ni, a Kunoichi, and the Jinchuriki for the Nibi no Nekomata. The three with him gaped at him when they heard of the blonde's status. They knew that Naruto was a Jinchuriki. And in all honesty didn't care, but hearing about another one was always a surprise. "They also happen to be two of the 4 women I plan on marrying," Naruto said. There was no way to hide that now that the three had been seen together. Not that there was much of a point anyway. Yugito was already a target for Akatsuki, so the information about her being his fiancée would not really mean much. And since she lived in Kumo, Danzo and his cohorts would be unable to make a move on her. And Mei was a Kage, meaning not only was she an S-rank ninja, but she also commanded several thousand other ninja. Akatsuki and Danzo would have to stupid to attempt trying to get her as a hostage. "So you mean that you're marrying them?" Ino asked in surprise. Hunches were all well and good, but hearing the rumors straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak, was another thing entirely. "Didn't I just say that?" Naruto asked rhetorically. Seriously, why do some women like to repeat what he already said? Maybe Shikamaru had a point, some women were troublesome. "Well, it's just surprising is all," Ino said in her defense. "I suppose that's true," Naruto said. He had refused to give any information about who he planned on marrying, feeling that it was not only nobody's business but his and the women he was marrying. "However, I've known them for several years now. One of them is a Kage and the other's Jinchuriki like yourself," Shikamaru muttered. "Sounds like some kind of troublesome political arrangement." Naruto laughed at him. "I suppose it would. To be honest, I never thought about it like that. I met both of them during my days traveling the elemental nations." He smiled a bit as his eyes glazed over in remembrance. "Both of them had something that I not only love, but was unique and distinctive to just them, aside from the fact that they have unrivaled beauty even among other kunoichi. I'm not one to believe in destiny or fate or any of that bullshit, but I really do have to thank Kemi for bringing me to them. The three ninja looked at the blonde who looked like one of those love-struck kids in some kind of drama show that Shikamaru's mom loved to watch. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Yoshino Nara sneezed as she watched her favorite soap opera. Someone's talking about me, she mumbled as she grabbed a tissue. If it's anything bad they are going to get a beating from my frying pan. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Ino once again felt jealousy well up inside of her. It was clear as day that Naruto was utterly devoted to those two. When she had been chasing after Sasuke, and to a lesser extent and much more recently, Naruto, she had hoped to see that look aimed at her. She sighed in disappointment. Naruto shrugged as he snapped himself out of his trance-like state. Though it will definitely help village relations with both Kumo and Kiri, still it's really only convenient and not something that matters. It still sounds troublesome, Shikamaru said. Naruto just rolled his eyes at the lazy Nara. The four continued talking for a while, switching the subject to a topic that did not involve the blonde's personal life when Naruto sensed movement behind him. Spinning around he unsealed Susanoo and sent a wind blade into the black tigers. Both of them fell apart as the blade passed through them and Naruto frowned when a smell hit his nose. Those things are made of ink. Looking around, Naruto spotted a figure on one of the roofs several meters away. Channeling chakra into his eyes, Naruto was able to get a good look at the figure. It was a boy around his age with short ink black hair, black eyes and very pale skin. He had a small backpack on him that Naruto assumed held the equipment he used to make those two ink beasts. He wore a short black jacket and also carried a tanto on his back under the pack. The rest of his outfit consisted of a high-collared shirt that exposed his midriff, black pants, shinobi sandals and gloves with his index finger and thumb exposed. In many ways the teen bore a strong physical resemblance to Sasuke Uchiha, however there was one major difference. Sasuke Uchiha always held a look of absolute hatred and utter loathing for his brother and people he believed were weak, as well as a desire for power and revenge. This boy's eyes held nothing. They had no emotion whatsoever. Naruto instantly knew that this boy worked for Danzo, who had a habit of turning his men into emotionless puppets. He was most likely sent here to test me, but why would he do it so openly? More important, what does Danzo gain by this? It's well known that I'm considered an S-rank ninja on par with a Kage, so he knows that anyone less than another S-class ninja could never really challenge me. Naruto shook his head. I don't have enough information on the man to make an accurate estimation of anything. I'll deal with this first and see what I can find out later. Naruto watched as the pale-skinned youth took a brush and began to write on the scroll that was in his lap. A few seconds later more of those ink tigers hot out. Shikamaru, Naruto shouted at the lazy Jonin, who just sighed and muttered a quick troublesome before going through several hand seals. Ninpa, Kage Nui no Jutsu. Ninja art, shadow sewing jutsu. The Nara air shadow shot up from the ground, impaling the ink tigers and allowing Naruto to continue moving. More ink beasts leapt at Naruto, who was about to skewer them with a wind blade, only for Kuji to enlarge his arm and slice them apart with his halberd. Nodding in, thanks, Naruto continued, putting on a burst of speed that made him all but invisible. 6 more ink beasts came towards the blur that represented Naruto. With Susanoo still in hand, Naruto made several slashing motions as he passed them. He did not stop as the ink beasts burst back to their original state, reappearing in front of the pale-skinned youth. Naruto aimed a slash for his head. The young teen acted fast, whipping out his tanto and blocking Naruto's slash. However, he had not expected the strength behind the blonde's attack, and the ground under him cracked as he was pushed onto a knee. What strength? Thought Sai as he struggled to keep from being skewered. You know, it's not very nice to attack a fellow leaf shinobi, Naruto said in his emotionless voice. Do so again and I will make sure you regret such a choice. I apologize, the black-haired teen said as he gave Naruto a smile that was so fake the blonde wanted to throw up. I was merely testing your skills as a shinobi, and I have to say with how terrible you are you must not have any balls. Naruto blinked, then blinked again as what the pale-skinned youth said. When it did, Naruto looked at the young man with a hard look, and for the first time in his life Sai felt a small chill run down his spine. Before the black-haired teen could do anything, Naruto exploded, sending him flying back and smashing into a wall where a large human-shaped crater formed under him. Sai pulled himself out of the way crater and shook his head to clear it of the ringing. Looking up, he saw Naruto staring at him from the roof where he had been previously. Blinking, he looked again and saw Naruto had disappeared. Sai frowned before sushining to go report to Danzo. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto appeared within his home a few minutes after the confrontation. Walking down the stairs, Naruto entered his study. He began to open several drawers, searching for something his dad had been working on before the Kyuubi attack. Naruto frowned as he continued his search, wondering why he could not find it. Expanding his search, Naruto made several clones to go look through the library. Sitting down in his chair, Naruto took out some parchment, high-quality ink and a brush. While he waited for his clones, Naruto began to write out some of the ideas he had on new seals, or modifications of previously existing seals. "Hey boss." Naruto turned around in his seat just in time to catch a scroll that one of his Kage Bushins tossed to him. Turning the scroll over, the blonde saw that it was what he was looking for. "Thanks, dispel yourself to alert the others." The clone nodded and disappeared in a puff of smoke. Turning back around, Naruto nipped his thumb and spread some blood across the seal. There was a slight hiss as his skin healed up and the seal disappeared in a puff of smoke. Unrolling the scroll, Naruto smiled as he saw the almost completed work. Setting it down, Naruto began to work. XXXXXXXXXXX. Omake, dickless. "My apologize," the black-haired teen said as he gave Naruto a smile that was so fake the blonde wanted to throw up. "I was merely testing your skills as a shinobi, and I have to say with how terrible you are you must not have any balls, dickless." Naruto blinked, "And how would you know if I have no balls or not? For that matter, why are you so interested in my dick? 'Cause you know, it's totally cool if you're into that kind of thing, but if that's the case you may want to go to Auto. I hear Orochimaru has a fetish for pale-skinned boys." XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Within one of his many bases, Orochimaru sneezed. "Someone must be talking about me," the pale-skinned man mused as he rubbed his nose. "I hope I can use them for my experiments." "Who cares if someone was talking about you?" Sasuke scoffed. "Now get back to training me." "Of course, Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said as he licked his lips as he restarted. "Training Sasuke." XXXXXXXXXXXX. "Because of how pathetic you are," the pale teen replied with a smile. "Ah, I see," Naruto said, nodding his head as if what the pale-skinned youth had told him explained it all. "And how exactly am I pathetic?" Naruto put more of his strength against Susanoo, making the tanto the pale teen was using begin to crack. "Does it have something to do with strength? Because if so, we both know I'm stronger than you." Naruto used even more strength to shatter the other boy's blade. Spinning around, he kicked the pale teen in the head, sending the boy flying. "Or maybe it's that you don't think I have skill?" Sai looked up to see Naruto in front of him. "I assure you I have far more skill than you." Sai tried to create several ink beasts, but the Naruto in front of him exploded, making the boy once again crash into a wall. Sai managed to get up just in time to see a sword heading for him to take his head off. He rolled to the left, only to get kicked in the face. "Come on," Naruto said as he smashed another foot in the pale boy's face. "What was this you were saying about me lacking balls? You can't even take a beating like a man." Naruto smashed a fist in Sai's face, making the boy stumble back. "Don't insult people if you know things are not true." Naruto did a heel drop on Sai's shoulder, sending the teen into the ground and knocking him out. Naruto stood over the unconscious boy with a grin. "You know, I don't think you've had enough punishment yet." XXXXXXXXXXXX. The next morning, Sai could be found still unconscious with people staring up at him, taking pictures as he hung from the flagpole. He was completely naked, save his underwear, which was being used to hang him on said flagpole. On the boy's face, in red bold print, were the words "I like dicks" written for everyone to see. Chapter 14, Nanabi. Itachi and Kisame were walking through the woods on the borders of Hai no Kuni near Takigakure, Hidden Water Village, heading towards their next mark. To most the pair would seem quite odd, one being a person who looked more like a shark than a man with a bloodlust to match. While the other was vastly shorter, with a pair of blood-red eyes and a demeanor that was cold enough to freeze hell. Despite their vast differences both in countenance and battle styles, they were the only pair within Akatsuki that truly got along. Both held a great respect for the other and considered each other equals, though Kisame would often defer to Itachi in combat situations due to the man's finesse and tactically sound mind. Kisame turned to look at his partner as they walked. "So how are we gonna get this one?" It was the question he had been wanting to know for a while. The Nanabi was not originally their target, having been Kakazu's before the man was killed. From what Kisame had heard, the Nanabi Jinchuriki had two powers that made her quite a difficult opponent. Her bugs, which were similar to those in the Aburame clan, and her super-powered strength that was said to be on par with Tsunade due to her affinity with the earth element. And while Kisame was sure he could take her if push came to shove, having a ninja who could use their bugs to drain your chakra like he did with Seimata would make it much tougher. Itachi did not even bother to look at Kisame as he spoke, using the same emotionless tone he always did. You are going to be the distraction that draws her out and the other ninja to you. When you do, I will take care of her since her bugs put you at a disadvantage. Kisame gave the Uchiha Slayer a shark-like grin. So I go in and cause mass amounts of damage? The shark man chuckled. Sounds good to me. Readjusting Seimata on his back, Kisame grinned at the prospect of fighting a lot of enemies. It was something that never failed to bring a smile to his face. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Shibuki gave a happy grin as he finally finished all of the paperwork for his village. Leaning back in his chair, the young village leader let out a sigh. Not much had changed for the village in the last 4 years. It still looked the same as ever, with the large tree in the middle where the hero's water was produced stood as tall and grand as ever. The waterfall entrance and natural defenses of Takigakure had allowed for it to escape damage from all 3 shinobi wars, as well as keep the country from ever being invaded. The only real change that had happened came when Jiraiya had arrived in Taki to warn them about the threat of Akatsuki. Ever since then there had been much debate on what to do with Fu, the Jinchuriki for the Nanabi no Kabutamushi, seven-tailed beetle, and his sister. Many of the elders of the village felt that Fu should either be exiled or even just outright given to Akatsuki in order to appease them. Many of the civilians unfortunately agreed with them. Like in most places, Jinchuriki were just as feared and hated here. However, Shibuki as the village leader had adamantly shot down all of their attempts at getting rid of his sister, claiming that not only would it be foolish to give her to a group of criminals, but also reminding them that Kakazu had been a part of that group before his remains had been sent to Taki, courtesy of Naruto. That had been the only reason the elders did not press the issue as much as they would have, since anything related to Kakazu was considered taboo. Even though not much had changed for the village, it had for Shibuki. A little over 4 years ago he had been nothing but a coward, riding on the fame of his father who had used the hero's water to save the village from a threat it had been faced with, sacrificing his life in the process. All that had changed when one blonde Konoha shinobi had come to Taki on a mission. During that time Shibuki's former teacher Suin had betrayed the village in order to get his hands on the hero's water. At first Shibuki had been too afraid to do anything. His father had died protecting the village, which had given Shibuki his cowardly nature since he did not want to die. Naruto had been the one to change his outlook, going down to face Suin knowing that he was outclassed. It had been that never say die attitude that had given Shibuki the courage to fight for his village, even going as far as to drink the hero's water, something that would normally kill the person who used it. He had miraculously survived after using the hero's water, and after that had taken up being a true leader to Takigakure. A large explosion within the village knocked the young man out of his thoughts. Before he could even so much as stand up, one of his men burst into the room panting heavily. "What the hell is going on?" asked Shibuki in a commanding voice. "It's Akatsuki. Shibuki-sama," the Chunin panted, "they're here. Inside Taki." Shibuki's eyes widened at this information. He knew it would only be a matter of time before Akatsuki tried something to get his sister, or more specifically the Nanabi. It was for that reason that he had ordered Fu not to do any missions, keeping her within the village where he felt that she could be better protected by using the village's natural defenses. He would have never assumed that Akatsuki would be so reckless as to actually attack her within the village. "Gather all of our shinobi forces," Shibuki ordered. "They've come for Fu. We have no idea what a group of such criminals will do if they get their hands on the power of the Nanabi. Also send out one of our hawks to contact Konoha and request for them to send aid." Shibuki did not give the man any time to answer as he put on his Jonin flak jacket and left, rushing towards the explosion. After the Suin incident, Shibuki had trained himself as hard as he could. He was pleased to say that he was now officially considered one of the strongest ninja Taki had ever produced, and he would be damned if he could not protect his home. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Kisame grinned as all of the ninja in the village headed for him. Reaching a hand over his back, the shark man pulled Seimata off of him as he stood on the surface of the water next to the hero's tree. Soon enough the ninja came, surrounding and charging at him. Grinning, he unleashed his carefully hidden reserves of chakra, letting his power explode from his body. His chakra was so strong that it was visible as a deep blue color, and had caused many of the ninja who had been charging to stop in shock. This was the reason that Kisame had earned his nickname the Baijuu without a tail. Kisame's reserves were nearly without equal, the only one being his superior in chakra reserves being Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, and easily rivaled that of some of the lesser Baijuu like the Ichibi and Nibi. Not giving the Taki ninja a chance to recover, Kisame rushed them. Swinging his sword with reckless, yet controlled zeal, Seimata smashed into one of the shinobi, taking the man with him as he continued on to hit another one, sending the two flying away with broken ribs. The others soon snapped out of their stupor and charged, one of them closing distance with Kisame, attempting to impale him with a kunai. Only for Kisame to smash Seimata on the man's shoulder, dragging the sword as the scaly spikes came out and tore the man's skin off. The shark man did not bother with the man as he screamed, merely kicking him out of the way as another ninja came up to him. Kisame grinned as he ducked under a swipe from a water sword, coming up as he smashed Seimata into the kunoichi's stomach, getting the woman to cough up blood before sending her flying away. Suten, Suigaden. Water release, water fang projectile. Kisame turned around as he heard the ninjutsu called to see several dozen water fangs coming towards him. The man merely gave a shark-like grin as he put Seimata back on his back and began doing his own hand seals. Suten, Sujinheki. A giant wall of water formed around Kisame, blocking the water fangs from hitting him. When the attack subsided, Kisame went through even more hand seals before calling out his jutsu. Suten, Suikouten no Jutsu. Water release, water shark projectile technique. A large column of water rose from the surface of the lake, easily reaching a height of 60 feet before charging the Taki ninja, taking the shape of a shark halfway through. There were several pained screams as the jutsu tore straight through many of the ninja, either outright ripping them apart or taking off limbs. The jutsu crashed back into the lake some distance away, taking that as his cue. Kisame grabbed his sword again and charged. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Shizune-san. Shizune looked up to see a man running towards her carrying a message in his hand. Noticing the man's frantic look, she began asking questions to calm the man. What's wrong? Here. Letter. To Kigaokur. The man said in between his pants. Shizune took the letter and began to read. She felt her eyes widen at the news the carrier hawk from Takigakur had sent them. Knowing that they had to respond quickly to this, she made her way to the Hokage tower. Rushing up the stairs and not even bothering to knock as she usually does, the young woman barged in on her sensei. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade spit out the sake she had been drinking at the surprising intrusion. She looked over at Shizune and was about to offer some excuse about being caught drinking when she noticed her apprentice's worried countenance. The busty blonde instantly went into her Hokage mode. What's wrong, Shizune? Akatsuki is attacking Takigakur, Shizune cried out, causing Tsunade's eyes to widen. We just received a message from them that they are under attack. The description given indicates they are being attacked by Kisame Hoshigaki. Tsunade narrowed her eyes as she realized something. Did the reports mention anything on his partner? Shizune shook her head. Note Tsunade-sama, he apparently has not been seen. Tsunade nodded as she made her split-second decision on what to do. They could not afford to let Akatsuki get their hands on any of the Baijuu, so they would need to act fast. Get me Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Kakashi Hatake, Sakura Haruno and Sai. The blonde woman ordered. Shizune looked surprised. Tsunade-sama, are you sure? I mean Naruto-kun is. I know very well that Naruto is also a target, Tsunade interrupted the black-haired woman. However, he is also the only other S-rank ninja in the village right now besides me and the only one who can face Akatsuki one-on-one and win. Now hurry up and get them. Hi Tsunade-sama, Shizune said as she rushed out of the room. Tsunade turned to look at the village, a troubled look crossing her visage. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto finished putting on his shinobi clothing and made his way down to the kitchen. A clone had already cooked breakfast and had it set on the table. Sitting down, Naruto piled as much food as it could fit onto it and began to eat as he planned out the day. He had just finished his training routine. Maybe he should go and get a mission or see if one of his friends wanted to spar. As he continued eating, a ring came, signifying someone was at the gate. Pushing his plate away from him, Naruto got up and made his way over to the door. Walking outside, he moved over to the gate and unlocked it. Opening it up, he came face to face with a flustered Shizune. Shizune-chan, is something wrong? Naruto asked as he picked up her increased heart rate and tension. Teased Tsunade-sama has a mission for you, Shizune said as she looked at him. It's Akatsuki. Naruto's eyes widened. Before narrowing, he grabbed onto Shizune and disappeared in a swirl of leaves. XXXXXXXXXXXXXX. Itachi breezed through the now nearly deserted streets as he made his way towards the hideout, where, if the information Akatsuki had received was correct, was where the Nanabi had been hidden. A simple genjutsu surrounding him made the clan slayer all but invisible to the naked eye as he moved. He was on the opposite side of the village from where Kisame's battle was going on, a tactical decision made by him so he could get the Nanabi without much resistance. Looking ahead of him, Itachi saw a large dome-like structure where the Nanabi was supposed to be held. Before he got there, however, the black-haired man was forced to dodge a swarm of beetles. Looking up, Itachi spotted Fu standing on top of the dome. glaring down at him. Fu was a girl in her mid to late teens with an orange hair clip in her short green hair. She had lightly tanned skin and pink eyes. Her ninja attire consisted of a white shirt that exposed her midriff, and she had mesh net armor underneath. On her arms from about mid-bicep to the end of her wrist were white arm bands. Her Takigakure Hidiate was displayed on her right arm. She was wearing fishnet shorts and had a short white apron skirt over it. The last article she had on her was an odd-looking red cylindrical object strapped to her back by red straps that crisscrossed her chest. "I figured Akatsuki would come here looking for me," Fu said as she glared at Itachi. "I should have realized it would not matter if I was in a village or not." Itachi ignored her words as he spoke. "Come with me and we will not harm this village any more than we already have." Fu's eyes narrowed even more. "What makes you think I'd ever come with the likes of you? I know what you want to do with me. I have no intention of dying because you want the Nanabi." As she said this, a swarm of bugs moved in on Itachi, who jumped out of the way and sent a fireball at the swarm, which dissolved before the fireball could hit them. Itachi did not let any emotions that might come on his face show as he prepared to battle the Nanabi Jinchuriki and take her by force. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto appeared within the Hokage office with Shizune to see that Kakashi and Sakura already there. He also noticed the odd pale boy who had attacked him the other day but ignored him for the time being. "You called Tsunade-sama?" Naruto asked as he looked at the woman, using a respectful suffix due to the serious nature of why he was here. "Yes," Tsunade said as she looked at him and the other three in the room. "We have just received a request for help from Takigakure. Akatsuki is attacking them in order to acquire the Nanabi Jinchuriki Fu." She watched as Naruto's eyes narrowed before continuing. "You four are going there to assist in." "Four?" Naruto questioned as he turned to look at the pale-skinned youth. "You mean he is on my team?" "Yes," Tsunade said. "This is Sai. He will be working with you for the foreseeable future." "I see," Naruto thought to himself. "So Danzo is starting to consider me enough of a threat that he wants someone on my team to watch me and discover some kind of weakness to exploit in order to get me under his thumb." Out loud Naruto said, "Very well, do we know which Akatsuki members are attacking Taki?" "The description we were given matches that of Kisame Hoshigaki," Tsunade informed him. "And Itachi?" Naruto asked, narrowing his eyes in thought. Tsunade shook her head. "He was not in the report." Meaning that Kisame is merely a distraction to keep the Taki ninja occupied. In the meantime Itachi will find the Nanabi and take her before they know what's happening, the blonde deduced within his mind. It was a sound plan, he had to admit, one that depending on the enemy could be used to great effect. Naruto was shaken out of his thoughts by Tsunade. "Naruto, you will be in charge of this mission since you have the most experience when dealing with Akatsuki members." Naruto nodded as he turned to address his team. "I want you three to prepare for an S-class mission. You have 1 hour to get your equipment ready and then meet me at the East Gate." Kakashi and Sakura nodded, both somewhat surprised by Naruto's now commanding presence. Sai merely gave the blonde a smile. "We will be there. It will be a pleasure working with a dickless wonder like you." Naruto blinked in surprise, before narrowing his eyes as he resisted the urge to kill the teen for his insult. He could not afford to kill someone when he had a mission to prepare for. He would just have to prank him later. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Kisame grinned as most of the Taki ninja lay dead or dying around him. The few that were still capable of fighting were eyeing him warily. "Alright, so who wants to be the next victim to help me feed Seimata?" the shark man asked, looking around him as the ninja tensed. "How about no one?" Kisame and the others turned to see Shibuki looking at the Akatsuki member with a harsh glare. "I'm not going to let you get away with this, and I'm not going to let you get my sister." Kisame chuckled. "If you say so, Gaki, though I think it would be more convincing if you backed up your words with action." Kisame swung Seimata as if it weighed nothing, setting on his shoulder as a shaker-like smirk graced his face. Shibuki said nothing as he shot off the branch he was standing on, going through a string of hand seals before calling out his jutsu. "Suten, Sworyu Udan no Jutsu." A large water dragon rose up from the lake, roaring as it launched itself at Kisame. The shark man lifted Seimata over his head. When the water dragon came near him, smashed his sword down, breaking the water dragon apart and absorbing some of the excess chakra. Jumping into the water, Kisame swam to Shibuki at speeds that most people could not run. Jumping out of the water, the shark-like member of Akatsuki tried to smash Seimata into Shibuki's stomach, however the Taki leader evaded to the side. Pulling out a kunai, Shibuki threw it at Kisame's arm. Pulling his arm back, Kisame used Seimata to bat the kunai away. Spinning around, Kisame swung Seimata at Shibuki, who ducked under the large blade and tried to get in close. He was unable to as Kisame's foot smashed into his ribs, sending the village leader flying. Shibuki flipped in the air and landed on the water's surface, skidding back a bit as he held his ribs. Thankfully he did not feel anything that was broken. Standing back up, he was just in time to see Kisame finishing a set of hand seals before calling out his jutsu. Suten, Daibakufu no Jutsu. A giant vortex of water shot up in front of Kisame before flying towards Shibuki. Cursing, the young man dived out of the way. Rolling across the water's surface, he came up only to see Kisame in front of him, swinging Sameata down at his head. The Taki leader was able to get out of the way of the man's sword, which missed smashing his head and ended up sending water flying everywhere. He could not, however, dodge the knee that planted itself in his gut. Shibuki coughed up some blood as he was sent flying back. Skidding across the water, he was able to get back on his feet, but had to bend on a knee and hold his stomach. "You're not too bad, Gaki," Kisame complimented as he walked up to Shibuki at a slow pace, "but you're about 50 years too soon to beat me." Shibuki cursed as he felt pain rack his body. Despite all the training he had done, he could not defeat this man. A stray thought crossed his mind. He could use that, but he knew what the consequences would be if he did. He shook the thought off. It did not matter. All that did was that he protect his home. Reaching into his pocket, Shibuki pulled out a vial of liquid. It was a small sample of the hero's water. Opening the vial, he drank the contents, chucking the vial away as his chakra burst out of him, increasing to 10 times what it had been. Kisame stopped where he was and looked on curiously. Honestly, he was not very concerned with the boy's chakra increase, which was now almost at his own level. Even if it went above that, he could just use Sameata to absorb the chakra. Still, the fight should be much more interesting now, Kisame thought with a shark-like grin. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto searched his surroundings as he and the 3 members of his squad were jumping through the trees, making sure they were on the right path to Takigakure. As soon as the 3 had appeared at the gate, Naruto had set a grueling pace, telling them to keep up or they would be left behind, knowing that he had very little time before they managed to capture the Jinchuriki there. Thankfully, the only person who seemed to be having a problem keeping up was Sakura, who, while having gotten stronger, was still just a Chunin. Naruto and consequently the other 3 stopped as they reach a waterfall, behind which the blonde's enhanced senses picked up the sound of battle. It sounds like the battle is still going on, which means that they have not managed to capture Fu yet, Naruto began without preamble. According to the report on the fight we received from Taki, only Kisame is actually fighting. This means that his partner Itachi is most likely either searching for, or currently engaging the Jinchuriki in battle. "Wait," Sakura said, "Itachi. Isn't he?" "He's the one Sasuke wants to kill," Naruto said, "Itachi Uchiha. Now Kakashi and Sai, I want you two to engage Kisame and keep him from causing any more damage. Sakura, I want you to help heal the wounded that you find, since you're more suited for a support role and will need to be in top form if Kakashi or Sai get hurt. Meanwhile, I'm going to find Itachi and deal with him. Hopefully we'll be able to dispose of them, but if not, so long as they do not get their hands on the Jinchuriki, we'll be fine." "Are you sure you can handle Itachi on your own, Naruto?" Kakashi asked in a worried tone. "I mean, I know you've gotten powerful, but..." "Don't worry about me, Kakashi," Naruto cut the man off. "I know my limits. I'm positive that I can beat Itachi should it come down to it." "I don't see how someone who seems to be lacking a penis can fight an S-rank criminal," Sai replied with the fake smile he had been giving them since the start. Naruto glared at the boy. This kid had been nothing but trouble since they had met. Aside from the fact that the smile he gave was obviously fake and the boy had the emotional range of a toothpick, he also seemed to have some weird kind of dick fetish. He had mentioned Naruto's penis at least 6 different times when the blonde was speaking, most of which were an insinuation to Naruto's lack of one. Yep, this kid was so lucky they were on a mission right now. "I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that, so that I don't end up killing you," Naruto said. He turned to look at Kakashi. "You're in charge until I get back, try not to get yourself killed." With that, Naruto disappeared. "You heard the man," Kakashi said. "Sai and I will go first, Sakura you come in after us, and when we have Kisame fully engaged I want you to start helping the wounded." "Got it, Kakashi-sensei," Sakura said as Sai gave a nod of affirmation. "Good, then let's go." Kakashi and Sai sped off into the waterfall entrance to Taki with Sakura following close behind. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Shibuki fell onto his knees as he felt his body begin to shut down and weaken, a side effect of using the hero's water. The village leader knew that he did not have much time left. The first time he had used the hero's water he was lucky, since his reserves had not amounted enough to really make the hero's water affect him. This time, however, his reserves were just a little under a standard cage's and he would not be able to get out of the full effects of using the water. Looking up, he saw the grinning figure of Kisame stalking towards him. Shibuki had thrown everything he could at the shark man, from taijutsu to S-rank ninjutsu, none of it had worked. The man was like a monster, with chakra reserves that seemed to have no rival and monstrous speed and strength to match. Nothing he had done affected the shark-like man. Said man stopped a little ways away and grinned, "Well, that was actually quite fun, I'm impressed. It's almost a shame I gotta kill you now. Though it looks like you're about to die anyway." Kisame chuckled as Shibuki glared at him. The shark man was just about to use one of his favorite jutsu when the sound of 1,000 birds chirping filled the air. Turning their heads, the two saw none other than Kakashi Hatake racing towards them, his Sharingan eye blazing and lightning coming out of the palm of his hand. Racing up to Kisame, Kakashi thrust out his hand, forcing the shark man to jump back as he pulled out Seimata. The jutsu clashed with the large blade before dissipating from the sword, sucking up all of the energy. Kakashi was forced to jump back as his jutsu disappeared. "Well, if it isn't Sharingan no Kakashi," Kisame said with a large grin, "you managed to get here quite fast." "Really?" Kakashi said in a nonchalant voice, "That's too bad, I was hoping to use my latest excuse for being tardy." "Oh well. I hope you give me more of a challenge than what I've been getting so far," Kisame said as he ignored Kakashi's words. "Well, I suppose since I'm here I might as well," Kakashi replied, his nonchalant voice belying his serious demeanor. Before Kisame could say anything more, another voice spoke out. "Chaho Giga." Several lions made of ink shot down from the tree and came towards Kisame, who used Seimata to smash them apart. Doing so, he got covered in ink as the beasts were destroyed. Using the distraction Sai provided, Kakashi went through more hand signs, calling out his jutsu as he took a deep breath. "Kaden, Gokyaku no Jutsu." Kakashi blew out a large fireball that headed for Kisame. However, the shark like Akatsuki was not about to let himself get fried. Going through his own hand seals, he called out his jutsu. "Suten, Sujin Heki." A large wall of water formed around Kisame, blocking the fireball, which dissipated with a hiss of steam. The water wall dropped, revealing no one in it, putting Kakashi on guard. Taking out a kunai, the Sharingan ninja looked around for his enemy. He spotted the shark man when Kisame shot out of the water, barreling towards the scarecrow. Kakashi jumped out of the way, pulling several kunai out of his pouch as he sent them sailing towards Kisame. Said ninja grinned as used his sword as a shield, going back into the water and swimming towards Kakashi. The copy ninja jumped into the air just as Kisame came up and attempted to smash him with Seimata. Going through several hand signs, Kakashi called out a jutsu that Naruto had taught him in one of their training sessions together. "Raiden, John." Kisame cursed as a blast of lightning shot out of Kakashi's mouth and headed towards him. Landing on the water, Kisame jumped into the air. The lightning jutsu hit the water, sending electricity everywhere. Several volts traveled along the water droplets Kisame made and hit him. The shark-like ninja grit his teeth as he pushed past the pain, putting Seimata on his back as he went through several hand seals. "Suten, Suikouten no Jutsu." A column of water rose from the lake and barreled itself towards Kakashi, taking the shape of a shark as it got closer. It smashed into the copy ninja, only for Kakashi to burst into smoke before turning into a log. While the battle was going on, Sakura hurried over to Shibuki. "Shibuki." Shibuki looked up to see the pink-haired girl that had been with Naruto during Suine's betrayal. "Sakura-san," he said in a haggard voice as the effects of the hero's water took its toll on him. Sakura kneeled down next to him and began to run a medical scanning jutsu over him. She furrowed her brow at what she found. While there was nothing wrong with his muscles, bones, ligaments or joints, there was a serious issue with his chakra system. All of his chakra coils were breaking down, the tenketsu were literally starting to shrivel up. Sakura got out a scroll with medical supplies. Unsealing its contents, she grabbed a jar of soldier pills. "Here, take this," she said as she put it near his mouth. Shibuki looked at it for a second before taking the pill in his mouth and chewing. Blah. He tried to resist the urge to spit out the terrible tasting pill. Chewing it up and swallowing. While he took the special soldier pills Sakura had created, the pink-haired girl began to pour medical chakra into Shibuki's coils, keeping them from becoming more damaged until the pills could do their work. "You're very lucky we got here in time," Sakura told Shibuki. "Had we gotten here any later, you would not have survived whatever is happening to your chakra coils." "Good to know," Shibuki said in a strained voice as he finished swallowing the rest of the horrific pill. He was actually beginning to think it was better to just die than eat something that tasted as horrid as these pills. Sakura did not say anything else as she continued her work. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Itachi looked at Fu's fallen form, which was burnt up and had numerous cuts and bruises. Looking up, the Uchiha Slayer surveyed the destroyed landscape that had been caused by Fu's insane strength. The battle had been a lot harder than he had anticipated. Due to the use of her bugs, Itachi's greatest advantage had been negated. Contrary to what some might think, Itachi was not a ninjutsu specialist. While he was good at it, better than most even, his true specialty was the subtle power of genjutsu. Unlike most of his clan who preferred to flaunt their Sharingan and show off the jutsu they copied, Itachi felt that deception and misdirection were better suited for a ninja, and that genjutsu accomplished that task better than other ninja arts. That power had not worked on the Nanabi Jinchuriki, whose bugs would dispel his illusions before they could set in. Also, because he could not kill her, he had been unable to use his Mangekyo ability Amaterasu. This had forced him to use ninjutsu and taijutsu, though even with just those two spheres to use, Itachi still won with relatively little injury. He walked over to Fu's unconscious form and was just about to lift her up when his instincts had him dodging a hail of kunai that came from the left. "You know, I was wondering when we would meet again." Itachi looked towards the source of the voice, to see Naruto looking at him with a blank expression that matched his own. "It is good to see you again, Naruto-kun," Itachi said in an emotionless voice as he stood up. If the Uchiha was surprised, he did not show it, merely stared at Naruto with his emotionless mask. "I hear you have gotten much stronger." Naruto shed his weighted trench coat, knowing that to beat a Sharingan user he would need speed. "One does not train with a Sennin and not learn a thing or two," Naruto replied. "In any event, I'm here to make sure you don't take Fu over here." "I see," was all Itachi said as he prepared to battle against Naruto, knowing he would have to go all out from the start to win. For a long moment the two were just stared each other down, Naruto slipping into his father's stance as Itachi's Sharingan began to spin. On an unspoken signal the two began. Naruto tossed several kunai as he jumped towards a building. Those kunai had their momentum arrested when they met Itachi's shuriken as he too jumped to a building, this one on the opposite side of Naruto. The blonde shinobi launched several shuriken this time, focusing wind chakra into them. In retaliation, Itachi threw some more shuriken himself, but was forced to dodge when his own weapons were sliced in half by Naruto's. Looking up, Itachi spotted Naruto heading right for him. He blocked the incoming strike but was still sent back from the power the blow held. Flipping onto his feet, Itachi pointed at Naruto. Itachi vanished from view and soon fire began to surround Naruto. Realizing this was merely a genjutsu, Naruto stopped all of his chakra and sent a large pulse of Kyuubi's chakra. The burst destroyed the genjutsu and unknowingly broke the second layer that Itachi had placed over it. Naruto watched as Itachi shimmered into existence right next to him, blocking the strike from the S-rank criminal before lashing out with his own fist. Itachi ducked under Naruto's fist and came up trying to smash an open palm into the blonde's torso. Naruto twisted his body to the side as he redirected Itachi's attack and came at the shinobi with an elbow. Itachi jumped away, beginning a set of hand seals. Kaden, Goryuka no Jutsu. A large fire dragon shot towards Naruto, who held up both hands, palms facing the dragon as it charged at him. Suten, Sworyu Udan no Jutsu. A dragon made of water coalesced in front of Naruto. It raced towards the incoming fire dragon. The two jutsu exploded against each other in a blast of smoke and steam. Itachi looked into the smoke as he prepared for anything. Despite this, he was caught off guard when a pale blast of lightning shot through the steam. Quick use of the Kuriwimi got him away from the blast. However, a second later Naruto appeared in front of him. The blonde ran Itachi through with Susanoo, only for the black-haired man to disappear in a puff of smoke. A large ball of fire came at Naruto from above. Using his speed, the blonde was able to dodge. Pointing a finger where the blast came from, Naruto sent another Byakurai towards Itachi and went straight through the man's chest. However, as Itachi hit the ground, his body turned into a flock of crows. Naruto had just enough time to realize it was a genjutsu before a lightning-covered hand shot into his back. "You have grown quite strong, Naruto-kun," came the emotionless voice of Itachi behind him. "To be able to keep up with me means you must have trained quite hard. However, you are still not at my level. Give up." Naruto turned his head and smirked at Itachi, right before he exploded. Itachi was barely able to make use of a kawarmi to escape, however Naruto was already waiting for him. Kai. Naruto felt half of the weight for the gravity seals and resistance seals on his body release, making him feel hundreds if not thousands of pounds lighter. He struck out at Itachi with a knife edge to the throat. The Uchiha Akatsuki member tilted his head only for Naruto to grab him by the back of the neck and pull him into a headbutt. Itachi stumbled back with a bloody nose as Naruto came at him again, throwing a high kick-low kick combination. Itachi ducked the first and swept away the second. He did not even notice the third one until he felt a foot connect with his chin. Itachi used the momentum of his kick to get airborne and caught Naruto with his own foot. The blonde jumped back as Itachi's foot clipped his chin, flipping in the air and landing back on his feet. Fuuten, Rinkudan. Naruto sucked in a deep breath before hitting himself on the gut, sending a condensed ball of wind chakra at Itachi. Going through several hand signs, Itachi sucked in a breath as he called out his jutsu. Kaden, Gokyaku no Jutsu. A large fireball came out of Itachi's mouth and headed over to the cannonball-sized wind bullet. Due to wind's weakness against fire, any sort of fire jutsu would not only plow right through a wind jutsu, but the wind would increase its power even if going in an opposite direction. That was what would have happened here, if a Naruto Kage Bushin had not appeared under the fireball and shot a water bullet at it. The condensed ball of water went straight through the fireball, leaving a large hole in it before it dissipating. The wind bullet continued on and hit Itachi, who disappeared in another puff of smoke. Naruto spun around on his heel, stretching out his arm to block the incoming kick. Grabbing Itachi's foot, Naruto spun it, sending the Uchiha spinning before landing on his back. Itachi struck out with a leg, managing to clip Naruto on the foot and send him sprawling to the ground. The two pushed themselves back up, moving into a series of flips as they jumped away from each other. Naruto flicked his wrist and shot several kunai at Itachi, who dodged them, remembering what happened last time. Itachi began going through several hand signs as he prepared another jutsu. Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Several basketball-sized fireballs sailed towards Naruto. The blonde shinobi's cheeks bulged before several water bullets shot out of his mouth. Connecting with the fireballs and creating steam, Itachi came out of the steam with a tanto in his hand. In response, Naruto unsealed Susanoo, blocking the left side slash. Naruto moved the locked blades up and over his head, snapping a kick at Itachi's midsection. Itachi lifted his leg, letting his shin take the hit, though Naruto smirked when he noticed the normally emotionless face wince. Pulling back his blade, Itachi came in with a thrust to impale the blonde. Naruto redirected the attack to his right. Closing the distance, he smashed an elbow in Itachi's ribs, only for the man to disappear in a swirl of flower petals. When did he get me with the genjutsu? Naruto wondered as he dispelled it. He was just in time to twist his body as Itachi tried to stab him from behind. This time it managed to graze his torso before Naruto brought his sword up and redirected the attack over their heads, locking the two blades together. With their blades locked, Naruto threw a fist at Itachi's face. Itachi tilted his head to dodge the blow, however Naruto encased his fist in wind and Itachi was sent sailing back with the same force as if he had been hit by Tsunade. Itachi flipped onto his feet. Looking up, he saw everything going dark until he was consumed by blackness. For just a moment Itachi actually felt a hint of fear. While he never took the same pride in his eyes that the Uchiha clan had, he still had the same fear of going blind. To not be able to see anything despite having his Sharingan active was a frightful thing. However, he knew it was a genjutsu and flooded his chakra coils with as much chakra as he could muster. Kai. The genjutsu dispelled just in time to see Naruto run up to impale him. The blonde ran Itachi through, only for the Uchiha to turn into a log. Naruto cursed as he turned around and saw a fireball sailing towards him. Flicking his wrist, Naruto unsealed a tri-pronged kunai. He began to spin the Hiraishin kunai in his grip as the fireball sailed towards him. When it reached rather than explode, the fireball was sucked up into his kunai. Itachi felt his eyes widen as he saw the technique that he had seen the Yondaime do several times in the past. He had not realized that Naruto had come that far with the Hiraishin. A whistling noise snapped his attention back to reality. Looking up, he saw another tri-pronged kunai heading for him. Jumping back, Itachi let it fall to the ground. However, he was forced to use another Kuriwimi to escape when the fireball he had launched came out of the kunai. Itachi reappeared on one of the building, his breathing getting a little heavier than before. It seems you truly have gotten strong. Unfortunately, I do not have time to test my strength against you. You mean you no longer can? Naruto said, you're too low on chakra to do any more than the basic academy jutsu. From my estimation, you had already used about 1/4 of your chakra to fight Fu. I came in fresh and have far more chakra than you even at full strength. Your genjutsu do not work on me anymore, and only that Tsukiyomi will have a true effect. Itachi's small frown said it all. They both knew he would be unable to continue fighting, and unfortunately for him, Naruto still had more than half of his reserves left. Not like it matters anyway, Naruto continued with a grin as he pointed over to where Fu was. Itachi followed the blonde's finger and saw that Fu was gone. He must have had a Kage Bushin take the Nanabi Jinchuriki away, Itachi thought. He truly has gotten strong. So I see. I doubt torture will get you to tell me where she is. If you could torture me, you mean? Naruto shot back, you can't use Tsukiyomi right now and we both know the damage it does to your vision. It seems you really have gotten stronger Naruto-kun, Itachi said, you are correct I cannot win right now. His Sharingan right eye suddenly morphed into a pinwheel, Naruto's eyes widened as he felt chakra gather in Itachi's now bleeding eye. Amaterasu. A black flame shot from Itachi's eye, Naruto pulled out a scroll from his pouch, unrolling it as he channeled chakra into a seal that was written on the scroll. The black fire was sucked into the seal, which glowed after all of the flames were inside. Naruto rolled up the scroll as he looked around, Itachi was gone. A Kage Bushin phased into existence beside him before puffing out. A little while later another clone came out from one of the buildings, carrying a still unconscious Fu. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Kisame grinned at Kakashi and Sai who stood several feet away. He had several burn marks from close calls with Raiden Jutsu and a few scrapes, but otherwise still looked capable of fighting. You two are pretty good, it's nice to see that I can have a decent fight here, Kisame spoke with his shark-like grin on his face. But don't think this is over, I haven't even gotten started yet. Kakashi and Sai tensed. Before any of them could act, Itachi appeared next to Kisame. Kisame, this battle has become unfavorable, Itachi said, it seems we will need to re-evaluate Naruto Namikaze's strength. The blonde Gaki's here too, huh? Kisame said, well damn had I known that I wouldn't have wasted time with these two. It matters not, Itachi said, blinking the blood that was running down his eye away, what does is that we need to leave since we are at a disadvantage. Kisame sighed but put Seimata on his back, he went through several hand seals and called out a jutsu. Suten, Tsunami no Jutsu, Water Release, Giant Tidal Wave Jutsu. A large wave rose up in front of Kisame and Itachi, reaching a height of nearly 100 feet before it came crashing down towards the Konoha ninja. Kakashi and Sai jumped out of the way, Sakura grabbed onto Shibuki before jumping up herself. They landed on the tree as the wave crashed against it, shaking the foundations of the tree before settling down. Looking over to where Itachi and Kisame had been, they noticed the two had disappeared. The three Konoha ninja and Shibuki were back on the ground. Kakashi and Sai walked over to Sakura, who was checking over Shibuki to make sure her pills were healing him right. A little while later Naruto appeared next to them, still holding Fu in his arms. He looked over at Shibuki and grinned, wow Shibuki, you look like shit. Yeah well, thanks, 'cause I feel like. His sarcastic response was stopped as the voice registered in his mind. The pitch and timbre were deeper than he remembered but he knew that voice. Looking over he spotted a smirking blonde with blue eyes and 6 whisker marks. Naruto, he exclaimed before spotting who the blonde was holding in his arms. Is she? She's fine, Naruto interrupted, they need the Jinchuriki alive in order to extract their Baijuu, she's just unconscious is all. Shibuki sighed in relief, that's good. He looked over at Naruto again as he spoke, you know I'm surprised at how fast you got here. Naruto gave a sheepish grin as he put a hand behind his head, however before he could answer, Sakura did it for him. That's because he decided to set a ridiculous pace, Sakura huffed, he claimed if one us fell behind they might as well go home. Naruto shrugged, yeah well just think of it as training. Anyway we'd better get you and Sleeping Beauty here to the hospital. Naruto looked around to see many other ninja who had been injured, he blinked for a second, we should probably get them to the hospital too. Shibuki felt like rolling his eyes at the obvious suggestion, you think? XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Fu's eyes fluttered open, groaning as she sat up. Looking around she realized she was in the hospital. Fu furrowed her brow as she wondered what had happened. The last thing she remembered was fighting that Akatsuki member, but she did not look like she had been captured. If she had she was pretty sure she would not be alive. No. Hearing her brother's voice coming from the room on her left, Fu stood up and walked over to the wall, putting a hand to the wall as the conversation continued. Shibuki, you know this is the best option. Fu blinked when she heard the unfamiliar voice, deciding to find out who it was, she left her hospital room and entered Shibuki's. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Shibuki looked at the blonde Konoha shinobi with a scowl, I'm not going to let my sister be taken away. I spent too much effort to keep her from being exiled or given to the Akatsuki to let you take her back to Konoha. And what happens if Akatsuki attacks again? Asked Naruto, giving his friend a frustrated look, we might not be able to get here in time, or what if they decide to send more than just 2 members? Your village would be in even more danger. Naruto took a deep breath before plunging on, I'm not saying exile her, after the threat of Akatsuki has been dealt with, she'll come right back. The two had been arguing this point for the past day as they waited for Fu to wake up. Right now the two were in the hospital. Shibuki was lying on the bed, several bandages wrapped around his frame from the injuries he had sustained during his battle with Kisame. Naruto was sitting a little ways away, looking at Shibuki with a determined expression. He knew Shibuki did not want his sister away from him, but he also knew it would not only keep her safe but would actually be good for her. Like him, she had also been hated by nearly everyone in her village. Unlike him, however, she still had it bad. She was still mass hated by the population. Because of this, Shibuki was quite protective of her. He was the only one she would actually talk to. Because of the hatred she suffered from, Naruto had heard that Fu had grown to hate most of humanity due to her neglect. That was another reason Naruto felt she should come with him. If she stayed here, where she was hated, Fu would likely continue to hate humanity. Shibuki opened his mouth to retort, but another voice broke through the room. "What's going on, Shibuki ni-san?" The two turned to look at the door. Fu was standing there looking at the two. Shibuki put on a smile as he addressed her. "Imoto, how are you feeling?" Fu shrugged as she walked further into the room, her eyes moving over to Naruto with a wary expression. "All right," she replied at last, "I'm not sore anymore or anything." "What happened? And what are you two talking about?" Shibuki was about to answer when Naruto cut him off. "Akatsuki came to take, you got in a fight with Itachi Uchiha and lost." Fu scowled a bit at Naruto's rather blunt statement. Even if it was true, no one liked their faults being so blatantly shown. Naruto either didn't notice or didn't care as he continued. "Shibuki had sent Konoha a message and the Hokage sent us here. I found Itachi about to take you and battled him, eventually forcing him to a retreat." Naruto watched the various emotions play across Fu's face, fear at almost being caught, and a mixture of gratitude and weariness at him for saving her. Naruto continued, "As for what we were talking about, I thought it would be a good idea if you came to live with me in Konoha until Akatsuki has been dealt with." Fu's eyes widened in shock as she looked from Naruto to her brother. For a second she was unsure what to think. "You want me to come to Konoha?" At Naruto's nod she narrowed her eyes. "Why?" "Because this time you were lucky enough that I was not on a mission," Naruto answered simply. "Right now only myself and Jiraiya are capable of fighting S-class criminals due to our freedom from any serious duties. The only other people who can battle them on even grounds are the Kages, and they are stuck to their desk most of the time. If I had not been available, Konoha would have been unable to send any aid and you would have been captured." Both Fu and Shibuki winced at that. What he said was harsh, but considering what happened, it was also true. "That is why I feel that having you come to Konoha will be beneficial. It will be much easier to protect you that way." "Why would you do this?" Fu asked. "I know who you are and that you're considered a hero here for what you did to help my brother. But you know what I am, so why would you?" She trailed off and found a blush spreading across her face as Naruto took off his armor and lifted up his shirt. However, that blush soon turned to shock when she saw the seal on his stomach. "I'm helping you because like you I'm also a Jinchuriki," Naruto said. "Like you I was hated for most of my life. Hell, it wasn't even until my heritage as the Yondaime's son was revealed that people started to look up to me, and even now there are some people who are only acting like they respect me because of who my father was, but still fear and hate me." Naruto put his shirt back down and put the armor on, ignoring the looks of shock on the two Taki ninja. "Plus I think it would do you good to get out of a village that hates you." That got the two to pause and think. Right now she was mass hated by the people in Takigakure. Her only solace had been when she was on missions, allowing her to go to cities that did not hate or vilify her. Fu looked at Naruto, tilting her head to side as if trying to solve a puzzle. "If I went with you people would eventually find out about my status," Fu said at last. "They would still hate me." Naruto shook his head. "No they wouldn't, I'm well known by now as the Jinchuriki for the Kyuubi. Sure, some of the older generation might hate you, but the younger generation would look up to you." Fu gained a thoughtful look as Naruto continued. "It would also mean you would be protected by myself, Jiraiya and Tsunade, 3S rank ninja." Shibuki was silent as he looked at Fu, who seemed to be deep in thought. He did not want her to go, but in the end it was her decision and if she wanted to he would support her. After a few minutes of silence Fu looked back at Naruto. "If this is the best way to deal with Akatsuki then I will go with you." Naruto nodded. "We're going to stay here for a few days while Sakura helps to heal the injured, then we'll leave." Fu nodded as Naruto left the room to give the two some time alone. "Are you sure this is what you want?" Shibuki asked in concern. Fu shook her head. "Yes, I don't want to be looked down on and hated anymore. If what he says is true then I understand," Shibuki said. "If this is what you want, I will support your decision." Fu looked at Shibuki with a rare smile. "Thanks, Ni-san." XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto walked around Taki as he surveyed some of the damage done by Kisume's assault. It had not been much, most of the damage was done to the ninja forces. As he walked towards the large tree that held the spring for the hero's water, Naruto saw Sai sitting near the edge with a canvas in one hand and a brush in the other. Walking up, the blonde saw that he was painting a picture of the tree. "That's a good painting," Naruto said as he looked over Sai's shoulder. Sai's head snapped around and Naruto saw a brief flicker of surprise in the boy's eyes, so he's not just an emotionless puppet after all. After a moment, the pale-skinned youth gave Naruto his fake smile. "What can I do for you, Dickless?" Naruto felt his eyebrows twitch in annoyance. "You know we're really going to have to work on your etiquette. Also, can you stop talking about my dick? I don't swing that way." Sai tilted his head. "I do not know what you're talking about, I was merely commenting on what I have noticed from observation." "Whatever," Naruto said as he rolled his eyes. The blonde turned back to the painting. "So you like to paint?" Sai looked at his painting and shrugged. "I'm not sure." "What do you mean you're not sure?" Naruto asked in confusion. "You either do or you don't." "That's just it, I'm not sure," Sai replied with a shrug as he went back to his painting. Naruto sighed at how frustrating Sai was being. If this was what Danzo did to his men, then Naruto was glad the old fool had never been able to sink his claws into him. "So you got a name for that painting?" asked Naruto as he sat down. Sai blinked as he stopped painting and looked at the blonde shinobi. No. Sai looked back at his painting and frowned. "Well, that's no good," Naruto said. "You know every great masterpiece has to have a name, otherwise it's not as memorable." "Maybe," Sai said, "I've never been good with names. I've tried before but every time I try and think of one, it never comes to me." Naruto nodded as he realized that Danzo had probably stunted most of this side, which relied more on emotion. The fact that the boy was even painting at all was a miracle since it meant he was not completely indoctrinated. "Well, you just have to let them come to you, I guess." "What would you name it?" Sai asked, and Naruto could hear a hint of curiosity in the boy's voice. "To be honest, I don't know," Naruto replied, shrugging his shoulders. "I'm not an artist and I've never been good at naming things. Hell, even my jutsu names suck. My emotions are felt in a different way than creating art." "Emotions?" asked Sai. "I don't have any emotions." Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "None at all? Don't you feel something when you create work like this?" Sai frowned. "No, I feel nothing." Naruto stood up. "I think you're lying." Sai's head snapped up to look at him. "Why else would you paint? I know for a fact that your master Danzo would not like you having an outlet designed to express feelings, and painting is such an outlet." He noticed Sai gaining a thoughtful look. "I think deep down you do feel emotions, but they're buried so far underneath that you don't know it." Naruto paused for a moment. "Well, whatever, it's none of my business, I guess. Just make sure you're ready to leave 3 days from now." As Naruto walked off, Sai turned to look back at the tree, a thoughtful frown on his face as he continued painting. XXXXXXXXXXXX. "So you are telling me you have failed to capture the Nanabi Jinchuriki?" Pain asked the holographic figure of Itachi, narrowing his Rinnegan eyes. Itachi kept up his emotionless facade while speaking. "Yes, it seems they managed to request aid from Konoha. They came faster than I expected and I was forced to fight Naruto Namikaze. From what I understand, the Nanabi Jinchuriki is now in Konoha under his protection. It seems the Gaki is getting pretty strong, to be able to force Itachi to retreat," Kisume said, a shaker-like smirk forming on his face. "Makes me wish I had fought him myself." "To be so strong means he must be a good boy," Toby yelled. "He is like me." "Toby is a good boy." "Toby, shut up, yeah," Deidre shouted at the spiraled masked man. "How many times have I told you not to be so annoying?" "Whoops. Sorry, Deidre-senpai," Toby said in an embarrassed voice as he rubbed the back of his head. Pain closed his eyes as a troubled look crossed his face. That boy was causing more trouble than he was worth. He would need to be dealt with soon. "I will need to think on this new development. All of you are dismissed." The images faded out, leaving only Pain, Konan and Toby left. "That boy is causing even more problems than his father," Madara said, no longer acting the fool. "He will need to be dealt with soon." Pain opened his eyes to look at the man. "Should we send the Akatsuki after him?" Madara thought about the question for a moment before shaking his head. "No. At the moment it would require more power than we currently have, since it would mean going up against Jiraiya and Tsunade as well as Konoha itself. I wish to concentrate our efforts on the other than Jinchuriki. Send Itachi and Kisame after the Inbi, he has been spotted in Tsuki no Kuni. Deidre and I will go after the Gobi, which has been spotted in the eastern province of Kiba no Kuni, Land of Fangs. Also, what news of Sasuke? He is still under Orochimaru's guard, Pain said, however the snake Sanin has yet to try and use his immortality jutsu on him. Good, Madara said, I will have need of Sasuke's Sharingan and cannot have Orochimaru getting his hands on it. We have had many failures as of late, Pain, I expect them to be rectified soon. With that, Madara faded out of existence. Pain scowled as Madara disappeared. He disliked how this man tried to order him around. However, he knew that right now it was not possible for him to do anything. It was Madara who had made all of this possible, and currently Pain did not have the strength to beat the Sharingan user. But soon he will feel the power of a god. Pain thought as he faded out as well, leaving the only female member of their group left. Konan closed her eyes. She would need to tell Naruto of this development soon. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The trip to the Hokage Tower was for the most part silent. Fu listened as Naruto explained a little bit about Konoha, giving her a bit of a history lesson on the major sites. Walking into the Hokage Tower, the five ninja went up the stairs to the top floor. Naruto walked up to the desk where Shizune was currently going through several files. Tapping on it a few times, Naruto got the black-haired woman to look up. "Oh, Naruto-kun," Shizune exclaimed with a smile, "I take it the mission was a success?" Naruto gave her a smile. "Was there ever any doubt?" he asked rhetorically. "Yeah, the mission was a success. We also will be having a guest I placed under my protection." At this, Shizune noticed the green-haired girl that was with them. "I see," she said as she put the files she had been handling down. Walking over to the door, she knocked several times before opening it. "Tsunade-sama, Naruto-kun has returned from his mission." Naruto and the others followed Shizune in and stopped in front of the desk. Tsunade looked up to see the four ninja she had sent, as well as the new arrival. "Report," she said in her Hokage voice. Naruto nodded as he began to explain what had transpired during the mission. From sending Kakashi inside to deal with Kisame and Sakura to help heal the injured while he fought Itachi into retreat. After that, I invited Fu to stay here under Konoha protection. I also felt it would be a good idea to help with her training so that she can become strong enough to protect herself. Tsunade looked at the green-haired girl, who seemed slightly unsure of herself now that she was actually in Konoha. The busty blonde sighed. Somehow she had expected this to happen. "I suppose she will be staying in the Namikaze compound then?" Tsunade asked. Naruto nodded, "Yes." "Very well, I'll be expecting a written report tomorrow," the blonde woman said in a commanding tone. Naruto nodded before turning to Fu. "Come on, we'll get you situated into your new home for the time being, then I'll show you around Konoha." Fu blinked a few seconds before nodding and following the blonde out. When the blonde and the others left, Tsunade turned to the only one left in the room. "So how did he do?" Kakashi snapped his book shut before speaking. "He did extremely well. He was able to pick up what was happening long before we even got to Takigakura and created a plan of action that was not only sound, but also worked by utilizing the abilities of himself and his team." Tsunade nodded. "Do you think he's ready for promotion to full Jonin?" Kakashi gave a hum of thought before answering, "Yes, but I would have him take a few more missions before giving him Jonin status." Tsunade nodded. "Thank you, you're dismissed." Kakashi nodded, pulling out his book and giving a perverse giggle as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Fu sighed as she finished placing all of her clothing in one of the drawers. Looking around the room, she had to admit it was nice. "Way nicer than my terrible apartment back home," she said to herself. The place reminded her of a few of the tales she had read about the rooms in a daimyo's palace. Finding that everything was put away, she nodded and to herself, moving over to the door as she made her way out. Walking down the hall, she was stopped as Naruto came out of his room. "Hey, you got your stuff all put away?" asked Naruto. Fu nodded, "Yes." Naruto noticed a small frown etched on the woman's face. "Miss your home?" Fu looked up at him before shaking her head. "Not really, I was always hated there for what I held. Forced into a harsh training regimen in order to harness the Nanabi, sent on suicide missions afterwards, only to be treated like the plague upon return." Naruto nodded in understanding. The life of a Jinchuriki is never easy. Naruto paused for a moment as he decided to switch topics. "How about I show you around and we can go out and get something to eat?" Fu looked at him somewhat startled that he was being so nice to her, though he is also a Jinchuriki. "Okay," she said out loud. "Great," Naruto said as he pushed her down the stairs. "Then there is only one place we can get food." XXXXXXXXXXXXX. "Oi! Oji-san, some miso ramen for me and my friend and keep 'em coming, Naruto shouted as he entered Ichiraku's and sat down at the stool reserved for him. Fu followed close behind, sitting down on his right. Tucci and A-Tame turned around to find the two sitting down. The old man offered a grin. Well, Naruto. It's good to see you, and who is your friend? Another one of your. The old man held up a pinky and wiggled it conspiratorially. Fu felt a large blush spread across her face. Naruto just laughed as he waved a hand in the air. Nothing like that, Tucci Oji-san, she's staying here from Taki until all this Red Cloud business is taken care of. I offered her a place to stay until then. Tucci nodded, knowing better than to question Naruto about his missions. All right then, your miso will be coming right up. A-Tame walked over to the counter and plopped her head on the butt of her hands, leaning on the countertop as she looked at Naruto. So I take it you were on a mission? You were gone for quite a while, she said. Naruto nodded his head as he slurped up the noodles. Yeah, I had to go Taki and help defend the village from an enemy that was attacking it. Naruto kept his explanations vague. While he loved the ramen chef and daughter duo, he did not want them getting involved in anything Akatsuki related. Half an hour later, Naruto and Fu finished and the blonde paid for their meal before leaving. The two were walking along one of the streets when Naruto turned to Fu. Come on, I'll show you around the rest of Konoha, he said as he began to give her a more detailed tour of the village. XXXXXXXXXXX. I see, Danzo said as he listened to Sai's report. If what his subordinate said was true and Naruto had been able to force Itachi into a retreat, then the boy was indeed powerful. However, there was another piece of information that intrigued him even more. So the Nanabi Jinchuriki is here? And wipe that stupid smile off your face. Yes, Danzo-sama, Sai replied with his head bowed in a submissive position. She is staying at the Namikaze estate under Namikaze-san's protection. Sai looked up with his smile still in place, and I was told that a smile is the best way to get into people's hearts. Danzo frowned in thought as he ignored the boy's words, for now, instead coming up with a plan for the new information he had received. If he could somehow get the Nanabi Jinchuriki under his control, then it would help solidify his position. However, the Namikaze would still be a problem. This is most interesting information, Danzo said, though it seemed as if he was talking more to himself. Danzo-sama, Sai said, getting the one-eyed man's attention. I would like to request to stay with Namikaze-san as a member of his team. Danzo looked at the boy in shock for a second. Sai had never once requested anything, and him doing it now made Danzo wonder what was going through the boy's mind. However, Danzo's arrogance and the belief that a shinobi he personally trained could never turn on him kept the man from assuming it was anything more than wanting to keep an eye on his target. Very well, I will allow it. Danzo had already planned on having Sai continue watching the boy so he could discover Naruto's weakness. I will want weekly reports on what Namikaze-san is doing and who he spends time with. Hi Danzo-sama. XXXXXXXXXXX. Omake, penis or no penis? I don't see how someone who seems to be lacking a penis can fight an S-rank criminal, Sai replied with the fake smile he had been giving them since the start. Naruto glared at the boy. This kid had been nothing but trouble since they had met. Aside from the fact that the smile he gave was obviously fake and the boy had the emotional range of a toothpick, he also seemed to have some weird kind of dick fetish. He had mentioned Naruto's penis at least 6 different times when the blonde was speaking, most of which were an insinuation about Naruto having a lack of one. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that, so that I don't end up killing you, Naruto said. He turned to look at Kakashi and was about to speak when Sai interrupted him. You know you shouldn't deny your dickless status. Sai gave the blonde shinobi a large smile. I read in a book once that the first step to getting over something is admitting you have a problem. Naruto eyebrow twitched as he ground his teeth together. Sai, if I hear one more word about dicks out of you, I'm gonna. You can't do anything, Sai said. After all, when you're a dickless wonder like you are, there is nothing you can do. Best to just accept it and move on. That does it. Naruto growled as a familiar ball of swirling blue chakra formed in the palm of Naruto's left hand, before increasing its size to epic proportions. Naruto appeared in front of Sai in a yellow flash as he thrust the giant ball of energy in his hand. Cho Udoma Rasengan. XXXXXXXXXXX. Omake 2, Itachi's book. I see. Was all Itachi said, preparing to fight against the Namikaze heir. However, before we begin, I would like to discuss something with you, Naruto said in a serious tone. Itachi frowned as he wondered what the blonde wanted to talk to him about. What do you wish to discuss? Naruto grinned as he walked up to Itachi and pulled out a book? I wanted to thank you for writing this. This book is an absolute godsend. I can't tell you the number of times this baby kept me from being raped. Itachi took a look at the book, Fangirl 101, How to Identify and Avoid Fangirls by Itachi Uchiha. A rare smile graced Itachi's face. I am glad you can appreciate that book, it is one of my proudest accomplishments. I'll say, Naruto said, when Konoha gave you that title of genius they really meant it, this book is pure genius. Though I noticed you forgot to add something to it. Itachi looked at him in undisguised curiosity. Oh, what did I forget? He was sure he had gotten everything. Naruto shuddered. You forgot to add how to escape fanboys. Itachi felt a shiver crawl up his spine as he heard the words that made him pale even worse than fangirls. That is a most problematic idea, Naruto-kun, Itachi said as he reached into his pouch and pulled out a box of Pocky. He grabbed a stick and put it in his mouth before offering one to Naruto. We should discuss how to rectify this problem over some Pocky, Itachi told the blonde, who had a curious look on his face. Naruto took a stick and put it in his mouth. This is some good stuff. Itachi nodded. You are quite lucky, I have never given any of my Pocky to anyone. Not even to your old family? Asked Naruto as he bit a piece off. Itachi gave him a deadpan look. Naruto-kun, why do you think the massacres even happened? Ah. Well, I just thought you went psychotic and killed them, the blonde commented sheepishly. No, that is not what happened at all, Itachi said. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Before the massacres, Konoha. Itachi-kun, Mikado said as she saw her eldest son sitting on the porch eating his Pocky. Seriously, Itachi-kun, can you eat something other than Pocky? Itachi froze before turning around. What did you say? His voice barely a whisper. I'm telling you, you need to eat something other than Pocky, Mikado said, it's not good for you. Itachi glared at his mother, the anger of her words turning his regular Sharingan eyes into the Mangekyo. Nobody tells me to stop eating Pocky. Before Mikado knew what was happening, Itachi began his rampage, killing off the entire clan in a single night, thus causing what would become known as the Uchiha Massacre. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto looked at Itachi as he related the true events of the Uchiha Massacre. Dude, has anyone ever told you you're insane? Several have, yes, Itachi replied with a shrug. Now about that new book. Naruto nodded as he began to discuss several ideas with Itachi, neither noticing that Fu had woken up and was listening to the two in shock. And this is the person who beat me, Fu thought lamentingly. Chapter 15, Broken Bonds. Yu Gao cursed as she and the last member of her unit continued to run, jumping through the trees at an accelerated pace. The mission she was on had gone wrong. They had been supposed to meet one of Jiraiya's contacts who apparently had information on Orochimaru when they had been ambushed. Several dozen auto ninja had been waiting for her and her squad. Whether they had been betrayed or their contact was killed no longer mattered. They had been forced to fight their way out, now only she and one other member remained. A whistling noise caught Yu Gao's attention and she cursed as several kunai were launched in front of her and her teammate. A sizzling noise let her know they had exploding tags attached to them. Yu Gao pushed her teammate out of the way, jumping out of the way as well as the tags exploded. Landing next to the only surviving member of her team, a man in a boar mask, Yu Gao began to give out orders. I'll hold them off. Keep moving to Konoha. But Nico. No. Yu Gao interrupted, already knowing what he was going to say. Both of us won't be able to get away. I'm a better fighter than you, so I'll hold them off. Go warn the Hokage. The man in the boar mask knew better than to argue and jumped back into the trees, taking off as Yu Gao unsheathed her sword. The woman soon found herself surrounded, however that did not seem to bother her as she charged the first ninja she saw. Ducking under a kunai swipe, Yu Gao came up and slashed at the man's throat, chopping his head off. Jumping back as several kunai flew to her previous position, she rolled along the ground, coming up and impaling another ninja through the chest. She spun on the balls of her feet, using the now dead auto ninja as a shield for the kunai that came at her. When hail died down, Yu Gao shoved the dead ninja off her sword and into one of his comrades, jumping up and lunging with her sword, impaling the ninja through the skull. Katen, Gokyaku no Jutsu. Yu Gao cursed as she jumped out of the way of a large fireball. Twisting her body, she launched several shuriken with her free hand, impaling one of the ninja between the eyes. Landing on the ground, she came face to face with another ninja. This one managed to smash a fist in her masked face hard enough to fly into a tree and shatter the mask. Yu Gao grunted as her back smashed against the trunk. She did not get the chance to fall as one of the ninja came up and gripped her by the throat. He smashed her back into the tree trunk, making some blood dribble out of her mouth as he began to strangle her. Yugao grabbed onto the man's hand as she tried to pry it off, however he merely began to smash her into the tree trunk. As Yugao's vision began to fade, the last thing she saw was silver hair and glasses. Her eyes soon closed and she had one last thought before darkness claimed her. Hayate. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Fu smiled as she walked around the forest just inside Konoha, looking for different types of bugs that she could find. Despite not really liking her Jinchuriki status, she still found she liked to see different species of insects and had long assumed this affinity for them was somehow because of the Hanabi. She had been in Konoha for nearly a week and had been shocked at the difference in how she was treated. It seemed that Naruto was right. The people here, especially those of the younger generation, treated both her and Naruto with the utmost respect. None of it was out of fear either, but respect for their sacrifice. This was something she was not used to, having been subject to the constant hatred of her village except for when she was sent on suicide missions. Of course there were still people here who seemed to hate her, but they did not openly show it lest they get in trouble with everyone else. So far she had met a few of Naruto's friends as well and they seemed to not even care about what she held, talking to her as if she was any other person. However, while she was not yet used to such treatment, she could not deny that she enjoyed not having the stigma of Hanabi hanging over her shoulder. "Well, hello there," Fu said to herself as she found an odd insect that landed on her. It looked like a beetle with twin pincers, however she could sense it draining her of a little chakra. "You know it's not nice to drain people of their chakra without permission," she said to it. "My apologies." Fu jumped and felt her eyes widen as she turned around to find someone wearing sunglasses and covering his entire body in gray/khaki colored clothing. Fu watched as the bug flew off of her and moved over to him. "I did not mean for one of my bugs to suck your chakra, I was merely trying to find out who invaded the Aburame clan's forest. However, if it did suck your chakra without my permission you must have powerful reserves," Shino said. Fu felt her eyes widen again. "I'm sorry, I did not realize that this forest actually belonged to a clan." "It is most all right," Shino said, "I can tell you're a foreigner so that is understandable that you would not know this." "So that bug is yours?" Fu asked as she walked up to Shino. "Yes." "What kind of insect is it?" "I haven't seen an insect like him before," Fu asked with curiosity pervading her voice. "It reminds me of the Papilia insects that I found in Kiba no Kuni one time, but I can tell it's very different." Shino blinked in surprise, having never found someone outside of his clan who was interested in insects. It did not last long as he began to tell her about his insect hive with Fu listening with rapt attention. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Tsunade rummaged through the list of mission scrolls as she attempted to find a good mission for Naruto to do. Said ninja was calmly sitting in the seat across from her desk. Truth was she had a lot of missions for him. After the Chunin exams many of the customers had personally requested the clan head. She had also been forced to throw out a lot of marriage proposals for him that had been disguised as missions sent by various nobles to marry their daughters. She even found one for him to marry a woman who was in her mid-40s and already married. Picking up another scroll she read it over before nodding to herself. "This one should do, it's Tsunade-sama." The door slammed open and Shizune burst into the room, her eyes wide and her breathing heavy. "What's wrong with you, Shizune?" Tsunade asked with a raised eyebrow, a small feeling of dread welling up in her gut. One of our Onbu teams ambushed by Otto, Shizune said between breaths as she slowly regained her bearings. "We have an injured survivor, he's at the hospital right now." Tsunade along with Naruto felt their eyes widen. Mission forgotten. Tsunade rushed out of the room as she made her way to get to the hospital. Naruto watched her go with a frown, wondering what to do for a moment. Making a decision, he followed the blonde Hokage, catching up to Shizune who was also on her way to the hospital. "Shizune Ne-chan," Naruto said as he began to walk alongside the woman, "what happened? Whose team was ambushed?" Shizune looked at Naruto for a moment as she debated whether to tell him or not. Onbu teams normally answer only to the Hokage and anything about their team and what they do are considered classified. Still, this young man was probably the third most important figure to Konoha, with only Tsunade and Jiraiya being ahead of him. "One of our teams was supposed to meet with a contact in Otto, however it seemed to be a trap. The man who came back claims to be the only one to escape." Shizune and Naruto stopped in front of the door that Tsunade entered just a moment before. "Whose team was ambushed?" asked Naruto again, an odd feeling of nausea welling up inside of him. Shizune looked at him and sighed. "It was Nico's team." Naruto's mind went blank at the announcement. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The first thing Yugao realized as she woke up was that she was in pain, enough that she nearly screamed as soon as she woke up. The second thing she realized was that she was strapped to a table. Her arms were bound on either side, the binding strapped tightly around her and done in a way that she felt like she was being stretched. Her legs were tied down in a spread eagle form, feeling much the same way as her arms. Looking at herself, she found that she was completely nude with absolutely nothing covering her form, making her instantly feel violated and exposed. Her head snapped over to the door on the other side of the room, watching as it opened and two figures stepped in. She found herself sucking in a breath as she stared at a pair of yellow snake-like eyes and pale skin, recognizing the first person as Orochimaru, Konoha's most infamous traitor next to Itachi. The other person was around mid-height, with silver hair and round glasses. He was wearing a purple outfit and had several medical pouches on his persons. While Yugao had never seen him, she had been given a general description of this man. This was Kabuto Yakushi, the man Hayate had been going to spy on before he was killed. Yugao snarled out as she began to struggle against her restraints. "Oh my," Orochimaru said in an amused voice, "Kukaku, it seems she knows you from somewhere, Kabuto-kun." Kabuto smirked as he pushed his glasses. "I don't think I've ever met her before in my life." "You're the reason Hayate is dead," Yugao yelled, her struggling increasing in fervor in her effort to get out of her restraints and kill this man. "Hayate?" Kabuto mumbled in thought before the proverbial light bulb went off in his head. "Ah. Now I remember him, the proctor for the preliminaries when we had our invasion." The medical ninja shrugged. "He was the one who was spying on me and our ally at the time. From what I hear, he was quite skilled with a sword. He even gave the ninja who killed him some trouble, though that did not save him in the end, did it?" "Shut up," Yugao yelled, her desire to snap this man's neck reaching an all-time high. "You're the entire reason he's dead. I'm gonna kill you." "She seems quite violent," Orochimaru commented with a snake-like smirk. "Do you think you'll be alright alone with her, Kabuto-kun?" "Of course, Orochimaru-sama," Kabuto said as he pushed his glasses up his nose. "Just leave everything to me." "Kukaku, very well," Orochimaru laughed as he began to leave. "I need to check on Sasuke-kun anyway. I believe he wanted some more training." As the door closed behind the snake Sennin, his right-hand man turned back towards the still struggling and snarling Yugao. "Now there is no need for such violence," Kabuto commented as he walked up to the table and unrolled a scroll. Unsealing the contents revealed them to be what looked like medical scalpels and a jar of odd stones floating in a glowing green liquid. Kabuto grabbed one of the scalpels, smirking as he looked over at Yugao. "You know, if you continue to struggle, this is going to hurt even more." "Fuck you," Yugao hissed as she spit on his face. Kabuto just sighed as he took off his glasses and wiped them off on his shirt, before wiping the spit away. "Now that wasn't very nice. I would have thought you Leaf Ninja would have more manners." "Oh well," he shrugged before taking the scalpel and impaling Yugao through the stomach, dragging it along to open a large incision. Yugao's screams soon began to echo throughout the base. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto stood up as soon as Tsunade opened the door to the hospital, walking up to her with a determined expression. "Tsunade-sama, I am going to form a rescue squad to see if there are any survivors that Orochimaru managed to capture and rescue them," Naruto said in a voice that told her he was going whether she allowed it or not. "Your request is denied, Naruto," Tsunade said, making the younger blonde's eyes narrow. "We don't have enough information to mount a rescue operation. Even if we did, we are dealing with Orochimaru here. Chances are Nico is already dead or worse." She knew why he really wanted to go. Tsunade had read the reports about how Nico or Yugao had been his bodyguard for a year before he entered the academy. She had spent time with the boy outside of her duties, even going so far as to let him know her identity as Nico, something that if the Sandaime had not been lenient about because of Naruto, could have cost the woman her career. "I wasn't asking, Hokage-sama," Naruto replied through gritted teeth. "I will be going, no matter what you say. Either you send me with a squad or I go on my own." All conversation that had been going on in the hall screeched to a halt as the confrontation between the two S-class ninja escalated. Shizune, who had only been listening with half an ear until now, turned wide eyes on Naruto, who, even though he never gave respectful suffixes unless in council meetings or when receiving missions of great importance, had never gone so far as to show insubordination, especially to this level. Tsunade looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes, leaking a small amount of killing intent at the blonde. "Tokubetsu Jonin Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I am giving you direct orders not to go after Orochimaru or attempt to rescue our lost squad. It's a lost cause and I won't have you doing something foolish." "Well then, Hokage-sama, you can respectfully shove your goddamn orders up your ass." Naruto replied, I will be going, and if you or anyone else tries to stop me I will not hesitate to fight back. Tsunade's eyes widened as Naruto spun on his heels and began to leave the hospital. You would be willing to risk becoming a missing ninja for one person whom you haven't even really seen since you were 5? Tsunade asked, you barely even know her. And what about your dream to be Hokage? If you do this. Tsunade was interrupted mid-speech by Naruto as he turned around and looked at her with a hard stare. I know her well enough, Hokage-sama, and I am not about to let one of my precious people die, nor will I believe she is dead until I see her body for myself. Naruto turned his head. Besides, what kind of Hokage would I be if I let someone who I consider family die? With that, Naruto walked off, leaving a stunned Tsunade who continued to look at the door he left from. Damn it. Tsunade cursed. Shizune, she yelled out, getting the woman who watched the confrontation out of her shocked state. Get me Kiba Inuzuka, Hinata Hyuga, Sakura Haruno. And Sai. Tell them to be in my office within 5 minutes. Why yes, Tsunade-sama, Shizune said as she ran out the door to find the people asked for. Tsunade sighed as she sushined to her office in the Hokage Tower. Naruto was going to be in so much trouble when he got back. She should detain him, however he had said that if she tried he would fight her shinobi, and if there was one thing she knew it was that when Naruto said he would do something, you'd damn well better believe he would go through with it. She sighed, hoping she was making the right decision. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto double-checked his equipment. Nodding in satisfaction, he rushed out of his room and out of his house as he made his way to the north gate. He ran over the information he had been able to get from Shizune. According to what the Anbu who had made it back before passing out, Yugao and her team had been ambushed 10 miles south of Oto. Shizune had said that Yugao and the one who came back managed to escape, but Yugao had decided to stay behind and buy her comrade time to escape. As Naruto reached the gate, he heard a voice call out behind him. Naruto. Turning around, Naruto held in his surprise at seeing Hinata, Kiba, Sakura and Sai running towards him. Are you guys here to stop me? Naruto asked with narrowed eyes as the three stopped in front of him. No. Hokage-sama has asked us to go with you, Sakura said as she put her hands on her knees in an effort to catch her breath. That's right, man, Kiba said as he got off his large ninja dog. Akamaru, we're going to help you with your mission. We are supposed to make sure you don't get in over your head, dickless, said Sai as he gave his fake smile. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at the three. He had assumed that Tsunade would try to stop him from going. I wonder why she actually got me a team rather than try to detain me? He shook his head. Right now anything that did not pertain to rescuing Yugao was irrelevant. You have my thanks then. We're heading towards Oto where a team of Anbu was ambushed. Our mission is to see if there are any survivors and if so rescue them. We'll be traveling fast so make sure you can keep up. Naruto turned around. Let's go. Naruto blurred out of existence as he shot off, putting on a burst of speed and forcing the others to take off in order to catch up. Naruto and his team traveled for several hours. The foliage around the area passed by as nothing but a blur as Hinata, Kiba, Sakura and Sai tried to keep up with Naruto. Right now the blonde's only thoughts were on completing the mission he had set for himself. At the moment nothing else mattered. As the sun began to set he looked back at the others, noticing that they seemed to be lagging more and more. For a moment Naruto cursed. He should have gone on his own, at least then he would be able to move much faster. Sighing he came to a stop. Oto was farther than Taki, they could not get there before dark and the others were exhausted. He realized they would need to stop for the night. We'll set up camp here, Naruto said as the other came up. Kiba, I can hear a stream from somewhere up north. I want you to go and see if you can't catch some fish. Hinata, I want you and Sakura to set up camp. Sai, I want you to scout the area. Meanwhile I'll set up traps around our perimeter. The three Chunin and one Root nodded and went off to their various tasks. Naruto created several cage bushins and sent them off with several trap seals and sensor seals so they would not be caught by surprise. That night Naruto cooked everyone some fish that Kiba caught. The entire affair was fairly quiet affair. Kiba, Hinata, Sakura and even Sai were not sure what to say to Naruto. Said blonde was extremely quiet as he ate, not even looking at anyone as he just stared into space. Are you okay, Naruto-kun? Asked Hinata. Though her voice was still soft she no longer stuttered since her talk with the blonde about her reason to grow stronger. Naruto looked up. Oh yeah, I'm fine. You know you're a terrible liar, Sakura said. What's bothering you? Naruto sighed. I know the captain of the team who was ambushed. When I was younger she was one of few people who ever showed me kindness and treated me like a human. Despite how long ago it happened, I never forgot what she did for me and how much it meant. Now she's in trouble and I'm afraid we won't get there in time. Sakura, Kiba and Hinata were silent as he spoke. They had not truly realized how hard his life was until his announcement of his Jinchuriki status. They had seen how he was hated of course, but never knew why. Now they knew it was because his own father had sealed the Baijuo who had nearly destroyed Konoha. All three realized that they had only seen the surface of just how bad the blonde had it. They realized why Naruto was so adamant on saving this woman, because she was one of the few people who had seen him for him. Sai remained silent as well, thinking about what the blonde said. Is this what it means to have a bond with someone? He looked at the blonde Tokubetsu Jonin in unhidden curiosity, to be willing to go so far for one person. Could this be what makes him the way he is? Naruto sighed as he stood up. I'll take the first watch, Kibi'll take second and Sai will take the third. We'll do watches in 3-hour intervals, understood? Yes, Kiba said while Sai merely nodded. Naruto stood up and looked at the darkened sky, hoping that Yugao was alright. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. The next day found the group once again trying to keep the grueling pace, Naruto said as he rushed through the area towards the last known destination of the Onbu team. Akamaru and I smell burnt wood and flesh up ahead, Kiba said, Akamaru barking in agreement. Naruto nodded, lead the way. Kiba took the lead and the others followed him. They came upon a clearing that was obviously a battle site given the burnt ground around the area. Naruto immediately ordered the group to spread out and search for clues that could help them find Yugao. Judging from the number of footprints coming from the north, the squad was made of 6 Onbu. He moved over to where the feet seemed to stop. They were met by someone here. Looking over around the area he saw a few kunai in the burnt ground, signs of a katen jutsu being used. They scattered, 4 of them were picked off one by one. He looked at each area, where he could see what looked like ash over the burnt ground. Looking down he spotted footprints that were indented a little farther into the ground. 2 of them survived and jumped. He placed his own feet into one of the prints. Looking up he jumped over to the first tree in sight. Crouching down he saw a 2-foot print in the tree. He continued to follow it until he saw a branch that had been taken out by an exploding tag. They jumped to the ground. Naruto jumped down and looked around until he saw 2 sets of footprints that he identified as those belonging to the Onbu. This is where Yugao made her stand. He looked to see a print that was scuffled. She was knocked back into this tree, Naruto thought as she looked at the tree. It was splintered, showing where someone was slammed into it repeatedly. Yet there is no burn marks from a katen jutsu like the others, which means she was not killed. Naruto kneeled down onto the ground. Looking around he saw a glint of white and red. He moved over and picked up what he recognized as the piece of an Onbu mask, a Nico mask. Naruto whirled around and looked at the rest of the ninja with him. Kiba. I need you and Akamaru to track the scent from this. Naruto held up the mask piece. Kiba took it and brought it up to his and Akamaru's nose, getting the scent that was on it. Both of them began to sniff around, trying to track the scent to see which way it went. Akamaru gave a loud bark which Kiba translated. Akamaru says he found the scent. It's weak, but we should be able to follow it. Kiba and Akamaru took off into the trees as they began to follow the scent. Naruto and the others raced off as well, following the canine shinobi and his companion. They made their way out of the trees and Naruto noticed that they had crossed the borders of Hai no Kuni. They were now entering the borders of Ta no Kuni, land of rice, where Otogakure was located. In front of him Kiba stopped and raised his hand, causing the others to stop as well. He and Akamaru sniffed the area for a few minutes and frowned. The scent stops here. Naruto closed his eyes and thought, the scent stops here? We already know they didn't use any kind of scent killer, or they would have used it at the site and not been so careless. That means that either they did not expect Konoha to send anyone, or they did and are leading us into a trap. I doubt Orochimaru would waste his time to set a trap when he does not know who if anyone would actually come, so it's probably the former. Now since the scent has stopped here, that means that the entrance to wherever Yugao has been taken is here. Several Kage Bushin phased into existence. They spread out and began to search. Naruto turned to look at the members of his team who seemed confused. If the scent ends here, that means that the entrance to wherever Yugao is here. I suggest you 4 spread out and start searching too. Following his own advice, Naruto began his own search. Looking around the area for any sign of an entrance, he was not sure what to look for but assumed there would either be a hidden entrance or some kind of panel to open an entrance. While searching, the memory of a Kage Bushin hit him. He stood up and ran over to where it had been and smiled. There was a door hidden under a layer of leaves and dirt. He knelt down and looked it over. There were several seals on it that would activate if someone tried to force it open. One designed to alert whoever was in the base and another one that would explode and take out whoever was standing within a 15-foot radius of the door. Naruto unsealed his sealing brush and began to lay seals over the ones that were in place, making sure his counteracting seals were perfect before channeling chakra into them. There was a slight hissing noise and Naruto watched as the seals began to dissolve, leaving the door completely clear as if the seals had never been. Naruto looked up to see where the other 4 members were. He looked at them and individually signaled for them to come over. Okay, you 5, from this point on I want all of you to use the standard Onbu hand signs to communicate. There will be no talking unless absolutely needed. We are now officially in enemy territory. Due to my speed and reflexes I'll be in front, Kibiyu and Akamaru will be after me. Sakura, since you're our main healer I want you coming next. Sai will be after you to cover your back and Hinata you will be in the rear and use your Byakugan to scout the area. Naruto grabbed onto the handle and lifted the door revealing a ladder that led into the auto base. Let's go. Going in first, Naruto got onto the ladder and made his way down. His enhanced vision was able to see the bottom about a dozen feet down. He got off the ladder and waited as the other 4 came down. Kiba set Akamaru off his shoulders as the rest looked around the dark hallway they were in. Naruto looked around himself at the darkened passage. Even with his enhanced eyesight he could only see about 30 feet in front of him. Kneeling down, Naruto put one finger on the ground and sent trace amounts of chakra through it. Up ahead the hallway branches into 3 separate hallways. 14 doors in each hall, 7 on each side. There are a total of 56 people on this level and there's a staircase leading to another. Naruto stood back up as the information about his surroundings came to him, formulating a plan of action that would allow him to access more ground without having to separate from his team. He looked over at them and got their attention. They all walked over to him as he began hand sealing. Follow. He turned back around and began to move, walking along the edge of the wall as he used his enhanced senses to aid him. The 5-man squad made their way along the hall, taking the left branch first. Each time they went up to a door Naruto would place a single finger on it to try and glean what information he could. 4 people, mid-Chunin level. Naruto sighed, Yugao's not in there. This continued for nearly 30 minutes as they went from door to door. There was only one mishap where one of the auto ninja had stepped out of one of the rooms and Naruto had been forced to kill him and the other 3 in the room. They ended up finding nothing in the first corridor and Naruto decided to take the one on the right next, doing the same process as the previous rooms. Finding nothing, Naruto and the others made their way to the last corridor. Still they had nothing and Naruto led his team downstairs. The first thing Naruto was able to determine was that this place was used for prisoners, or experiments. The place reeked of death and decay. The walls and area were decidedly less maintained than the upstairs. Walking along, Naruto looked into the cells and saw people who looked to be half dead. Some of them he noticed had died and had yet to be removed. The blonde's disgust for Orochimaru rose as he looked at the area. He shunted his emotions to the side, knowing they would not help here. Finally he came to the one at the end of the hall in what he had dubbed the prison area and found a door, 3 presences, 2 Chunin, 1 Jonin. Naruto channeled some chakra into his ears. Several he could not hear much except for the breathing of the occupants, but one of them sounded strained and erratic, as if they were injured. Closing his eyes for a moment, Naruto made his decision. He turned to his team and gave them instructions. Wait. Taking a deep breath, Naruto grabbed onto the handle and opened the door. He didn't even need a second to take stock of the situation. Strapped to a table was a completely naked Yugao. There were numerous cuts, bruises and what looked like stitches all over her body. Worse was Naruto could see some odd-looking protrusions sprouting out of her skin that looked like bubbles. However, the worst thing was the glazed-over look in her eyes. It was the kind of look when someone had gone into shock from being subjected to more pain than the body could handle. Naruto's eyes hardened as he took action. The 2 Chunin didn't even stand a chance. Naruto appeared right in front of the first one. No Hiraishin and no Sunshin, just a burst of pure speed. He unsealed a kunai and stabbed it right through the man's jaw, sending it through his head. At the same time, Naruto created a Kage Bushin, which appeared behind the other shinobi and snapped his neck. Naruto laid the 2 on the ground so he would not create any noise, then appeared right next to Yugao and proceeded to unstrap her from the bindings. As gently as he could, he lifted her out and sat down on the ground with her on his lap. He created a Kage Bushin and had it henge into a cloak that he wrapped around her frame. Sakura. He called, no longer feeling the need to be quiet in this emergency. Naruto looked at the woman and her now dead eyes. Yugao. He grit his teeth as he got no response. Yugao-chan. Her eyes flickered a little bit but otherwise nothing happened. He resisted the urge to shout and instead began to caress her face. He noticed a small reaction as her face twitched, but otherwise nothing. The others came in and he heard 3 gasps. The next thing he knew, Sakura was right next to him and running a medical scan over the comatose woman. She has major damage to a lot of her vitals, Sakura said as she analyzed the woman before her, numerous fractures and internal bleeding. She also has several odd-looking bumps on her. Naruto began speaking as he moved over the cloak on her shoulder to reveal the bubbly-looking lumps. Can you figure out what they are? Sakura frowned as she went over her medical scan. They're not a part of her. The pink-haired girl frowned as she tried to determine what they were. They have a separate chakra system, Hinata said in an effort to be helpful as she used her Byakugan to look over Yugao. Sakura's eyes widened a tad. They're eggs. These things are carrying something, some kind of animal or insect, Naruto finished as he remembered a lesson on parasitic insects similar to those of the Aburame clan, except they were decidedly more deadly. We need to get her out of here. Naruto stood up as another Kage Bushin appeared beside him. He gave the purple-haired woman to the clone and began to move. The others had little choice but to follow as Naruto began to run, moving through the prison as fast as he could. The others followed him as he made his way out. As they entered the branching corridors, Naruto's danger sense hit a high alert. Get back! Naruto and the clone jumped away, pushing Kiba, Hinata and Sakura out of the way as a large destroyed the roof and allowed the sunlight to filter in. It's been a while. Dobi. The four members of the Rookie 11 looked up in shock to see Sasuke standing above them. He had changed his outfit and was now wearing a white long-sleeve shirt that opened at the torso, with a small Uchiha clan crest on the collar. He wore black pants with a blue-gray cloth hanging halfway from his stomach to his knees. He had a purple rope around his waist that was tied in a bow in the back. Naruto could tell he had also gotten stronger from the way he carried himself, but he could also see the boy had gotten even more arrogant. Sasuke, Naruto said in a low voice as his eyes hardened as he looked at the man he once considered a brother. He had thought about what would happen when the two of them met, what he would do when he saw Sasuke again. He had played out many different scenarios for how it could go down, what he would say, what he would do. For the longest time he had been looking forward to this confrontation, either to convince the man to come back or to kill him should he refuse. However, right now all of that was a moot point. He looked over at Yugao who was being held by his clone. Turning back to Sasuke, he knew he had no time to deal with the prick. Kukaku, well, isn't this a lovely little reunion? Naruto turned his head ever so slightly and saw Orochimaru and Kabuto standing together. Both of them held a large smirk. I see you've grown, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru said in his snake-like voice, which was oozing with amusement. You know, word of your accomplishments have reached even me. They pushed young Sasuke-kun here to train even harder so that he can kill you. Naruto's mind was a whirlwind of activity as he began plotting out the best course of action. His top priority was the safety of Yugao. She was the entire reason he came here. But he knew that against one S-class criminal, one A bordering S-class criminal and another who was said to be on par with Kakashi, Naruto knew he would have a hard time. Sakura, Hinata, Kiba, Naruto said in a quiet voice as he got their attention, I want you three to go with Yugao and my clone and get to Konoha. I'll catch up with you, but if I don't get there before you get to Konoha, then I want you to go inform Tsunade about Yugao's affliction and see if she can help. Sai, I want you to take on Kabuto. He is the weakest of the three, but he is still supposed to be on par with Kakashi, so be careful. Naruto noticed that Sakura was about to protest and spoke before she could. Do not argue with me, Sakura, we do not have the time to debate this. Sakura looked like she was going to say something but in the end just sighed, fine, but be careful and I'll do what I can. Naruto cut her off, knowing what she wanted. I can't make any promises though. Sakura nodded, knowing that was all she could get from Naruto before she and the others took off. Kabuto, if you will, Orochimaru said. Of course, Orochimaru-sama, Kabuto said as he pushed up his glasses. He took off to follow the Chunin, however he was cut off by Sai. Said pale boy gave Kabuto his false smile, I apologize but I have orders not to let you pass. Well, I suppose I'll just have to go through you then, Kabuto said. Sai gave a smile as he finished drawing on his scroll. Chaho Giga. Several large ink lions shot out of the scroll and headed towards Kabuto, who was forced to dodge the ink beasts. Sai kept up the pressure as he moved, continued pushing Kabuto back, taking him away from the fleeing Chunin and Naruto's soon-to-be battle. According to Danzo-sama's report, he is a highly skilled medical ninja with regenerative skills and can use chakra scalpels to attack. That means I need to keep my distance, Sai concluded to himself as he created more ink beasts, these ones in the shape of bears. The bear beasts charged at Kabuto, who had just finished the lion ink beasts. Said medical ninja looked over to see the bears coming at him. Activating his scalpels again, he began to cut into them, making ink fly everywhere as they dispersed. A loud sizzling noise caught his attention and he turned to see that one of the bears near him had an exploding tag on it. Kabuto jumped back as the bear exploded, sending fire and ink everywhere. The fire hit the ground and ignited the ink, forcing Kabuto to jump back. He looked over at Sai and charged, getting in close as the pale-skinned boy tried to back away. Kabuto hit Sai right where his heart was, only for the root ninja to burst into ink. A roar made Kabuto dodge just in time as a lion came at him from the left. Kabuto hit it on the head with a chakra scalpel, destroying it. He looked around for Sai, frowning in thought when he did not see the boy. His ears perked up when he heard a whistling sound. Looking up he saw several kunai coming down towards him. He took out a kunai and began to dodge and deflect the attacks. A few managed to cut him but his healing ability kept that from being a problem. However, a sizzling sound made him look down. His eyes widened as he saw exploding tags on a majority of the kunai, which had been set on a delayed timer. The medical ninja was forced to make quick use of the Karwimi in order to escape destruction as a large explosion went off from the exploding tags. Kabuto cursed his disadvantage, knowing that this boy would be troublesome to deal with. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Dobi, Sasuke said with a smirk on his face as his Sharingan eyes spun. He had been waiting for the chance to battle the blonde again. This time so he could kill him. Naruto looked at the two shinobi before, switching his gaze from Sasuke to a smirking Orochimaru and then back to Sasuke. I am going to give you one more chance to come back to Konoha, Sasuke, Naruto said. Sasuke's smirk widened. Is that so? What makes you think I would come back to that weak village and give up my power for those fools? Are you going to make me come back? Don't make me laugh, you're still a Dobi and you can never hope to match the power of an Uchiha. Naruto chuckled. You know, Itachi didn't seem to think that after I kicked his ass and forced him to retreat. Sasuke snarled. You fought Itachi? When? I'm not going to tell you that, Naruto answered. I told myself I would give you one more chance to come back to Konoha and if you didn't I would kill you myself. Sasuke looked at him with wide eyes for a moment before laughing. You think you can beat me? Not think, Sasuke, I know I can beat you. Naruto looked at him. You probably don't remember, or maybe your brain's been so twisted by your delusions of grandeur that your memory of certain events in your mind are skewed. When we last fought I let you win, Sasuke snarled at this, but Naruto continued. During our last charge I tilted my Rasengan so that rather take your head off, I merely scratched your Hideo 8. Do you remember? Sasuke balled his hands into fists. He did remember that day. How could he forget? XXXXXXXXXXXXX. Flashback. Sasuke. Came the demonic roar from Naruto as he charged up a Rasengan that was pure red due to Kyuubi's chakra being added to the mix. Dobi. An equally demonic-looking Sasuke shouted as he used his level 2 cursed seal. His skin was an ash color, his eyes were yellow and there was a cross-like scar on the bridge of his nose. His wings, which looked like webbed hands, were splayed behind his back. He charged his Chidori, the jutsu turning pitch black as he used the power of his cursed seal. The two shot off the ground and clashed at each other, their jutsu clashing and creating a large ball which engulfed them. However, Naruto shocked Sasuke as the blonde brought his other hand up and shoved a Rasengan towards his face. At the last second Naruto moved his hand and hit his Hideo 8 instead. Just to prove he could. Flashback end. XXXXXXXXXXXX. That had been the sole reason Sasuke had not killed Naruto that day, because Naruto could have killed him but didn't. He had let Naruto survive so that when they fought, he could kill him at his full power, that way no one could deny that he was the better of the two of them. I see you do remember, Naruto said, though as much as I would love to reminisce about me kicking your ass, I have a friend who needs me. Naruto shed his haori and threw it away, letting the weighted outfit hit the ground with a loud bang as it formed a small crater. The blonde shinobi began to channel chakra into the seals located throughout his body. Kai. Naruto let out a slow breath, feeling the gravity and resistance seals release. He looked over at the two shinobi as he got into his taijutsu stance. He knew that he would have to fight with his all the moment this battle started. Both would likely underestimate him, one because of his arrogance and the other because of his belief that his clan was better than everyone else. This would hopefully give Naruto enough of an advantage to either kill one of them, or force them to retreat. Let's make this quick, shall we? Naruto said as he pointed a finger at Sasuke. Raiden, Byakurai. Both Sasuke and Orochimaru felt their eyes widen as a large bolt of lightning headed towards them. Jumping out of the way they saw it continue on its course. Right before it turned around and headed for Orochimaru, who created its Tsuchibushin and Kawiramid with it. While that was going on, Naruto appeared right in front of Sasuke and smashed a foot in the black-haired ninja's torso, sending Sasuke flying to the ground below. Said Uchiha grit his teeth as he flipped around and landed on the ground. He looked up just in time to dodge a wind blade sent his way. Going through a few hand seals, Sasuke charged up his chakra and called out his jutsu. Chidori, Senbone. 1,000 birds, Senbone. Sasuke threw several Senbone made of lightning at Naruto, whose lungs swelled up before he let it out. Futon, Mugen Daitapa. A large gust of wind shot from Naruto's mouth. Due to lightning being naturally weak against wind, the Senbone dissipated. However, the gust of wind continued on, hitting Sasuke and lifting him off his feet. Naruto was about to charge in to finish him off, or at the very least injure him, when he was forced to dodge a swipe from the Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Spinning a full 180 degrees, Naruto unsealed Susanoo and raised it in defense as Orochimaru's blade clashed against it. Rather than push against the snake Sennin, Naruto dropped his sword, making Orochimaru fall off balance, and came up in the hopes of slicing the man in half. He did, however. Orochimaru turned into an earth clone. Naruto jumped in the air just as the pale-skinned man shot out of the ground with the Kusanagi set to impale him. Cursing, Naruto was about to launch a lightning bolt at the man, when Sasuke appeared right in front of him and hit Naruto in the face. Naruto flew back several feet, flipping himself over so he landed on his feet. He raised his blade in time to block Orochimaru's attack, pushing the man back before striking him in the stomach with a foot. The snake Sennin doubled over and Naruto cut him in half, cursing when the man turned to mud again. The snake Sennin came out of the ground again. This time the Kusanagi went straight through Naruto's chest. However, rather than bleed, Naruto exploded right in Orochimaru's face. It had only been years of experience that allowed the man to Kawira meet himself with a mud clone. Naruto turned around when he heard the sound of birds chirping, seeing Sasuke with his curse seal spread across his body, coming at him with a lightning-covered hand, destroying the landscape. Naruto charged a Rasengan in his own hand. However, unlike the standard Rasengan, this one was pure white, having had Naruto's wind element added to it. Sasuke thrust out his hand as he came closer. In retaliation, Naruto did the same. The two jutsu clashed as they tried to overpower each other, for a while at least. Due to the fact that the Rasengan had been an A-rank jutsu on par with Chidori to begin with, now that it had an element and the most offensive-oriented one at that, the jutsu tore right through Sasuke's Chidori. Sasuke was blown away by the explosion of power from Naruto's jutsu, landing on the ground several feet away, clutching a slightly torn-up hand. Luckily for him, his Chidori, which had its potency added to it by the cursed seal, had been able to somewhat nullify the Fuuten Rasengan's effects, or he would have lost his entire arm. Naruto had no time to admire his handiwork as Orochimaru came at him. Naruto was forced to dodge several sword swings from the Kusanagi. Due to the UN telegraph nature of the style, it was only Naruto's enhanced reflexes, which by now were almost on par with the Yondaime Raikages when using Raiten no Yoroi, that Naruto was able to dodge the snake Sennin's attacks. Even still, he got several cuts along his arms. Naruto could feel the snake-based poison from the blades trying to enter his system. But a quick pulse of Kyuubi's chakra destroyed every trace of the poison. Knowing he would have to up the stakes even more, Naruto began channeling Kyuubi's chakra directly into his muscles. Because he was fighting a Sharingan user as well as Orochimaru, Naruto knew her would have to be careful. Even though Sasuke did not have the Mangekyo, even a normal Sharingan had the ability to negate and suppress Kyuubi's chakra. All it would take was for the Avenger to catch him off guard. Despite being hailed as a genius, Orochimaru seemed to be surprised that Naruto had not dropped from his strongest poison, as well as the fact that Naruto's speed, strength and reaction time seemingly doubled. Naruto used this surprise to his advantage, managed to cut the snake Sennin's arm off. However, several snakes crawled up Orochimaru's arm, making it seem as if he had never lost it. Still, it was painful enough that it gave Naruto the opportunity to smash a foot in the Sennin's chest, sending the man rocketing back. Spinning around, Naruto charged Susanoo with wind chakra as it clashed against Sasuke's Chokudo, defeating the lightning charged in the Uchiha's blade and forcing Sasuke to jump back. However, Naruto let him have no quarter as he appeared in front of him. Sasuke was forced to dodge to the left as Naruto's sword came down. However, he could not dodge the kick to his face. As Sasuke was sent flying back, Naruto spun on his heels and blocked another strike from the Kusanagi. Letting the blade slide past him, Naruto ducked and managed to impale Orochimaru through the chest. Orochimaru, however, merely opened his mouth wide, and another Orochimaru crawled out. Meanwhile, the one that Naruto had impaled deflated as it became nothing more than skin. Naruto jumped away as the new Orochimaru tried to impale him. Channeling lightning chakra into his sword, the blonde shinobi sent an intense burst of lightning towards the snake Sennin, who was forced to use a kuriwimi to get out of the way. Resealing his sword, Naruto began a string of hand seals as he saw Sasuke charge back over to him. Ranten, Sen. Beam. Naruto whispered the jutsu before spreading his hands in front of him. A bright white beam shot out them. Launching itself towards a shocked Sasuke, it was only thanks to the Sharingan that he had been able to kuriwimi in time. Sasuke reappeared next to Orochimaru, both of them charging towards Naruto, having realized that they may actually need to work together to beat him. Orochimaru came in with a knife strike to the throat, while Sasuke attempted to kick out Naruto's legs. Making sure his timing was right, Naruto crouched on the ground and pushed himself into the air so that he was parallel with the ground. Orochimaru's attack flew over him and Sasuke's under. In return for their attack, Naruto managed to kick Orochimaru in the gut and Sasuke in the face. With his attacks enhanced by wind chakra, the two were sent 50 feet back before they managed to right themselves and skid along the ground. They did not get the chance to do much more than stand as they heard Naruto called out another jutsu. Hyotan, Ryer Renda no Jutsu. Dragon's Barrage Jutsu. Water coalesced in front of Naruto, taking the shape of several thousand tiny dragons that froze over the second they were formed. The dragons charged towards Orochimaru and Sasuke in mass, the two forced to dodge the literal storm of ice dragons. They soon realized, however, that just dodging would not help. Once the dragons passed them, they would swoop back around and try to impale the two from behind. What the hell is this? Sasuke mentally screamed to himself, how the hell does the Dobi no Hyotan Jutsu? Sasuke hated how this fight was turning out so far. This was not how it was supposed to happen. He was supposed to meet Naruto, show him just how much better he was than him, and then kill him and gain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he was being forced to dodge tiny little dragons, which if hit could very well kill him. On top of that, his Sharingan was near useless. Naruto had yet to use any hand seals except for the ones that Sasuke could not copy anyway. It was getting frustrating to see the Dobi this powerful. He should not have this power. Getting frustrated, Sasuke began to go through several hand seals. Chidori, Nagashi. 1000 birds, current. A wave of lightning shot out of Sasuke, hitting the dragons near him and destroying them. Likewise, Orochimaru had managed to destroy them with the Kusanagi. However, neither were able to do anything as Naruto appeared right next to them, smashing a fist in their gut and sending them flying. Naruto did not give them a chance to even get back on the ground as he pulled out 2 Hiraishin kunai. With a flick of his wrists he sent them flying. Not even half a second later, Naruto was right above them, 2 Rasengans in hand, which were soon drilled into their guts. Orochimaru was fortunate enough to have his regeneration jutsu, which he used again to shed his skin. Sasuke, however, had no such abilities, and as such the spinning ball of destruction tore into his stomach. Sasuke let loose a loud and wretched-sounding scream. He found himself smashing into the ground, increasing the amount of pain he was in and forcing him to cough up copious amounts of blood. He looked up, gritting his teeth when he saw Naruto standing over him, poised and ready to kill him. A part of him could not believe this. He, Sasuke Uchiha, an elite ninja trained by Orochimaru of the Sannin himself, had been beaten by Naruto, the loser and class clown. Fortunately for him and his defeatist thoughts, Orochimaru had forced Naruto away at the last second by throwing the Kusanagi at the blonde. Naruto jumped back as he knocked the blade off course, giving Orochimaru enough time to get Sasuke. "You have been a great thorn in my side, boy," Orochimaru hissed, "but rest assured I will kill you after I take possession of Sasuke-kun's body." With that, the snake Sennin disappeared into the ground, his chakra signature vanishing with it. Naruto sighed as he felt the adrenaline in his system from the fight leave him. This was one of the first times he had gone full out right at the start of the battle, physically anyways. Now that the fight was done, Naruto felt tired. Needing a boost, Naruto called upon Kyuubi's chakra, letting it enter his system and refill his nearly depleted reserves. Dickless. Naruto cursed as he turned to Sai. The pale-skinned teen was slightly worse for wear but otherwise unharmed. "Did you get Kabuto?" Naruto asked, hoping for some good news. Sai shook his head. "No, I was unable to do so since he made a retreat 15 minutes ago." Naruto grunted. "Let's go then, we need to catch up with Sakura and the others." With nothing left to say, Naruto shot off, using his remaining energy to catch up to his team. 15 minutes of high-speed tree hopping, Naruto was able to see his team and the clone he left still holding Yugao. He appeared right alongside of the group, with Sai appearing just a little bit after. Report, Naruto said in a commanding tone as he began drawing on more of Kyuubi's chakra to sustain himself. There hasn't been any trouble, Sakura said as she continued running. Having gotten somewhat used to the grueling pace Naruto set, she was able to speak normally. We have not run into any auto shinobi. I don't think Orochimaru was expecting something like this. She looked at him for a second and bit her lip. Did you? No, Naruto said, already knowing what she wanted to ask. Sasuke managed to get away. But I managed to injure him pretty badly, so he won't be able to do anything for a while, several months at least. Naruto moved up along his clone, and took Yugao from it while still in motion. He looked down at her and noticed that she was beginning to sweat. Have you noticed any change in condition with Yugao? Sakura shook her head. Not that I can see, the eggs have not hatched, so we're in the clear for now. Naruto nodded as he glanced back at Yugao. He was unsure whether or not it was because of the fact that he had not really been able to look at her due to what has happened, or because of the eggs, but she was looking a lot worse than before. Naruto resisted the urge to growl as he thought about the ones who did this to her. While he had been able to keep them occupied enough that they had been almost defenseless to his assault, he wished he had been able to kill them. Next time, Naruto promised to himself. The group continued traveling as the sun began to go down. However, none of the other ninja had Naruto's stamina, and because of his fight with Sasuke and Orochimaru, Naruto was near exhausted even with Kyuubi's chakra to sustain him. They unfortunately had to turn in for the night, setting up camp and taking shifts. This time Naruto had Hinata, Sakura and Sai take the 3 shifts. Naruto stayed with Yugao as he gently laid her down in his sleeping bag. Not caring that the surface of the tent was extremely rocky, Naruto set himself down right next to his bag on the floor, watching Yugao until he fell asleep. Ah! The next morning Naruto awoke to a tortured scream. Jumping onto his feet, he unsealed Susanoo out of instinct as he looked for the threat. It was only when the scream tore through the room again that he realized where it was coming from. Yugao. Turned, Naruto saw the young woman writhing in pain. The blonde's eyes widened for a second as he tried to think of what to do. He quickly shook off any thoughts other than getting Yugao back to Konoha. He jumped out of the tent, thankfully to see that the others had been awakened by the scream. Sakura, Naruto shouted, getting the pink-haired Chunin to come over. Take her, do a medical scan, try and stop or at least delay whatever is causing her pain. Hinata, I need you to help her as well. Naruto handed Yugao off to Sakura as Hinata rushed over to help. Naruto bit his thumb and rubbed some blood over his hand as he began stringing along several hand seals. When finished, he smashed his hand on the ground and shouted out his jutsu. Kushios no Jutsu. A summoning seal array spread out from the point where Naruto's hand had impacted with the ground. There was a large puff of smoke that covered the entire area as he along with the others were shot up off the ground. Jiraiya, you better hope you're not the one who summoned me, you damned pervert. Naruto hopped off Gamabunta's head and onto nose. Bunta, I have an injured Konoha kunoichi and I need very fast transportation to Konoha now. As if to accentuate his words, Yugao let loose with another scream. Gamabunta, seeing the frantic look on his summoner's face, and actually liking this summoner, decided to do as asked. You got it, Gaki. The giant toad began to hop off at a pace that he rarely ever used. Naruto rushed back over to Sakura and Hinata, who were busy running some kind of healing jutsu over the large bumps, which Naruto could see were deforming as if they were trying to break. What's going on with her? Naruto shouted as he tried to make himself heard over the rushing wind. Sakura looked up from her work for a second, before going back as she explained what was wrong. Those eggs are hatching. Hinata and I are using our chakra to keep them encased in a bubble of sorts. Hopefully that will keep them from hatching until we can get her to the hospital. Naruto nodded as he sat next to them, watching as one of his precious people screamed and writhed in pain, feeling completely helpless because there was nothing he could do to help. He tore his eyes away from the sight and saw that they were coming up on Konoha. Gamabunta jumped right over the village gates and made his way to the Hokage tower. As the giant toad stopped right outside, Naruto jumped in through the window, not even bothering to take note of Tsunade and Shizune's shock as he spoke. I have Nico, she is badly injured and has some kind of eggs implanted in her. I need you two at the hospital, otherwise she might die. As Naruto was saying this, Sakura and Hinata came in with Yugao, who was still screaming, but had overused her vocal cords so much that all that came out was a rasping noise. Tsunade, seeing this, instantly went into medic mode. Sakura. Hinata. Get her to the hospital. Shizune, get a hospital room ready, and by the time they get there, let's move people. The 4 medics hustled out of the room with their orders clear. Naruto took a moment to take several calming breaths before he too left. With a brisk walk he made it to the hospital. When he got there, he went up to the front desk and got the attention of the nurse there. "Excuse me, but I was wondering if you could direct me to the room Tsunade and the 3 medical ninja with her went?" he asked. "Of course, Namikaze-sama," the nurse said as she searched her paper. "They went to the emergency room for intensive injuries. That's just down this hall. Take a right, you'll reach the room when you reach the end of the hall." "Thanks," Naruto said as he took off, racing down the hallway as he attempted to get there as fast as possible. When he did, he saw the red light on, indicating that Tsunade and the others were in there and attempting to help Yugao. Not seeing anything else he could do, Naruto took a seat along the wall, waiting until Tsunade or one of the others came out to let him know if Yugao was alright. XXXXXXXXXXXX. "Sakura, I need you to hold her down," Tsunade ordered as she tried to get the now flailing woman from smashing her in the face. They had just gotten her to the hospital room when the eggs had hatched, causing the woman not only more pain, but also making her appendages spasm at ever-increasing intervals. She and Sakura each grabbed a limb, pushing it down with their strength before binding them so they could not move. Once the woman was bound, Hinata and Shizune, who had gotten medical scalpels, began to cut into the woman where the protrusions had last been located. What they had found was disgusting. The thing looked almost like a snake, which in all honesty was not surprising. However, what were the hundreds of tiny tendrils that they could see trying to snake their way along the woman's nervous system. This was without a doubt what was causing the spasms as well as the excruciating pain the woman was on, and Tsunade had counted a total of 5 of them. "Here's how we're going to do this. Sakura and Hinata. I want you two to constantly monitor the patient's vitals and if necessary add the fluids that she is most likely going to be losing. Shizune, I need you to apply a continuous stream of medical chakra into Yugao. It may not do much, but it should at least somewhat ease the pain." Tsunade created 4 heavily reinforced cage bushins, all of them already had mental orders and immediately began to work. Tsunade and each of her clones began working on extracting what was no doubt some kind of parasite. What kind exactly she did not know, chances were high it was a new one that Orochimaru had made himself. The work was hard, harder than anything she had to do thus far, even harder than fixing Rock Lee after he was injured by Gaara in the prelims 4 years back. She had to remove each tendril from the woman's nervous system one by one. At the same time, she had to use her healing chakra too as soon as the tendril left and continue to send it out. This meant that by the time she would be done, she would be sending medical chakra to 100 separate spots. Add on to the fact that she had reinforced each clone with 1/5 of her chakra, and it made this task ridiculously hard. As the work continued, Tsunade began to sweat from the exertion. For a female, she had abnormally high reserves and stamina, especially considering that even though she looked young, she was really in her 50s. Alongside her, Shizune was always starting to get low on energy. They had been working for about an hour now, so it was understandable. Despite this, she continued to work and do her best to save the woman Naruto had spent so much effort to rescue. Sakura and Hinata had a bit of an easier time with their tasks. They had managed to plug in 4 and heart rate monitor. Now all they were doing was replenishing whatever Yugao lost with blood pills and nutrient packs. Tsunade didn't even dare to wipe the sweat on her brow as she continued working, lest her concentration break. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto kept his eyes closed as he sat in a meditative position as he tried to keep his nerves calm. It had been 4 hours since he had gotten to the hospital. Despite the fact that he was exhausted beyond all comprehension, he could not bring himself to leave, not until he knew that Yugao was alright. He held back on the desire to curse himself for what he saw as failing one of his precious people. To him it did not matter that he had not seen the purple-haired Onbu since he was 6, nor that the village had kept him so busy that before the training trip he had not even had the time to think about her. He had made a promise to himself a long time ago that he would protect his precious people, be it from physical harm or mental harm. Yugao was one of his precious people, and for the past 4.5 years she had been suffering. She had lost the person she had considered the most precious to her, someone she had planned on marrying, and he had done nothing to help. He had not even thought about the purple-haired woman who had protected him, cared for him, and in many ways showed him what it meant to be loved, even if it had only been in a big sister kind of way. In some ways he could not help but feel that this was his fault. If only he had sought her out after the Chunin exams, if only he had comforted her before he left for the village. So many things he could have done, should have done, but didn't. It was enough to make him feel like a helpless child again. He shook his head. Living in the past is useless. If I focus on what I should have done back then, I'll never be able to do things I can and should do now. He took a deep breath, sending his conscience deep into himself as he began an exercise he had created several years back. Reaching in, he began to look for his chakra. It wasn't hard to find. Unlike most people who had to force chakra out of their bodies, Naruto only had to reach it. He liked to think of his chakra as facet, a very large facet. Whereas most ninja actually had to pull and drag their chakra to use, all he would do was turn it on, much like turn the handle on a facet to get water. It was for this reason that the Bushin Jutsu was forever out of his reach. Even if he only let his chakra flow for less than 1/4 of a second, it was already too much and the Bushin was overloaded. He shook his head again and forced himself to go deeper. As soon as he reached his chakra, he began to feel it out. If chakra were to be given a color, most people would often describe theirs as a light blue. Naruto's chakra was a dark and thick blue. Reaching even further, Naruto felt out the many different types of chakra he had or could produce. The first was easily recognizable as Kyubi's, a deep red color that seemed to burn and thrash in a chaotic manner as if it was alive. Ignoring it for the moment, Naruto began to focus on his other chakras, or his elemental chakra. There were 5 in total. The first was a deep green color and had feel that was very contradictory in nature, giving off both a calming and chaotic feeling. This was his main affinity, wind chakra. His second was a bright yellow bordering white, and the feel it gave could best be described as shocking. It was his lightning affinity. His third was a deep blue and had a completely calming and cool aura to it, letting him know it was his affinity for water. However, there were 2 others as well. The first was white and ice cold. It was drawing from a combination of his wind and water affinities, showing that it was ice. The other one was oddly enough purple in color. It gave off an chaotic and electric feel, telling him it was storm. Continuing with his exercises, Naruto began to mix the different chakra types together, getting different combinations of density and power. The exercise itself was useless for combat purposes. Mixing more type of one element over the other always gave off explosive results. It was part of the reason bloodlines were so coveted, since they made people instinctively know what the right amount of elemental chakra needed to be added into the mix. However, while this did not help with combat situations, it did allow him better control over his chakra and elements. His concentration was snapped as the red light on top of the hospital door turned off. A second later, the door opened and a tired Tsunade walked out. Naruto stood up and went up to her. He opened his mouth to speak, but Tsunade raised a hand, stopping him. Yugao is stable, Tsunade said. We managed to fix her up and she will be just fine. However, she will not be waking up anytime soon. Naruto sighed in relief. He looked up and Tsunade was surprised to see tears of relief on the younger blonde's face. Naruto wrapped his arms around a surprised Tsunade, who stiffened at the physical contact. Thank you, Naruto whispered. Tsunade returned the hug as she heard the relief in Naruto's voice. It was only now that she truly realized just how important Yugao was to him. You're welcome, brat, she said as she released the hug. When she did, the woman gave Naruto a glare. However, you and I need to have a long talk. Naruto just nodded, knowing that his insubordination would not get let off. XXXXXXXXXXXX. After that, I summoned Gamabunta. I got Yugao and my team here as fast as I could. Naruto finished his explanation of his self-appointed rescue mission. Tsunade looked at him with an unreadable expression as she listened to the report. She was actually impressed that he had been able to fight 2 powerful shinobi at the same time. However, she was also angry at how reckless it was, given what Naruto was telling her. If Sasuke had been given enough time to utilize the full power of his cursed, Naruto could have lost. What you did was extremely reckless, Naruto. To the blonde male's credit, he did not flinch at her tone or words. Going up against 2 S-ranked nin. A rank, Naruto corrected, causing Tsunade to raise an eyebrow. Sasuke is only an A-ranked ninja without the full power of his cursed seal. With it he may have been able to give me trouble, but without it he could not do much. That still does not make the fact that you engaged 2 powerful shinobi at the same time without backup. Tsunade glared at him. Her glare, however, was merely to hide the fear she felt at the thought of Naruto getting injured. If something had happened to the young man on this mission, or any mission really, she would never be able to forgive herself. I know, Naruto said in a quiet, that is why I am willing to accept any punishment you offer. Tsunade sighed. She knew the man in front of her did not regret his decision even for a second. Because of your insubordinate actions, I am putting you on a 1-month probation where you will not be able to leave the village. Also, you will be required to do 31D rank missions while on this probation period. She knew this punishment was somewhat harsh, but most cases of insubordination could be taken as a sign of treason, which was punishable by death. Naruto nodded, not in the least bit concerned by the punishment he was receiving. I understand, Tsunade-sama. He paused for a moment. Was that all? Or could I? Tsunade sighed as she waved him off. Go on and visit Yugao, she should be out of intensive by now. Naruto gave her a smile of thanks before disappearing in a swirl of leaves. XXXXXXXXXXXX. Naruto entered the room where Yugao was staying, grabbing a chair on the wall and placing it near her bed. He sat down with a heavy sigh, running a hand through his hair as he thought about what his confrontation with Sasuke. Any feelings of comradeship he may have once felt for the Uchiha was long gone now. Whether he was a part of what happened to Yugao or not, Naruto knew that he would know of it. It did not even matter if he actively participated in her torture, the fact that he knew was enough for Naruto. During their next confrontation Sasuke would die, painfully. Naruto promised himself that. He shook the thoughts off and focused his attention on the practically comatose form of Yugao. Reaching out he took one of her hands in both of his, gently rubbing his fingers along her hand. "Damn it Yugao," Naruto whispered to himself as he thought of the woman. He knew what she was trying to do, going on S-rank mission after S-rank mission in the hopes that she would die. Her friends had been telling him about how the woman seemed to lose her will to live after the Chunin exams. He quickly squashed the guilty feelings that emerged from this train of thought. He could not change the past and dwelling on it did nothing, something he had constantly been forced to remind himself recently. "Never again," Naruto said as he leaned his head down and kissed Yugao on the forehead, laying his head on her bed after that. He was not going to stand by and watch as one of the people he cared for, and admittedly had a crush on since childhood, suffer. "Never again will I let her feel this pain." With those last thoughts, Naruto slowly closed his eyes and let himself fall asleep as his nearly depleted energy left him. A little while later a nurse came by, seeing the blonde with his head on the bed. She was about to wake him up. However, she noticed the way he was holding the woman's hand, nearly right next to his lips, as well as realizing who he was. Hokage-sama had given him special permission to stay the night, having anticipated that Naruto would not leave even if ordered. Turning off the lights, the nurse left the room, leaving the two people there to sleep. XXXXXXXXXXXXX. "Omake, Sasuke." "Dobi," Sasuke said with a smirk on his face as his Sharingan eyes spun. He had been waiting for the chance to battle the blonde again. This time so he could kill him. Naruto looked at the two shinobi before, switching his gaze from Sasuke to a smirking Orochimaru and then back to Sasuke. "I am going to give you one more chance to come back to Konoha Sasuke," Naruto said. Sasuke's smirk widened. "Is that so? What makes you think I would come back to that weak village and give up my power for those fools? Orochimaru can give me far more than that village can. Or are you going to make me come back? Don't make me laugh, you're still a Dobi and you can never hope to match the power of an Uchiha." "I see, so Orochi team can give you far more than Konoha, huh? Well, I'll admit if I like to play hide the snake in the trousers with a pedophiliac freak I would stay too. Though, I never took you for an Uki," Naruto said, causing Sasuke to go red in the face. "Well, I suppose I shouldn't be surprised by that, you always did strike me as the type that would like taking it up the ass." "Take that back Dobi." Sasuke screamed, "I am not gay. I like women." "Women? Sure, whatever you say," Naruto replied with a shrug. "Keep telling yourself that if it helps you sleep at night." "Don't listen to him Sasuke-kun," Orochimaru said with an angry hiss, "he just doesn't understand what we have together." Sasuke looked back at Orochimaru, his eyes wide. "What are you talking about what we have together? Didn't I just tell you I like women?" "I think someone's in denial," Naruto said in a sing-song voice. "I am not." "That's okay Sasuke," Naruto said, "I really don't care, I mean hey if you're gay that's cool. It just means more women for me." "Dobi."